The godfather of Gator Sports Talk Radio has returned.
I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse.
It's Sports Scene with Steve Russell. Time to eat some lunch and talk some Gator sports.
Sports Scene with Steve Russell is fueled by Southeast Car Agency and brought to you in part by Titan MRI and Imaging, Gator Trim Lights, Meldon Law, Campus USA Credit Union, Pomodoro Cafe, Silverback Concrete, Quality Plumbing, Crystal Air, Ruse Ogra Insurance, Fairlife Milk, Radware, Comfort Temp, Miapa Latin Cafe, International Diamond Center, Los Senderos Tequila, Doreen Weeby Realtor, Caldwell Banker, and the head beer coach.
Now, here's Steve Russell, right here on WRUF.
It is time to eat some lunch and talk some sports. Welcome into a Monday edition of Sports Scene. I'm Steve Russell. Thank you for making time out of your busy day to join us and talk some sports. Jessica is our producer today. There is no Billy Napier press conference today. That is not unusual. When there is a bye week, he does not do a presser, so don't read anything into that. He doesn't normally do it, and therefore he was not here today. He'll be back next Monday when Florida gets ready for Texas. We come to you from the Gator Trim Light Studio. Gator Trim Light, full color programmable from your smartphone lighting, locally owned and operated right here in Gainesville. And we are fueled by the good people at Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue. I was just there this weekend. They're such good people. They will take care of you. If you're looking for the best in late model, low mileage vehicles, go to the family that's been doing it for 45 plus years, Southeast Car Agency. If you have YouTube questions today, you can give them to us. Brought to you by Campus USA Credit Union, where Coach Spurrier probably does his banking. Campus USA, founded at the University of Florida, serving our Gator community for 90 years. Any Facebook Live questions, they're brought to you by State Farm agent Ruse Ogra, your go-to agent in Gainesville and North Central Florida for the service you deserve at the price you want. All of our phone guests and phone calls, courtesy of Titan MRI and Imaging, now with 3 locations in Gainesville, 1 in Lake City. Same-day scheduling, always available. Call them up, start feeling better today, TitanMRI.com. Our emails, courtesy of the International Diamond Center. That email, of course, srussell@WRUF.com. Don't settle for a knockoff diamond when you can get the best diamonds at the best prices for quality, selection, and value. International Diamond Center, the official jeweler of the Florida Gators. All of our guests, courtesy of Meldon Law, with 54 years of experience. The only injury law firm partner of the Florida Gators, Meldon Law, won't back down. And want to thank Quality Plumbing for being a first-hour sponsor of the show. When you need a quality plumber, rely on the same company Gainesville's trusted since 1984. Quality Plumbing, their name says it all. And don't forget, you can make sure to check out our daily clip of the day on WRUF, Facebook, and YouTube at WRUF Home of the Gators, brought to you by our friends at Fairlife Milk. I thought Shane was going to be here today. Hope he's okay. But he's on his way, he says. All right, so he'll be here in a minute. But in the meantime, we'll open up the phone lines, 392-8255. You can email the show, srussell@WRUF.com. Jim says, weren't we told during the offseason by multiple sources the Gators were loaded in the offensive line? Not loaded. Improved, yes. Defensive line, wide receiver, running backs, D-backs, and, of course, at quarterback. Realize there have been a lot of injuries, but instead of being loaded, it appears we have very few bullets in the gun. Further, it seems like we got vastly out-recruited by Miami and FSU and everybody else, and the recruiting rankings were a joke. To dovetail your comments from Saturday night, if you look at the long term, I don't see how Napier will ever make us better. That's the decision that has to be made, Jim. Bottom line. You know, that's just how it is. And then you look at, some of the other things that are happening. Take a look at the top 25 this week and see how many teams Florida plays ranked in the top 10. It's stunning. Top of my head, Miami, FSU, Georgia, LSU, Texas A&M. And you're also playing Texas. You're also playing Ole Miss. You're also playing Tennessee. that is incredible. CJ, over the past 15 years, Gator fans have correctly appraised our head football coaches as inept within 6 to 8 months of their hire. 99% of the time, we are, as you've always disagreed. 99% of the time. I want to give another 2 to 4 years to improve. CJ, let me ask you this question. I'm going to ask this, right? Football coaches make a lot of money. I don't know if you work, CJ. Maybe you don't. Maybe you're retired, whatever. But if you do, and somebody judged you within 6 to 8 months you were hired as being inept and not being able to do the job, would you want a chance to make that right? Would you want a chance to prove your critics wrong? I think that's fair to say. And I know one thing, I wouldn't work for you or any other Gator fan who gave me 6 to 8 months. I don't think anybody would. Would you work in a job, CJ, where they said within 6 to 8 months you're done? You ain't doing it? I mean, maybe that happens in business. But he says it's getting worse under Napier. Gator fans need to boycott future games. I got news for you, CJ. 2 words for you. Ain't happening. Okay? If you want to boycott, CJ, keep your tail end home. It's a free country. But for people who are paying for the seats, I doubt it. Malik, very much coaching, simple as that. Coach is responsible for developing the players. Why is DJ not audible when clearly they're blitzing or making it audible? You audible to a slant, screen, seam, has to be coaching. Your thoughts? First of all, we don't know that he's not, right? That's one. And 2, when you go to the line of scrimmage, how many college teams do you see? Some audible, some. But again, I don't know what they're teaching him. I don't know what the packages are, that sort of thing. I would be saying that, Malik, without really knowing. Let's go to our Titan MRI phone line. Randy, hello. Jessica, I can't hear Randy. Randy, you there?
I'm here.
Okay, there you go.
All right. Been a long time, Mr. Russell. How are you, sir?
I'm well.
Okay, I'm trying to recover down here in Fort Myers. 2 things for you. I've been watching some other things like on YouTube, here or there, whatever else. My 2 quick questions are, if the inevitable happens, is our program still an elite program, and is the job an elite job? And secondly, the same things I've been watching are saying we're missing out on recruiting because we don't have the money Ohio State has. We don't have the money Oregon has. We don't have the money Texas has. How do you feel about those 2 things?
Randy, maybe I just can't count, but hasn't Florida had, top 15 recruiting classes?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's the answer to the question. Now,
okay.
If you're going to say to me, top 15, top 10, versus top 2 or 3, okay. All right, I hear that. And the problem has always been if Florida, let's say Florida's number 10, which is good, right? But there might be 4 or 5 other SEC schools ahead of them. So
right.
That's also part of the problem. But to say that Florida has not recruited well, I don't think is accurate.
I think our classes have been pretty damn good, but, you just watching other stuff, and I need to get the opinion from someone like yourself. And like I say, if the inevitable were to happen, are we still a job that somebody would want to take?
Yes, I think Florida is certainly a job somebody would want to take. But let me just, and I say this with all due respect, and Shane walked in the door here, and when we get back from the break, I'm going to ask him this. Because the SEC now is as good as it has ever been. Ever. And I mean EVER good. Because look at the number of teams that are ranked. Look at the number of teams that are ranked. So back in the day when you played Vanderbilt and, South Carolina and Mississippi State, those were wins. You beat those
Correct.
teams. There's no gimmies anymore. There's no gimmies for anybody anymore. So that's what makes the league. Missouri, I mean, except for the couple of years they won the East when Florida wasn't any good, right? Missouri was just okay, right? So on your schedule, you played a lot of teams that you said, okay, and it boiled down to, can you beat FSU? Can you beat Tennessee, Georgia, right? It's not like that anymore.
I get you. Well, I'm just going to sit down here and hope for the best, and I'll try to get with you another day, Steve. Take
Appreciate
care,
you, Randy. Thank you. All right, the Gator QB Shane Matthews here. Shane,
Steve, what are y'all talking about today?
basketball season. No, I'm not taking anything away, Shane, from when you guys played and you played within our league. But would you not agree with that?
Oh, it's ridiculous. Week in and week out, it's brutal. I mean, you look at my two home state teams, Ole Miss and Mississippi State, over the years. In the last 10, they've had some great teams, better teams than we've had. It's just the parity in college football is great. The money and all that's ridiculous. We all can agree or disagree with that. But gosh, I mean, look what Texas Tech is doing, Steve.
Yeah.
They are good.
And they got money.
Yeah.
But they're good.
They got two quarterbacks that remind me of Johnny Manziel.
And not just one.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Mark, for you, are you depressed at all? I am. Think about how far the standard's fallen. In 2009, fans weren't satisfied with the margin of each victory. True. And here we are with 2022 coach who continues to keep his job because the kids play hard. I'm sure there's a MAC coach or two out there who's somewhere around 20 and 22 who still has a job because the kids play hard. That's Mickey Mouse standard and not the Gator standard. Okay, let me ask this, Mark. What the hell is the Gator standard?
Yeah, I don't know where that came about.
Tell me what that is. Somebody define that for me, because I hear that all the time.
I think it was just a slogan that Mullen started.
Yeah,
right?
and frankly, I'm sick of it. What is the Gator standard?
Yeah, because before Coach Spur got here, there was no standard.
Right.
And then once Urban left, that standard or whatever you want to
How
call
can
it,
you both
gone.
be continue to defending Napier? Okay, then fire his ass. Fire him. Fire him. And let's go. Okay? As simple as that. If that's what you all want, great. Okay? Then somebody will come in here and hopefully turn this thing around. But I would hope that where you work, somebody would give you patience. And we could argue that 20 and 22 is enough time. Right? I mean, that argument can be made. I'm not, and let me just say this because I'm a little angry with this, and I'm a little tired of hearing it. And I'm going to set the record straight right now so all of you understand what the hell I'm saying. Okay? I'm saying when it comes to Billy Napier, if you want to say get rid of him, fine. I'm not defending him. His record is what it is. I'm trying to say, for example, and Shane, you were at the stadium. If you're going to tell me they didn't play hard the other night, they did.
They did. Steve, going into that game, I didn't think we had a chance because of Miami's O-line and D-line. And I don't know if I've ever seen a team get pushed around like we got pushed around in the trenches.
Yes.
You can call play call. I get it. Trust me, I love play calling as well. I think our defense has played outstanding. I don't think our defense is great. I thought about on the bus ride and the plane ride back, and you can look it up, but I'm pretty sure I'm confident in this. I don't know if I've ever watched a college football game where both teams never threw a ball over 20 to 25 yards. Not even an attempt.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's a fact. The longest throw of the game for either quarterback was the interception when Beck stepped up in the pocket and tried to hit the seam or the cover two post on a high straight ball that Cormani picked off. But nobody tried to get past interference throwing the ball down the field.
No time.
True, but you can take your steps and let it go.
You can.
And good things can happen. Yeah. But Miami you could see in the warm-ups, their dudes look different than us. And I was surprised at how Shannon Dawson called their game. You could tell Mario said, this is what we're going to do.
Yep.
Because he's an air raid guy.
Yeah. All right. We'll come back. Many calls to take, many emails to take. Love the fact you're here on Sports Scene as you listen on WRUF, powered by ESPN.
WRUF Sports Center.
This is Taryn Friend. Florida soccer drew with number 15 South Carolina Sunday with no goals scored in the match, but it was a step in the right direction for Florida. Gators head coach Samantha Bohan talked about the importance of getting a good result against the Gamecocks.
For them to step in and execute at this level under the pressure that South Carolina can put you in with their 2 attacking players, just really proud of their effort. And I feel like we've played the last 3 games deserving some sort of result, so it was nice to see it finally come.
The Gators look for more points in conference play on Friday when they take on Georgia. Gators volleyball fell to Wisconsin in a top 15 matchup in 4 sets. Florida started out hot, taking the first set 25-19, but dropped the next 3, taking their second consecutive loss. This is the first time Wisconsin has beat the Gators in Madison at their home court. SEC play begins this Friday for the Gators at home in the O-Dome against Mississippi State at 7 p.m.
Friends, if somebody's been in business for 45 plus years, doesn't that tell you something? Trust, longevity. Well, that is the case with my friends at Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville. The Cousins family has operated that business for the past 45 plus years, and they specialize in just one thing. They give you the best alternative you have to purchasing a new vehicle, the best in late model, low mileage vehicles. Great variety, great selection. I'm driving one now, have been for years. Go see them today, Southeast Car Agency, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue, Gainesville.
It's football season, touchdowns and celebrations, and unfortunately, injuries. If you're injured, call Titan MRI and Imaging. No need to deal with long wait times and high costs to get your scans done. Titan MRI and Imaging will save you time and money. And the experience at Titan MRI and Imaging, much more personal than the sterile atmosphere of a hospital. Joe and his team are personally involved and will guide you through the entire process at any of their 3 convenient locations. So if you need a scan, call Titan MRI and Imaging. Learn more at titanmri.com.
90 years ago, 9 University of Florida faculty members started something big, Campus USA Credit Union, the first credit union on a U.S. college campus. Today, Campus USA is 160,000 members strong, proudly serving the community with auto loans, business loans, mortgages, and more. Whether you're just starting out or building your future, Campus is here to help you every step of the way. Stop by any campus location or join the team at campuscu.com. Campus USA Credit Union, celebrating 90 years of better banking.
The jewelry store with the most likes, the most positive reviews, the most raving fans is International Diamond Center.
IDC is definitely a place that I will come to as long as I live here. This will be my go-to place always.
Literally the best jewelry store in town. You'll make friends for life coming in here. I felt like family from the beginning. The value was extraordinary.
I've got a beautiful diamond on my finger and I'm very proud of it.
International Diamond Center.
I'm very happy to show it off.
At Celebration Point and online at shopidc.com.
Transform your home with Gator trim lights. Professionally installed, permanent outdoor lighting that disappears by day and dazzles by night. Our patented color-matched channel blends seamlessly with your roof line. No clips, no wires, just a clean, custom look. Use the easy app to light up the holidays, birthdays, game days, any day. Energy efficient, built to last, and backed by a lifetime product warranty. Schedule your free estimate today at GatorTrimLight.com.
Gear up to root on the Gators at the University of Florida bookstore at the Wrights Union. The UF bookstore will be open from 8 a.m. till 5 p.m. for all the orange and blue gear you need. There's a large selection of clearance items throughout the clothing department with many items up to 50% off original price. This is a great time to expand your Gator wardrobe and save some money too. So as you look to root on the Gators, debut some new orange and blue gear at the UF bookstore, open noon to 5 on Sunday. So to score, just remember the University of Florida bookstore inside the Wrights Union on campus, and go Gators!
Everyone's invited to this party. Hey, it's Steve Russell. Doesn't matter who you are, your name's on the list to Hard Rock Bet's season-long celebration. Sign up today and bet $5 on any game. If it wins, you'll also score $150 in bonus bets. A winning bet plus a boosted bankroll, that's how you get the party started on Hard Rock Bet. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida. Wager terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling, call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
The Tailgate with Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley. Weekdays at 4, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
Looking for the best pizza in town? Head on over Leonardo's Pizza Mill Hopper in Gainesville. Go check out their garlic knots, the salad bar. It's incredible. When you go there, tell Kyle that Shane sent you.
Welcome back to Sports Scene as we come to you from the Gator Trim Light Studio. And, of course, we are fueled by our friends at Southeast Car Agency. All right, as you can imagine, we got a lot of calls, emails to take, so please get to your point so I can get a bunch of people on here today. Dick, hello.
Hey, Steve. Hey, Jen. How you doing, buddy?
Good.
Hey, I just wanted to talk to you. I talked to you the other night to the game, but Shane, I was listening to your story, your show this morning, and speculation is that Napier may not be back and stuff like that. And someone called in and named Jed Fish, and you kind of dismissed it, kind of like not so much like we couldn't get him from Washington, but it seemed like to me like we wouldn't even be interested in him. I'm just wondering, why would we not be interested in him? He's been at 2 Power 5 teams now. He turned Arizona around. He's worked under Pete Carroll, Billick, and Belichick. He was a GA for Spurrier. He's a Florida guy. I mean, as far as he's a grad, we had our best span of time when we had somebody within a family coaching our team who has a vested interest in this university. You're from Ole Miss. You're from Mississippi. But you have an emotional and invested interest in the University of Florida, not Ole Miss or Mississippi State. Why would he not be a good guy?
Well, I like Jed. Jed probably had 25 or 30 jobs in the NFL. You know, there's a joke that he couldn't keep a job. He's done a good job where he's been, but I like Jed. I just don't think I don't think it'd be the right hire. That's if something were to happen. But you talk about it's got to be a Florida guy. I mean, we did pretty good under a guy that where did Urban go to school? Cincinnati.
No, I don't think it's got to be a Florida guy. I just said we've had our best span of time under a guy who was a Florida guy in Steve Spurrier.
Well, he's the greatest of all. Right. That's the difference.
I just think, to me, I live in the Tampa Bay area here. When I hear names like John Gruden,
no chance.
I think Lane Kiffin, now it might have been a thing, but you know the word around in Florida down here, like we're from Florida, is that him and his wife are kind of dating again. She moved out to Ole Miss. His kids go there.
Okay, wrap this up.
None of that matters. None of that matters. Leave that out of the.
All right. Thanks for the call, Dick. Appreciate it. Bernard, hello.
Hey, Steve. Watching Sad. Saying you're a great player, man. You know, thank you for your service. But I don't agree with a lot of stuff you said. You say that the players look different. That had nothing to do with us going 0 for 13 on third down.
When did I say that? What players look different?
You said the Miami players.
Well, damn, they do. Look at the roster. Just look at the starting lineup of their offensive line and tell me they don't look different than our starting offensive line.
We returned 4 or 5 guys that were red shirt team.
Okay, when I said they don't look, I am talking about the body type. They went 6'9", 6'6", 6'6", 6'6" across the board.
So, okay, well, I'm going to move on. I know you got a lot of people. Steve, 0 for 13, third down.
Yep.
And we still had a chance to win. We go third quarter, we take that drive. Fourth down, Steve, C.J. Abrams has got to go beyond the first down mark. I don't know whether that's coaching or a young player in a situation he's not a cover. You got to get past the mark. And then DJ moves up in the pocket, and he throws a pass that is catchable with Trey Wilson. You got to help the quarterback out. Steve, I say this, watching these scores, people are scoring a lot of points in college football, so it's not difficult. We're just not scoring in lastly, Steve. We've only one-third of the way through the season. Last year's a blueprint for this year. I got confidence Strickland will make the right decision. There's no need to fire Billy Napier right now with 2/3 of the season remains to be seen. Whatever needs to be done will reveal itself at some point. Steve, take care.
Bernard, thank you. Andrew says Miami showed us what building a solid foundation on the lines truly looks like. Expected Florida's lines to impose their will on USF like Miami did Florida tonight, considering they did, and I have to wonder why they were talked about so highly. Gordon, loss number 3. I like Billy personally. However, something's got to improve. I'll be 87 in December. I'd like another championship of some, like in the next 15 years. Have a great open date. Let's see. Scott, very long in California. Another week of Napier's inept offense. Another embarrassing loss of a game could have been won. Credit the Canes lines. Defense still has in the game with 4 minutes left. Ball ripping off some nice runs, yet he's had fewer touches each game since the South Florida game. Not seeing any improvement from DJ. That's not going to cut it. Should just fire Napier during the bye week after Mississippi State. Make Ron Roberts the interim coach. Byron, hello.
Hey, Steve. I kind of called the other night, Steve, but I'm going to just start off with the Jaguars, Steve. And they kind of mirror the Gators with me. They won 17-10, and it was a real ugly game with Houston running the ball. I think both of them have about 80 yards. But, Steve, it's tough to get those with those good cornerbacks and things. But you got to win those kind of games, and we seem not to make the plays. But where I'm going with my thing, Steve, shout out to your Jets. Steve, I thought they had them, man.
Not me.
The Bucs got you.
Not me. That was, if any game was typical of the New York Jets, that was it. I was watching it. They blocked that kick, and I said they will lose this game.
Well, they blocked it. They had too much time left for Baker to go down there.
Yeah, and give him credit.
He's a good player.
He's a good player.
Hey, shout out to Baker, too, man. Baker impressing me with it, just a scram. He got something I was saying last week. And, Steve, speaking of the Jets, man, that was a great block. Some great NFL games. I don't see a lot of that, man. So many blocked field goals. I know they were talking about one time that they were getting too long, but they don't need to worry about that. And, Steve, really just real quick, I'm going to say this. Man, the O-line and the D-line win games in the NFL and high school, and even college too, guys. Thank you, Steve. Go Gators.
Byron, thank you. John says, enjoying the show the last month from Montana.
Oh.
Never been there. Want to go there.
Yeah.
My dad used to hunt there and just raved about it. He said, not so much for our Gators. Stephen, at this point, I just celebrate we keep our scoring streak alive. Thought it was going to end Saturday night. Daryl, I wasn't impressed with Carson Beck. I was impressed with both lines of scrimmage. Do you think Miami makes the playoffs and makes some noise? Yes, I'm not impressed with Beck at all.
Yeah, I was really surprised at their attack in the passing game. It was very pedestrian, to say the least.
Yeah. Now, I mean, look, you kind of said it. The head coach's fingerprints were all over this.
All over it.
Right? I mean, physical, line of scrimmage, kind of game where he wasn't going to ask Beck to throw the ball 40 times. Yeah. But he struggled against Florida. Beck's had, last year he threw 3 picks. It just maybe it's just because of the competition. I don't know. And yet, I think Miami can make a lot of noise. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Much more to come on Sports Scene. The Gator QB Shane Matthews alongside. You're listening to WRUF powered by ESPN.
From the swamp
to the hardwood
to the diamond,
no one does Gator sports like we do.
Your home for Gator sports is WRUF
98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Powered by ESPN.
Every great team is built on a solid game plan, sharp execution, and total trust in the crew beside you. At Quality Plumbing, we bring that same championship mindset to every job we do. For over 40 years, we've been the starting lineup for homes and businesses across North Central Florida, delivering reliable service, expert craftsmanship, and big wins for our customers. Call us today or visit qualityplumbing.com. We're your first string team. License number CFC 043073.
For over 2 decades, Miapa has been a staple in Alachua County. Start your day right at Miapa, where fast and affordable authentic cuisine awaits.
We're known for serving the best Cuban coffee.
Our secret is in every sip and every bite, bringing the flavor of our culture straight to your palate. Everyone is welcome at Miapa Latin Cafe. Visit us at one of our locations and let us take you on a journey full of flavor. Miapa Latin Cafe, where every bite is a taste of tradition.
Hey, have you ever talked to Ruse Agra over at State Farm?
Oh yeah, Ruse is awesome. Helped me get a ton of coverage for way less than I expected, and he serves all of North Florida. Super friendly too, actually takes time to explain everything.
Really? I thought State Farm would be pricey.
No, surprisingly great rates. You get that neighborly service you don't find everywhere. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I might give Ruse at State Farm a call.
You should. Call 352-240-1779 for a free quote. You'll be glad you did.
Individual premiums will vary by customer. All applicants subject to State Farm underwriting requirements.
After you work out, you can feel worn out. Reach for Core Power and rise to a whole new level of recovery. Protein to build muscle. Electrolytes to help hydrate. The nutrition you need to power on. Champion your recovery with Core Power.
He's got the 1966 Heisman Trophy, the 1996 National Championship Trophy, and 7 SEC trophies. Now he's got a new trophy, a can of beer. Steve Spurrier was the head ball coach. Now you can call him the head beer coach. Head Beer Coach 1966 Lager is available in 16-ounce cans at Gator games and stores all across Gainesville. You can also get it in the can or on draft at Spurrier's Gridiron Grill. Refreshing in all kinds of weather, Head Beer Coach 1966 Lager, a legend in a can.
From intimate weddings to big family reunions, corporate lunches to unforgettable celebrations, let Pomodoro Cafe bring the soul of Italy to your next event. UF, Shands, HCA, and everywhere else in Alachua County, we'll bring everything you love straight to your table. Established in 1991, Pomodoro Cafe has been Gainesville's go-to for rich, authentic Italian cuisine made with love. Perfect food, seamless service, timeless flavor. Visit PomodoroCafe.com and let's start planning.
Every Gator football game all season long, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Tonight, the American Cancer Society has its party at Swamphead Brewery. Come support the American Cancer Society, enjoy live music, food, beer, and wine. You can bid on some things like a Wyatt Langford autographed jersey. That's the party tonight for the American Cancer Society at Swamphead Brewery. Welcome back to Sports Scene as we take your questions, calls, and comments. Going to get John on the Titan MRI phone line. John, hello.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, Steve. I tell you, I love your show. You're always straightforward with the answers. I got to ask you a question because I don't watch the games on TV. I don't see all that good anyhow, so I listen to them on the radio. But is it true what I've heard a couple of fans say that when the Gators take the bench when they're off the field, that Legway is always sitting off to himself away from the rest of the team, and he's never talking with the coach about anything or trying to get the team pumped up? Is that true?
No, I'll let Shane elaborate.
Yeah, so every team has designated areas. The offensive line goes to this bench. The receivers, the tight ends go here. The quarterbacks go there. Their respective coaches come there with the tablets. They go over whatever. After they go over whatever, then you can kind of, if you're a rah-rah guy, you go rah-rah on the sideline. If not, you go watch what the defense is doing.
All right. I never could understand this. I call this other call-in show, and they always have a book full of excuses to defend Napier with, but I asked him, how come Napier never calls off Legway off the field when he's having trouble out there to discuss what's going on the field with him and maybe get a view from the sideline of what's going on when he's under pressure and see more what's going on. Plus, it also gives Jones a chance to get a taste of the action against a tough team without throwing them to the dog for a whole half a game against a big team like Miami or Texas. I mean, I don't see what would be wrong with that. And Google even seemed to agree with me. But these other guys on this other show said, no, it wouldn't be to benefit the quarterback at all.
All right.
I don't understand that.
All right, John, thank you for your call. Let's get an International Diamond Center email here. Rick says, when post-game callers brought up play calling, I agree with your point about being dominated in lines of scrimmage, but then I thought Cristobal's lines in year 4 compared to Napier's lines in year 4, just one more of the countless reasons for my current state of mind. If Napier's not gone now, the message regarding Florida football is crystal clear. We've officially lowered our standards. Let's see here. Another email. John, is the Florida job just a way for Jimmy Sexton to leverage more money from Ole Miss to get Lane to stay in Oxford? Would he appreciate you and Shane putting up with Gator fans? It's no big deal. Thank you.
Well, Jimmy Sexton, he leverages school versus school. I mean, that's what he does. I mean, he predominantly has all these head coaches.
Kansas Gator, problem's not recruiting or transfer portal, it's coaching. Indiana's ranked 46th and 65th in national recruiting, and yet they just beat a top 10 team by 53. It's absolutely evident Napier can't coach at this level of college football. Signetti has flipped Indiana in 2 years with recruiting classes in the 40s and 60s. He doesn't have the ability to develop players, and it's going to wreck this once proud program until the head issue is removed. I'll meet you halfway on that, Kansas Gator, okay? It is much easier to transform a team in any other conference but this one.
And I mean, you could only go up at Indiana, right? He's a great coach. He did a tremendous job. Was it James Madison where he came from? And then he brought a lot of his James Madison kids to Indiana that knew his system. Yeah, And I talk about this all the time on my show, Steve, is, you know, great coach, there's only a handful of them. And Cignetti may be one of these great coaches that never got his opportunity until now, late, he's like 65, somewhere around there. And, you know, I think that's what's funny, because I really follow college football across the entire nation. I love watching football. There are good coaches. There are great coaches. There are only a handful of great play callers. But it's just I think, you know, it doesn't matter what fan base you're from. If you're not winning, we want that coach or that coach.
True. All right, let's get to Larry here. Larry, hi.
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. Appreciate you doing this, guys. Long time, 60-year, almost season ticket holder booster. I've seen a lot of bad games offensively. That was about as bad the other night and as inept as I think I can remember. 79 was bad, but man alive. Yeah, you know, here's the thing, guys, with Napier. He has literally been given everything he has asked for, from facilities to staff, you name it. The problem is he has bet this program and his entire career on his ability to call ball plays. He's not good at it. He's going to find out, because we know it's a matter of time. But it just is very frustrating for someone that's has been a fan and a booster for so long to see this kind of ineptness at this point. It's really sad. But just wanted to let you know, I appreciate you allowing people to get things off their chest, Steve.
All right. Thank you, Larry. And that's what we're here for in part. Let's see. Richard says, let Napier stay till the season's end. That third quarter was awesome, showed potential. We'll get there and beat Texas. Miami strong on the lines, maybe a championship team. No shame for UF in that result, in his opinion. Bobby, do you personally think after 4 games into his 4th year, Gator fans aren't patient enough with Napier? No, I didn't say that. That's not what I said, Bobby. I didn't say that Gator fans weren't patient enough. I just said this has been happening long before this, right? And I would not want to be on a job for a year and have somebody say, well, you need to be fired. But look, football coaches understand that's part of the deal. And again, 20-22, 10-15 in the league. I get it. Do you personally think Napier needs another few years? No, not few. No. Your word, Bobby, few years. No. Do you feel UAA needs to take a look at a football-specific AD and or GM moving forward?
Well, they have a GM.
Right.
I don't know what a football-specific AD is.
No, Bobby, I don't know of any school that has that.
Yeah.
None that I'm aware of. If somebody knows one, they can let me know. Robert says, looked like firing Mullen was premature. I've heard that, too. It's called revisionist history. Okay? There were so many people, just like now, who called and wanted him out.
They complain about the defense all the time.
Right. And now, right, premature. And he thought that giving him and keeping him, handing over the recruiting duties to another person or group. Obviously not. Keeping him for his other good qualities besides recruiting. He's in Navarre from Styx. Yeah, I mean, I've gotten that lately too. Well, we fired Mullen prematurely. Well, I sat here, and I remember it was, for a lot of you, good riddance. And again, people are pointing out he's 4-0. He's at UNLV, and he's 4-0. Okay, so let's not get too far.
They're still struggling on defense.
Yeah, let's not get it too far up that standard. Brian, if Napier with the rest of his game is not going to happen, would you want him to return as head coach? Personally, I don't care what he does from this point. A change needs to be made. While I or no real Gator fan will ever pull for the team to drop games, fears Napier is going to somehow pull off upsets. Administration is going to give him another year. That is the dilemma, right? If you don't want Napier here, then you don't want Florida to win.
And I always talk about this on my show. You go back to the end of last year, Steve. I'll be happy to sit down with people and watch the LSU. I still don't know how we won those games.
Credit the players for playing hard. Hopefully they will the rest of the season. Hope all fans will put feelings toward Billy aside, support the players no matter what the win-loss record is at the end of the season. But Napier has to be replaced. I think David's next. Hi, David.
Hey, Steve. Hey, Shane.
Yes, sir.
Shane made a good point about pregame the Miami dudes looked different than our dudes. And then it took me to Booger McFarland. He's an LSU guy, and he said that, admittedly. He said the schedule Florida has is like a disservice to their university. He said they got to get this fixed, but I think now we're looking, and attrition is going to be a really big deal going forward. I mean, every week we're losing 4 guys in these games that are just so it's a slugfest until we don't have any more cupcakes. We all know that, and not making excuses, but our undersized, undeveloped guys are going to be what we have to show up against Georgia, it looks like. And I don't know. What are your thoughts? Thank y'all for taking my call, and happy Monday, guys.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, I talk about this all the time too, Steve. We know last year and this year's schedule are just brutal. This year was worse than last year. I guess the new schedule comes out tomorrow. We found out who our 3 permanent opponents are. It's South Carolina, Kentucky, and Georgia, right? Mm-hmm. Having South Carolina and Kentucky on your schedule already feels a lot better. I'm not defending anyone here, but some coaches, and I think Coach Zook, I think I was still playing ball, so I didn't follow the Gators that closely, but he had a lot of bad luck, is what people said, right?
He did.
I feel like Coach Napier's kind of had bad luck.
He has some.
With the schedule, and then as a play caller, for the last 2 or 3 years, we're running the ball down their throat. Why did he try the double pass? Why did he try the reverse? I always said when I was on the broadcast, I love those calls because that, it just didn't work. None of his trick plays have ever worked, Steve. And I think sometimes people are just snake bit.
Justin, like Shane just said, a significant difference in development and size that was evident at warm-up. Both coaches hired same year in a week. Mario's recruiting class, as Napier's just showed. We aren't developing players. Miami Lions have dominated us 2 years in a row. I don't agree with that.
I don't either. That word develop has always driven me crazy.
Yeah.
Because sometimes guys are who they are.
And what does that mean? Right? But, I mean, develop play. If you mean develop players going to the pros, right? Okay. Rocco, look at our PFF grade for the O-line. It's not good.
It's not. And I say this on my show too, Steve, about PFF. I think they do a great job.
Me
but
too.
How the hell do they know what the assignments are for the players?
Right. That's always been my thing too.
Yeah.
I think they do a great job.
Yeah, they do.
But
for what they can do, but they have no idea what the left tackle's supposed to do on this play.
Yeah. Okay. I think Arizona Gator is here. Hi, Arizona Gator.
Hey, guys. Thank you so much for having me on this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Shane, first off, I'm tired of talking about Billy Napier. I feel pretty apathetic about the team, so I've got a different question for you. Shane, as someone who played for a long time in the NFL, I was just wondering, what does Kyle Trask's opportunities look like moving forward? How involved is he in finding a new opportunity on the team, and just kind of what does that look like for somebody like him right now?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think Kyle, I said when he went to the NFL, I thought he'd last 10, 12, 14 years because he's smart, he's accurate, he doesn't need to practice a lot. I'm not sure where he sits right now. I know that the Bucs released him, but somebody was telling me that he's got a shoulder injury or something like. I don't know if he's on IR or I don't know all those different deals they have going on now. It does surprise me that either Jacksonville or the Carolina Panthers did not sign him when he got released because he has relationships with both of those head coaches now. Hopefully it's an injury deal. And once he gets healthy, somebody will sign him because I think he's the perfect type of backup to last a long time.
All right. Thank you guys so much. Have a great one.
Appreciate you. Thank you. YouTube questions, they're brought to you by Campus USA Credit Union. Sam, with Napier under contract through 29, $25 million buyout, how realistic is it for Florida to move on now? What message would that send? I guess, are you saying if they didn't? I'm assuming that's what you mean here, Sam, that what message would it send if they didn't move on?
Boy, I don't know. If the season does not turn around and you don't make a move, could be rough.
Stan, Shane, as somebody who's been in that locker room, do you think Florida's struggles under Napier are more about talent on the roster or about how the staff is developing and using the talent?
Well, first of all, I don't go in the locker room. I fly on the team planes, and then I go to the press box or walk around the field. I think we are talented. I think some of our talent may not be as good as what we thought. I mean, you just never know with these ratings or whatever, Steve, but I do firmly believe this, regardless of play calling and just looking at the offense. And I mentioned this all summer long because I thought Chim DK and Elijah Badger were so savvy because of their experience of shielding defenders and catching balls, getting separation. I don't see us getting a lot of separation right now. Like, I think somebody talked about a throw where DJ stepped up and had Trey Wilson down the middle, kind of threw it low, but he should have caught that ball. I think Badger DK catches that ball. Some guys don't catch the ball as well as others. You know, maybe that's why Trey gets jet sweeps and shallow crosses and stuff instead of regular routes. I don't know the answer to this because I'm not at practice every day. I'm not in the meetings. I don't watch tape. I'm not in the locker room. All I do is call what I see, Steve.
We'll take a break, come back. Much more to come as we continue with Sports Scene on WRUF, powered by ESPN.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Ryan Roddy. Florida fell to 1-3 after a loss to Miami, who is now ranked number 2 in the country. Gators head coach Billy Napier complimented the Hurricanes following the loss.
Hats off to Miami. They have a really good football team. They played well enough to win tonight. And credit Coach Cristobal and his team and how they played complimentary football.
In other football news, the SEC will announce 3 annual opponents for each of its 16 members tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern on SEC Network and ESPN2. Also under this new format, there will be 9 conference games this season. The remaining 6 opponents will rotate yearly, and each SEC team will play each other at least once every 2 seasons. Florida men's basketball head coach Todd Golden is speaking today with the media. The reigning national championship Gators are beginning to ramp up in the preseason. We'll have more from Golden later, right here on WRUF.
Silverback Concrete is a family-led team of heavy concrete specialists that builds commercial structures for contractors who expect unrivaled quality, including the head ball coach's restaurant, Spurrier's Gridiron Grill. You only have one chance to make a building that holds up to the highest standards through all kinds of weather. Visit silverbackconcrete.co to see why they're the #1 choice in the Southeast. You stand on it, we stand by it. Silverback Concrete's got your back.
At Comfort Temp Heating and Air, we're proud to celebrate 40 years as your #1 local HVAC company. We offer energy-efficient solutions featuring quality products from Lennox. Whether it's new installation, system repairs, or routine maintenance, we promise to never sell you anything you don't need. Our professional and experienced technicians provide reliable service you can trust and will keep you informed throughout the entire process. At Comfort Temp, comfort is our business. Peace of mind is our promise.
Hi there, this is Coach Steve Spurrier, and I want to let you know that Spurrier's Gridiron Grill's delicious brunch is now served in a premium buffet. And we're now serving Gainesville's only elevated buffet, complete with an omelet station, ginger sage chicken sausage, shredded short rib, and of course our chicken and waffles. Plus, you can enjoy bottomless, mimosas, and Bloody Marys. So join us every Saturday and Sunday from 11 to 3 for the best brunch in town.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
Want to get your brand noticed? At Radware, we help you stand out with custom corporate apparel, branded uniforms, and promotional swag that gets attention. From trade shows to team uniforms, we've got you covered. Radware even works with major names like the University of Florida. Boost your brand visibility today. Visit radware.com. That's radware.com and let your brand shine.
Looking for a weekend escape with unforgettable flavor? Just a short drive from Gainesville, discover Zizania Farms and Sofra in Newberry, a hidden culinary gem open every Saturday and Sunday from 11 to 9. Enjoy authentic Egyptian-inspired farm-to-table dishes made with pasture-raised meats, fresh produce, and bold, unforgettable flavors, all served on a peaceful farmstead patio. Excellent food from farm to table every Saturday and Sunday. Find them on Facebook. Just search Zizania Farms.
Everyone's invited to this party. Hey, it's Steve Russell. Doesn't matter who you are, your name's on the list to Hard Rock Bet's season-long celebration. Sign up today and bet $5 on any game. If it wins, you'll also score $150 in bonus bets. A winning bet plus a boosted bankroll, that's how you get the party started on Hard Rock Bet. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida. Wager terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
It's a hot afternoon, no doubt about it. 92 the high today. That certainly is above average. We'll see a chance of a late day afternoon shower scattered about. I think for the most part, a lot of us will remain dry. Patchy fog tonight, low of 70, and partly cloudy for Tuesday at a high of 93 with, a late day isolated shower possible in the afternoon. From the WUFT Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Tim Miller.
This is Sean Kelly, voice of the Gators, and you're listening to the home of Gators football, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM. Now, more of Sports Scene with Steve Russell.
Looking for the perfect getaway? Sweet Citrus Acres RV Resort in Crystal River is where fun, comfort, and Florida sunshine meet. Go check them out, sweetcitrusacres.com.
Welcome back to Sports Scene, where Quality Plumbing is sponsoring our first hour. Quality Plumbing, their name says it all. All of our guests brought to you by Meldon Law, the only injury law firm partner of the Florida Gators. As we come to you today from the Gator Trim Light Studio, Gator Trim Light full color, programmable from your smartphone lighting. I think Matt is next. Matt, hello.
Hey, guys. Shane, you nailed it. This is an easy fix.
It is.
And this is what's got to happen. You make that guy the highest paid football coach in the history of college football, and just do it. Shane, I live in Madison County, and I've brought that up a few times locally, and you can imagine people they don't like me talking about that.
Well, of course they don't, because that's their school.
So you do what you got to do. You go get a yoga instructor, whatever, pay this guy his money, and you go do that. If that doesn't work, then you got to go get drinks. I have no clue. We'll talk to you guys later.
All right, thank you. Carrie, hello.
Hey, Steve and Shane. First of all, need to get it fixed. And I think part of it is that we got so many guys injured. Second part is that need to give the other quarterbacks a chance. And he's not willing to do that. So I don't know what to do. But as a Gator fan, and I have been since the very beginning, I'm getting discouraged. And that's not good. It's not good but I think it's going to take fans starting to walk out of the stadium when we're losing. And I think if Napier sees that, I think that's going to hit him where it hurts.
Well, that's not going to happen in all likelihood, because people pay good money for those tickets, and they're going to still want to watch a game. But I hear what you're saying.
Yeah. And also, while I got you guys, Shane, you guys use a lot of not anagrams, but a bunch of like you'll say RPO and a bunch of other abbreviations that a lot of us have no clue what you guys are talking about. And so if you can, at the beginning of the game at some point, kind of go over what those are.
Okay, I can make it real quick for you. There's really only one, RPO. It's a run-pass option, meaning the quarterback is either going to hand the ball to the running back or he's going to fake it to the running back and pass the ball. So it's kind of a read that the quarterback has. The quarterback's not going to run it. So that, like if they say zone read, that means the quarterback might run it. But RPO, run-pass option, quarterback's either handing it off or he's going to fake to the back and fire it to one of the receivers. Does that help?
Okay. And then you said something about FFP or something.
That's Pro Football Focus.
FLPP.
Yeah,
Pro Football Focus.
PFF. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have anything to do with them.
All right. Kerry, thank you for your call. Brian says defense hard-nosed, played for the moment. Offense flat, showed spark at times. Glad to see adjustments. Napier has the talent in this team to compete. It's his job to figure out how to win with what we have. He's earned the opportunity to see it through. Injuries aside, we have to figure out how to win close games. My question, do we have everything we need to fight our way to a bowl game?
Do we have what does he mean by?
I guess everything, talent, coaching, all that.
I believe that, but that's going to be tough.
Jeff, I've been in there, give him time. Camp, well, he's been dealt a bad hand with a schedule, and DJ's offseason injury hasn't helped. He just doesn't show any signs of a willingness to make offensive changes in an effort to find some kind of identity on that side of the ball. Let him finish the season, but we need to move on, in his opinion. Brandon, I read that Florida would save a few million on Napier's buyout if they held on to him until the end of the year rather than firing him midseason. Do you think that would play a factor in firing him now, later, or at all?
I don't know anything about the dollar amounts, or do you, Steve?
Yeah, I mean, look.
It's going to be expensive regardless.
It's going to be expensive regardless. And if you are going to let him go anyway, well then, okay, if you can save money in the process, I guess, okay, that's what you do. Is there a path where Florida can get bowl eligible?
Yeah, you got to win 6 games.
Yeah.
Actually, Steve, do we have to win 6 more games? Because don't they have to be FBS games that you win?
I believe that's right.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, so that Long Island win doesn't count.
All right. And then Dustin, with 8 SEC games, defense continues to play lights out. Defense will keep us in games. Hopefully offense getting off to quicker starts, building the momentum. We'd love to play ahead and see how it goes. That's our first hour of Sports Scene. Back with hour number 2. Plenty of time to hear from you as we, again, thank our first hour sponsor, Quality Plumbing. Their name says it all. Back with hour 2 of Sports Scene. Stay with us.
No one brings you the NFL like we do. WRUF.
Attention local and regional CDLA drivers in the North Florida area. Pritchett Trucking is currently looking for local and regional drivers. Are you looking for a driver-friendly environment? Pritchett Trucking offers more home time, great pay, and great benefits, including health insurance and paid time off. And they also offer a quarterly performance and safety program, plus a sign-on bonus. Pritchett Trucking's regional drivers are home weekends and local drivers are home daily. If you're at least 23 years old and want a rewarding career with great pay, don't let the opportunity pass you by. Apply online at PritchettTrucking.com.
Need a new AC and wondering who to call? I'm Kirk Smith, owner of Crystal Air and Water. Our team of professionals are strongly committed to responsiveness, problem resolution, customer satisfaction, and service excellence. We promise to meet the heating and cooling needs of your home with the most effective and energy-efficient products available. Maybe that's why we're the most liked AC company on Facebook. Follow us today. Crystal Air and Water, online at acpenguin.com.
License number CMC 1249384.
Yes, I'm calling Crystal Air and Water. Call Crystal.
Hey Gators, are you ready to rep your team in style? Head over to Alma Mater, the ultimate Florida Gator store right here in Gainesville, where you'll find everything you need to show off your Gator pride. From one-of-a-kind Gator tees and hats to NIL gear, we've got the perfect Gator swag for every fan. Whether you're gearing up for game day or just want to add some orange and blue to your wardrobe, we've got you covered. Everything designed and produced right here in the swamp. Visit us today at Alma Mater on the corner of 34th and University or almamaterdesign.com. Go Gators!
There are plenty of realtors in town, but few work as hard, respond as quickly, or care as deeply as Doreen Wiebe of Caldwell Banker MM Parish. Community-driven and client-focused, Doreen will work with you to ensure your satisfaction. Whether you're buying or selling, she brings persistence, preparation, and heart to every deal. With Doreen, you're not just another transaction. You're a priority. Call 352-562-1411. That's 352-562-1411.
From intimate weddings to big family reunions, corporate lunches to unforgettable celebrations, let Pomodoro Cafe bring the soul of Italy to your next event. UF, Shands, HCA, and everywhere else in Alachua County, we'll bring everything you love straight to your table. Established in 1991, Pomodoro Cafe has been Gainesville's go-to for rich, authentic Italian cuisine made with love. Perfect food, seamless service, timeless flavor. Visit PomodoroCafe.com and let's start planning.
Hi there, this is Coach Steve Spurrier, and I want to let you know that Spurrier's Gridiron Grill's delicious brunch is now served in a premium buffet. And we're now serving Gainesville's only elevated buffet, complete with an omelet station, ginger sage chicken sausage, shredded short rib, and of course our chicken and waffles. Plus, you can enjoy bottomless mimosas and Bloody Marys. So join us every Saturday and Sunday from 11 to 3 for the best brunch in town.
From the Spurrier's Gridiron Grill Studio, WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gainesville, WRUF FM HD2, and on the WRUF radio app. He's back! The godfather of Gator Sports Talk Radio has returned.
I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse.
It's Sports Scene with Steve Russell. Time to eat some lunch and talk some Gator sports.
Sports Scene with Steve Russell is fueled by Southeast Car Agency and brought to you in part by Titan MRI and Imaging, Gator Trim Lights, Meldon Law, Campus USA Credit Union, Pomodoro Cafe, Silverback Concrete, Quality Plumbing, Crystal Air, Ruse Ogra Insurance, Fairlife Milk, Radware, Comfort Temp, Miapa Latin Cafe, International Diamond Center, Los Senderos Tequila, Doreen Wiebe Realtor, Caldwell Banker, and the Head Beer Coach.
Now, here's Steve Russell, right here on WRUF.
Welcome into Hour 2 of Sports Scene. As you listen on WRUF, Jessica is our producer today. We come to you from the Gator Trim Light Studio, and of course we are fueled by our friends at Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue. For the best in late model, low mileage vehicles, go see the Cousins family today, Southeast Car Agency. As you can imagine, we have a lot of things to get to today, and this was just announced. Florida, Texas will be a 3:30 kick.
Thank goodness.
Not another night game.
Boy, them night games on the road will wear you
They're
out.
tough. Yeah, so 3:30 in the Swamp, a week from Saturday. I want to thank Crystal Air and Water for being a second-hour sponsor of Sports Scene. Family-owned and operated Crystal Air and Water services air conditioners, furnaces, boilers, and more for Gainesville, Alachua, and the nearby areas. We're not comfortable until you are. And remember, Facebook Live questions, they're courtesy of Ruse Ogra State Farm. Any YouTube questions you have, courtesy of Campus USA Credit Union. Our phone line, sponsored by Titan MRI and Imaging, and all the emails, srussell@wruf.com. We've got a ton of them today, courtesy of International Diamond Center, the official jeweler of the Florida Gators. And all our guests brought to you by Meldon Law, won't back down. All right, 392-8255. You can email srussell@wruf.com. And there's probably no way I'm going to get to all these emails today, but I'm going to try. I always do my best. Mike says, after the possible worst offensive performance in Gator history, Napier can't man up and answer questions from the press. In my opinion, that's cowardice on his part. Well, Mike, so you understand, there's never a press conference after on a bye week.
Correct.
So he's not being a coward. There is no press conference, period. Been a big supporter after the last 2 weeks. Can't support him anymore. Need a new offensive coordinator, play caller for the last 3 years. Refused to acknowledge that he's poor at the job. Okay? Let's see here. Going up the line here. Victor, I can't read all this, dude. It's too long. Is stubbornness going to coach in? Not willing to give up calling plays, sticking to a formula, not including the human element, whatever that is. Best thing that happened Saturday was Jackson losing his helmet, allowing Ball to come back on the game result touchdown. Lots been said about DJ's lack of timing, but the only guy he's familiar with or comfortable with is Mizell. Nowhere to be seen. Maybe time for a change. I've been a Coach Napier supporter all along. Don't embarrass him and the team by putting him in front of the Gator crowd in 2 weeks. That been said, who would take over for the rest of the season? Well, there'd be an interim coach. That always happens. Rick, I'm going to save the standard question for tomorrow because I'm going to bring it up on the show tomorrow. Tim, why do people think having a top 15 recruiting class is a good class? Top 15 nationally means you have the 8th or 9th best class in the SEC. Combine those classes with incompetent coaching and you get a coaching record of 20 and 22. Shane just said it about Miami. Lots of teams look different than Florida. Let me ask this question. What's Cristobal won?
Nothing.
What's he won? He's all that and a slice of bread, right?
Yeah. Look,
what do they want?
We have good players. We have a good-looking team. I was just talking about how their offensive line, Steve. I don't know if you have the The roster, I mean, they were enormous. And usually these big dudes can't move. These dudes can move.
Yeah. I mean, give him credit.
Yeah.
But how many years has he been there now?
4.
4.
They haven't even played for the ACC, have they?
No. So you think, I mean, would Gator fans trade that now? Of course. But I'm just saying it's year 4 for him. It took him that long and to be good. Which team in the SEC would trade their OC for Billy Napier, Tim says.
My question to people would be, he's talking about the SEC, what OC would you want out of the SEC?
Okay.
I mean, I don't even know if I can answer that.
Corey says, I keep hearing Napier's a great recruiter. He gets bottom top 10 classes. Didn't Mullen and McElwain get top 15 classes? Mullen didn't give 100% effort. My opinion is UF can recruit top 15 classes based on its history. You think Napier's a great recruiter or just above average? Above average.
Yeah, and again, in today's world, I could care less about the high school class. I just think you can build your program off guys that you've seen in tape playing college football.
This is Daniel. My wife's a Georgia fan, also a big-time Matthew McConaughey fan. Said she'll go to Florida versus Texas if he comes. Y'all think he'll come to the game being we're 1-3 and not doing so well? Do you think tickets will go down in price?
Well, Matthew McConaughey, we don't know his schedule. I would think if he's not doing anything, I don't know if he actually travels. He's at all their home games. But since they've never they may have been in Florida way back in the day, right? They played here one time, I think. But this is a big trip for Texas coming here.
It is.
So there's a possibility.
Andrew, why is Napier burning the ships and sinking with Lagway? Can't figure it out. Is he loyal to him? Help me figure out why he's dying on the hill.
Well, I don't know the answer to that. Some coaches have different philosophies than others, and Coach Napier said that he's not going to change his quarterback. They're also paying him a lot of money.
Kevin said, I disagree with your comment about turning a program being harder in the SEC. Look at Saban's first 2 years at LSU. How many years ago was that?
Yeah.
How many years ago was that, Kevin? Come on. And then Kiffin's first 2 years at Ole Miss. Okay, where was Ole Miss at the time? Right? Let me just say this, because tomorrow I'm going to hammer this point home, and I want you to hammer me back. Okay? What the hell is the Gator standard? Okay? At Ole Miss, has Lane Kiffin won an SEC championship?
No, and he probably won't there.
No. So, but that's okay because Ole Miss, they had their run with John Vaught and all that.
That's back when my dad played in the 60s.
They were really good.
Very good.
I mean, they played for championships.
Yes. They have a lot of those mythical national titles.
Yes. But that was before me.
Yeah.
Okay? So, again, will there come a point at Ole Miss where their fans say, well, you know what, winning 9 or 10 is not good enough anymore?
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. But, Kevin, I do think it's harder in the SEC.
It's so much harder.
Because, look, let's flip the coin, Shane. Look what Drinkwitz has done. Well, okay, but they haven't won anything either.
Right. Vanderbilt's the great example here, right? Because they bring Jerry Kill over. They bring Diego Pavia, who I don't know how many people – I mean, you could list all 16 teams in America. I mean, in the SEC, how many fans would want Diego as their starting quarterback? Probably not many. But the guy's just a competitor. Plus, the money now. You know, Vanderbilt has built their team through acquisitions that has made them relevant right now. I wouldn't say relevant.
And
better.
remember, Missouri had some good teams in the Big 8 back in the day. They were very good in that conference, right?
But and they've had I don't want to say easy schedule, but not as difficult as many other SEC teams.
And that's the next point I was going to make, that give all the credit in the world to Lane Kiffin, to Drinkwitz and those guys. The schedule isn't even close. Let's get William here. Napiers had 4 years to right the ship. His stubbornness is going to get him fired. Been told the last several years to hire an offensive coordinator. No feel for the game as a play caller. I've supported Napier, however, he needs to be fired ASAP. Let's get a call here. JD, hello.
Hey, Steve, Shane. I want to ask this, and Shane, I think you just hit on it. obviously our model in the quarterback room is we get a guy lined up like DJ, and then you try to develop him. And I don't know how, Shane, you got a feel for that? Most of us don't. I mean, I don't think he's seeing the field. I don't think he reads defense. Anyway, moving on. The question is that what's the best model? That model or going out and getting a quarterback via the portal? Shane, you just hit on that. Miami's had two in the last 2 years. The guy that won the Heisman Trophy last year, the guy from Georgia this year. So how do you feel about that? What how would the Gators do with a really, really good transfer portal quarterback with this team? So I guess I'm gonna hang up and listen to that.
Well, I can't really answer it, quite honestly. You can look around. I still think you need to recruit high school kids. But John Mateer is a transfer portal guy. I think he's going to win the Heisman Trophy this year at Oklahoma. Auburn's quarterback's out of the transfer portal. Ty Simpson at Alabama has been in their program for a while. So, look, when it comes to the quarterback position, I just wish fans, and maybe some of our fans do, watch football around America, because there's a lot of good quarterbacks. There's some bad ones, but there's a lot of good ones. And some of those good ones were fifth string. I mean, they were nobodies.
Or playing Division II.
Right. Or like Ferris State guy at Ole Miss.
Right.
I mean, you just don't know. And it's all about, as Coach Spurrier will always tell you, it's about understanding the system, accuracy and anticipation, toughness, mental and physicalness, and do you compete? I think that is one lost art in today's world. And that's why, there are a lot of people that don't like Baker Mayfield. But how do you not like Baker Mayfield? That dude competes his tail off.
And you'd run through a wall for him.
Yes. You could see it, how the team just rallies around him.
Rick says, the stadium's hard to define, but if Strickland doesn't cut ties now, it's clear he thinks this is good enough. Our YouTube questions brought to you by Campus USA Credit Union. Fred says, if you were in Strickland's chair today as AD with fans upset and the team struggling, what would your move be on Napier and the program right now?
You're asking me that, Steve?
He's asking us. Yeah, like I said, it's just Steve. I would right now, I have to evaluate how far the season has to go. But I said this in the postgame the other night. I think it is Scott Strickland's job to look at Billy Napier and say, he's been given 4 years, right? Is this the guy who, after 4 years, is going to get us to a playoff? Is this the guy that's going to make, and again, let's put our parentheses, relevant? If he's not, then you move on. And that's with any coach. Any guy that makes a decision like that. Tony, do Florida's receivers know how to get open when running routes? DK, Pearsall, and Badger were great at getting open, to your point.
Yeah.
Mike, Miami hasn't developed players. Portal evaluation's been strong.
What was that again?
He said Miami hasn't developed players. Portal evaluation's been strong. I disagree with that. I mean, the portal evaluation's been strong, but you can still make those players better and develop them.
Mm-hmm.
And they're good. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Much more to come. Your questions, calls, and comments on sports scene as you listen on WRUF, powered by ESPN.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Madeline Shoulders. After a 3-match-long losing streak, Gator soccer fans finally have something to celebrate. Yesterday, Florida versus South Carolina ended in a tie of 0-0 at home. Post-game, Coach Bohan said that this result was well-deserved.
For them to step in and execute at this level under the pressure that South Carolina can put you in with their 2 attacking players, just really proud of their effort. And I feel like we've played the last 3 games deserving some sort of result, so it was nice to see it finally come.
The team plays Georgia this Friday at 6:30 p.m. In other news, the men's golf team finished runner-up at the Fighting Illini Collegiate on Sunday. 4 golfers had top 17 finishes, with Matthew Kress earning 4th place for the Gators. Luke Poulter finished his season debut tied for 9th. He scored a 72 in the final round at 2 over par. The team plays at the Marquette Intercollegiate from October 5th through 7th.
Transform your home with Gator trim lights. Professionally installed, permanent outdoor lighting that disappears by day and dazzles by night. Our patented color-matched channel blends seamlessly with your roof line. No clips, no wires, just a clean, custom look. Use the easy app to light up the holidays, birthdays, game days, any day. Energy efficient, built to last, and backed by a lifetime product warranty. Schedule your free estimate today at GatorTrimLight.com.
Hey folks, it's Steve Russell for my friends at Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue. They've been in business for over 45 years. That in itself says a whole lot. Take a look around you when you drive. Take a look at the car in front of you, alongside of you. There's a really good chance it'll have a Southeast Car Agency tag, just like my vehicle does, and many vehicles before that have as well. When you go see them in person, make sure and tell them Sports Scene sent you to the good people at Southeast Car Agency, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue, Gainesville.
The best conversations happen with Los Landeros tequila, like this recent conversation between two Gator legends.
Coach, you know what always impressed me? How you beat Florida State to win the 1996 National Championship.
And I was really impressed with your 06, 08, and 09 Gator teams.
And the way you coached Danny to the Heisman Trophy.
A lot like what you did with Tim Tebow.
To the Swamp and the Gators, with the best beverage served at Spur's Gridiron Grill. 100% agave, Los Landeros tequila. Aged in bourbon barrels for a smoother taste.
It's no fun being injured. The last thing you want to deal with is long wait times or high costs. Well, guess what? You don't have to, thanks to Titan MRI and Imaging. The experience at Titan MRI and Imaging is much more personal than the sterile atmosphere of a hospital. Joe and his team are personally involved and will guide you through the entire process at any of their 3 convenient locations. And they accept insurance. So if you need a scan, save time and money and call Titan MRI and Imaging. Learn more at TitanMRI.com.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
90 years ago, 9 University of Florida faculty members started something big, Campus USA Credit Union, the first credit union on a U.S. college campus. Today, Campus USA is 160,000 members strong, proudly serving the community with auto loans, business loans, mortgages, and more. Whether you're just starting out or building your future, Campus is here to help you every step of the way. Stop by any campus location or join the team at campuscu.com. Campus USA Credit Union, celebrating 90 years of better banking.
You're listening to Sports Scene with Steve Russell, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Looking for a good place to go for lunch? Leonardo's Pizza Mill Hopper's the place to go. Great garlic knots, tremendous salad bar, and the best deep dish pizza you'll find. Go check them out, Leonardo's Pizza Mill Hopper.
Don't forget tonight, American Cancer Society's party at Swamp Head Brewery. Come support the American Cancer Society. Enjoy live music, food, beer, and wine. You can bid on things like a Todd Golden autographed basketball, James Bates' limited HBC painting. He does a great job with those. And also, dinner for 8 with Steve and Jerry Spurrier, Spurrier's Gridiron Grill. All that at the American Cancer Society's party at the Swamp Head Brewery tonight to support the American Cancer Society. The Gator QB, Shane Matthews here, alongside yours truly, Steve Russell. Thank you for making part of your day as you listen to Sports Scene for hour number 2, sponsored by Crystal Air and Water. 392-8255. You can email the show, srussell@wruf.com. We will get to Jonesy. It's just me. It's a defense for the Gators play well up until the fourth quarter. You can't leave a defense on the field so long. Expect them to hold up in a physical game like Saturday, where Florida lost the game in the trenches, where the offensive line, when a team plays well on one side of the ball, it causes division you think that can happen with the Gators, or do you believe it'll come together? There's no division.
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, defense has played great. I'm very surprised because, I said this week. I thought Miami would be the best offense we faced. I'm not so sure because all they did was just pound you. We'll be tested, Georgia, Ole Miss, and those teams.
Lewis, for you, Shane. Shane mentioned receivers not getting separation. Does he feel the schemes don't offer much help in that? How often do we have two receivers within 2 yards of each other? How does he feel about Napier's feel for the game flow if 3rd down and 4 down territory is inside zone every time? 4th down and 4, 3 receivers run to the sticks and turn around. I can't comment on what goes on Sunday to Friday, but between the lines, Napier is horrendous.
Well, he hasn't. I mean, it's easy to say that. I agree 100%. Sometimes when receivers are next to one another, maybe they're busted assignments. We're not designing them to do that. And, some people say, if you're allowing it, you're coaching it, put them on the bench if they're not running the right route. I don't know the answer to that. I don't go to all the practice.
Big Al, welcome to the show.
How you doing there, Steve?
Good, sir.
And Shane. Hey, I got a question for you, Shane. You've been around the block a few times and been with a lot of different systems. What would you do if you were the head coach? And then I got a couple other questions after you answer that.
If I was the head coach of the Gators?
Correct.
That would be fun. Well, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that Billy does that I like. Now, it may not be being executed correctly for whatever reason. I would predominantly line up in 11 personnel. I would play 12 personnel about 4 times a game. I'd play 10 personnel about 5 times a game. But I would be predominantly in 11. I might give Tramel Jones a chance right now. Just say nothing against DJ. Hey, we're just going to try this. You watch a little bit. We're going to put you back in. Don't worry, you're going back in, but sometimes it's good to watch. And I would throw at least 5 deep balls a game, whether it's a deep post, a go route, or whatever. But I'm throwing at least 5 because I'm probably going to get PI on 4 of those 5. Are you hiring me?
I like the approach to go. Yeah, I
I need to know how much money you're going to pay me, buddy.
Yeah, that's next. Yeah.
Well, we'll pay a Billy money.
I'm in, man.
It's like you got to get rid of Billy, and then you got to get the money up to get somebody better, and that's going to cost more. So whatever it is, it's a lot of money. So if it can go to you, that's fine with me because you'd be a better coach than what we got now.
Well, I'm not coaching, so I'm out.
You were with Spurrier, and if the quarterback didn't produce, he rotated until somebody did produce. So I don't know why they're not putting a second-team guy in and rotating until something goes right, because Lagway is lost. He's lost in the headlights. He's got no confidence. His mechanics are horrible, and he's throwing to double and triple coverage. It's like I just don't understand. How can I see this? Other people see this, but there's no changes.
Well, people's been asking that in pressers, I believe, right, Steve? And he just said that my philosophy is we stick with our guy.
Okay. Al, thank you for your call. Anthony, welcome.
Hey, how are you? First-time caller.
Yes, sir.
It's clear. Hey, you guys answered my questions basically, you and the other 2 callers. But, yeah, my opinion is keep the coach, play the other quarterbacks, give them a chance to win, give them a chance to lose. You can't just keep – it's almost like somebody buying lottery tickets thinking they're going to win. Stick with what you got. You got money in your pocket. In other words, you got the coach you have. You don't let him do his job. My daughter told me years ago, I think it's effective if you guys, you and some of the other people go to the coach and put the question like this. You don't put them down. You say, have you considered doing this, doing that? I think that's a soft approach.
All right, Anthony, I got to let you go because your phone is going in and out. We can't understand you. Porter, hello.
Hey, I have a quick question. I want to follow up on the quarterbacks, talking about the transfer portal. We've seen, obviously, the impact of the transfer portal and NIL money. but there, as you mentioned, a lot of successful quarterbacks in first years in programs, and even in the NFL, with Brady winning a championship his first year with a new team, and then Stafford. Do you think it's still that, well, we need to be a couple of years in the system, or is that something we need to really address? And the fourth-year quarterback is a thing of the past. I think people thought Clemson was real good because of Klubnik coming back, and for whatever reason that hasn't. So what's your take on the quarterback position now that so many new ones are doing well in their new system? Shane, what's your take on that?
Well, I think when you talk about, this kid needs to be in the system to get more comfortable with it, that's more of a high school deal going to college, right? Let's use John Mateer, for example. He's in the same system, but he's at a different school, same coordinator. But let's say Cam Ward, who transferred last year after playing 4 or 5 years somewhere else. This is what I had to do. This is kind of, I was never a transfer quarterback or a high-profile guy that moved around the NFL, but when you went from team to team, I was fortunate that I just understood what the pass plays were. But I always, Steve, put, if this play was stem right Z fly scat 322 Y stick, I always said, okay, what did Coach Spurrier call it? Because he made it so easy. So I just said, okay, when they call this is what I'm going to do. So I think kids now that play in so many – look, everybody has the same pass plays. It's not like one coach has secret pass plays. Everybody runs the same damn plays. It's just called something else. So you have to – when they say be in the system, be comfortable, it's put it in your lingo, your terminology to make you comfortable.
I gotcha. One quick question. I'll take the answer off the air. People calling for the alternating of quarterbacks, I just don't get that. The benefit of the alternating quarterback in the case of with Rendice, I think it allowed Spurrier to have more direct impact. It was closer to him actually being on the field. Why would the closer contact between the quarterback and the coach we have now, why would anyone think that's a benefit?
I don't think they're talking about alternating quarterbacks. They're talking about let another guy play.
Right. That's different.
Yeah. Coach only alternated quarterbacks one time, but he benched quarterbacks multiple times.
Shane from Stephen, do you think in 2 weeks they'll make some changes to the offense to help DJ?
Well, here's the other thing I want to bring up, Steve, because it came up on my show. People forget. They just don't put this game plan together and then show up on Saturday and just call plays with the quarterback not signing off on these plays. That's another thing that these plays that are being called are what DJ wants called. The plays that aren't being called are the ones that he does not like. So I don't know how to answer that question. I just know that every play caller in America sits down with their quarterback, usually on Friday, and goes through every play on the sheet and says, what do you not like? I am taking a Sharpie and I'm drawing a line through that play and it will not be called.
Brian let us know that Long Island doesn't qualify for a bowl eligibility, and then we didn't think so. But thank you, Brian. John says, crazy question, what time's the Texas game? 3:30 is the Texas game. Patrick, obviously some good reasons to fire a coach after 3 games. Virginia Tech and UCLA did it. All I hear is excuses not to fire Billy after 4 games. Get her done. Okay. Roger, pretty simple. 20 and 22 is enough sample set with little real change trajectory for the on-field performance. Question Strickland's got to answer. What Napier is doing clearly isn't working. What's Napier's plan for rapid change? If he likes the plan, hang tight. If he dislikes the plan, show him the door. And these are too long to read. Chicago Gator, he invests time, passion, money into the program. Doesn't the fan base deserve more direct answers from leadership about where things are headed? With Florida sitting at 1-3 and the frustration mounting, how can the administration justify the current direction? What would you do if you were AD with unlimited resources to get Gator, well, the resources aren't unlimited, to get Gator football back to national relevancy?
Am I supposed to be the AD or you?
We can both be, I guess.
Well, here's the thing. Getting rid of a coach right now is not going to change anything. If you're going to make a coaching change, it's going to come at the end of the season. So I don't know what good it does right now. People say, well, just put another interim in there. Well, we're not going to hire the interim if we win every game. I can promise you that.
The only reason, because we saw UCLA do it and Virginia Tech do it, right? And obviously their athletic director felt that they were not the long-term answers.
Right.
So we're not going to wait. We're going to make that change now. Everybody knows it, and then we'll move forward. Could that happen here?
Yeah.
Sure, it could, right? Because there's another open week, and if things don't get better, could there be a change in that open week?
Here's a question, Steve. I don't know if you know the answer to this. I thought I did, and I don't know if I do or not. You know, everybody's talking about, well, you can't fire somebody now because then the kids can go into the portal. Why would any kid go into the portal immediately? Because then don't they give up all the money they're making?
That's just, I hear that argument, and I think it's long term, like, okay, a bunch of guys are going to go in the portal. Well,
they're still going to play. It's like the NFL now. The eye in the sky don't lie, so you're still playing for a job at some other program possibly.
And guess what? If you want a coaching change, suck it up, because that's going to happen. It's going to happen, period. We'll take a break, come back, final half hour of the show. Still plenty of time to hear from you as you listen to Sports Scene on WRUF, powered by ESPN.
WRUF. Your front row seat to all Gator sports. 98.1 FM, 850 AM. 103.7 HD2.
And anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
This is Gator Country.
Every great team is built on a solid game plan, sharp execution, and total trust in the crew beside you. At Quality Plumbing, we bring that same championship mindset to every job we do. For over 40 years, we've been the starting lineup for homes and businesses across North Central Florida, delivering reliable service, expert craftsmanship, and big wins for our customers. Call us today or visit qualityplumbing.com. We're your first string team. License number CFC 043073.
Need a new AC and wondering who to call? I'm Kirk Smith, owner of Crystal Air and Water. Our team of professionals are strongly committed to responsiveness, problem resolution, customer satisfaction, and service excellence. We promise to meet the heating and cooling needs of your home with the most effective and energy-efficient products available. Maybe that's why we're the most liked AC company on Facebook. Follow us today. Crystal Air and Water, online at acpenguin.com.
License number CMC 1249384.
Yes, I'm calling Crystal Air and Water. Call Crystal.
For over 2 decades, Miapa has been a staple in Alachua County. Start your day right at Miapa, where fast and affordable authentic cuisine awaits.
We're known for serving the best Cuban coffee.
Our secret is in every sip and every bite, bringing the flavor of our culture straight to your palate. Everyone is welcome at Miapa Latin Cafe. Visit us at one of our locations and let us take you on a journey full of flavor. Miapa Latin Cafe, where every bite is a taste of tradition.
Hey, have you ever talked to Ruse Agra over at State Farm?
Oh yeah, Ruse is awesome. Helped me get a ton of coverage for way less than I expected, and he serves all of North Florida. Super friendly too, actually takes time to explain everything.
Really? I thought State Farm would be pricey.
Nope, surprisingly great rates. You get that neighborly service you don't find everywhere. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I might give Ruse at State Farm a call.
You should. Call 352-240-1779 for a free quote. You'll be glad you did.
Individual premiums will vary by customer. All applicants subject to State Farm underwriting requirements.
After you work out, you can feel worn out. Reach for Core Power and rise to a whole new level of recovery. Protein to build muscle. Electrolytes to help hydrate. The nutrition you need to power on. Champion your recovery with Core Power.
There are plenty of realtors in town, but few work as hard, respond as quickly, or care as deeply as Doreen Wiebe of Caldwell Banker MM Parish. Community-driven and client-focused, Doreen will work with you to ensure your satisfaction. Whether you're buying or selling, she brings persistence, preparation, and heart to every deal. With Doreen, you're not just another transaction. You're a priority. Call 352-562-1411. That's 352-562-1411.
When you're ready to stop juggling high-interest credit cards, when you're ready for one simple payment instead of 5, when you're ready to see the finish line on your debt, Radiant Credit Union is ready too. Radiant's special low-interest personal loan can help you consolidate debt into one predictable monthly payment. With a fixed rate and term, no surprises, and fast approvals by our local lending team, you'll know exactly when you'll be debt-free. So when you're ready to take control, Radiant is ready to help. Visit radiantcu.org. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hey, it's Jeff Cardozo.
And Pat Dooley.
Join us today at 4 for the tailgate.
Right here on WRUF 98.1 FM and 850 AM, your home for Gator Sports.
Welcome back to Sports Scene. We broadcast live from the Gator Trim Light Studio. And, of course, we are fueled by our friends at Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue. Go see the Cousins family for the best and late model, low mileage vehicles, the best of the best. We have a lot to do here, a lot of calls to take. Let's get some YouTube questions brought to you by Campus USA Credit Union. Sonny, Florida already has 2 offensive line coaches, yet the unit keeps struggling. Why can't this staff develop the line? Does it mean we need a third? Ray, Shane, if Napier calls an RPO for DJ, is the play a run first? Unless DJ sees the read player make the proper move, could he be making the wrong read on an RPO? That would be a wrong play call.
Well, he made the wrong read on that drive against South Florida. Look, RPOs are simple. It's a run play, and if you are guaranteed you can throw a completion and get us 5 to 6 yards on the pass portion of that, you fake it and throw it. It's a numbers game. If there's too many in the box, we fire it out here. If the box is spread out and we got enough blockers, hand it off. It's that simple. There's no really thinking involved.
Brian says, hire Shane.
No, thank you.
And then Lee says, what do you think Napier can do to improve the offense over the next few games? I don't think he can save his job unless he wins out and gets in the playoff and wins a game. Not going to happen.
Here's what I would do, Steve, because I say it every day on this show. The safest and easiest thing to do is throw the ball deep.
Yep.
Just DJ doesn't have to think. Let's just throw go routes and post. Don't even think about it.
International Diamond Center email. Bill, looked like the play call on the Gator TD was up the middle and was going to be stopped. Do you agree? If Ball didn't improvise and run to the outside, the Gators would have been shut out. Score was all ball with no help from the rest of the team on top of a questionable play call, especially with the Gaines D dominating our offensive line. What's your view on the play call and what would you have called?
I mean, I don't watch tape on them, but look, there's a lot of runs that score touchdowns that are bad play calls and people don't block anybody.
Mike is next. Mike, hi.
Hi. I've got a question. Our right tackles are both either freshmen or sophomores, and what can be done to assist them in getting better pass protection because he was under the gun. And I remember back about 10 years ago when we had a fullback come in there as an H-back to essentially just block, and it really changed the whole dimension and short-term yardage. So that's the question I have for you. Then I have a comment I'd like to hear afterwards.
Well, protection, we keep the tight end in a lot for that fullback you're referring to, but we don't even have a fullback on the roster. That's not even going to happen. But look, it comes down to this. Their guys whipped our guys, and they've been whipping us in a lot of games in pass protection. And then there's people out there when we go 7 or 8 man protection. Why are we only sending 2 receivers out? Look, things are not going well. That's obvious. But again, I tell people all the time, it is so easy after the fact to say we should have done this, should have done that. And I'm not defending anyone. That's stating facts. Even when you score touchdowns, you go, damn, we still should have done this. So hopefully we pass protect better against Texas, but they're pretty good up front.
The comment I have is that when I look at our 2 deep in the skill positions, we're essentially all freshmen and sophomores. When the one senior from UCLA got hurt, we didn't have anybody out there in terms of receivers that were, and essentially at quarterback or running back. And I think we really got hit hard for the second year that Napier was here, didn't have an NIL, because we really don't have – we've got good freshmen, sophomores, and some really good seniors, but we don't have a junior class. And I think that's really hurting us. And I think that we really need to give Napier another year where we'll have essentially freshmen, sophomore, juniors, and seniors that really will contribute and give us an entirely different perspective of how to win. I want to hear what you think.
I don't agree with that at all. And the reason why I don't is because that's like driving a 1960 Chevrolet. okay, that the way that rosters are conducted now with the portal, nobody cares what class you're in.
The teams all around America are playing freshmen. And here's the thing, like let's just use a wide receiver, for example. I don't care if you're a fifth-year guy or 17 years old out of high school and you're playing in the National Football League. If you got a 12-yard curl, run your 12-yard curl. You know, it doesn't matter how old you are. I mean, that's just the way I look at it. Now, quarterback's a little bit different because there's a lot of thinking and stuff you got to know. But some of these positions, it doesn't matter, in my opinion, what year you are.
Mike, thank you for your call. Carolina Gator, hello.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Shane, really appreciate – can you hear me?
Gotcha.
All right, Shane, appreciate your candor, just saying, hey, here's what I would do. I appreciate hearing it from a pro like yourself. The point that I want to make is just that I think that at the end of the day, the person that is going to be harmed by this the most really is Billy himself. He's 46 years old. I think he still has a good career time ahead of him. He's made changes on defense. We've seen the improvements. He's made changes on special teams. We've seen the improvements. It's the offense and the game management where we continue to see struggles year after year. If I'm an athletic director at a group of 5 school or something like that, where Billy might be looking to land a job down the line, that's a red flag for me. But I guess my question to follow all that up is, Billy, when he got here, said, calling plays was what got him here, and that calling plays is his favorite thing to do. What is it that's so different about the Sun Belt outside of just, the players on the field here in the SEC? Thanks, guys.
Okay. Talent.
Yeah, but we got talent too. I mean,
in other words, the play calls that you might have been able to run in the Sun Belt may not work here because of the talent level.
Right. But here's what I like to say is, like, look, the Sun Belt is a good little football league. I think that's like Louisiana Monroe, South Alabama, Troy. There's some good coaches there. But those coaches may not, if they got an opportunity to coach at a big school, it may not work out. They'll make them bad coaches. Just, again, I still go back to this, Steve. There's only a handful of great head coaches in America.
Yep. Andrew, welcome to the show.
Hey, Steve. Earlier in the show, a gentleman called in to talk about recruiting class, and you had said that, by your rough math, Billy pretty much has a top 15 recruiting class since he's been here.
Well, that's according to some of the the people that do the rating. Yeah,
I understand, but my point is that the Gators have talent based on those ratings. And you had mentioned just a little bit ago that you could tell through Miami that Mario's fingerprint was on the recruiting. Mario's fingerprint is on that program. So if you're taking the fingerprint of the Florida Gators, what is their fingerprint?
Cristobal's an old offensive lineman, and it took him 4 years to essentially get to where he's gotten to now. Same time that Billy Napier is here. I don't think Florida does have an identity like that, but I would also ask this. Off the top of your head, name another school that does.
I can't. That's why I'm.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. No, that's why I'm saying, because it isn't as obvious as that, right? When Spurrier was here, for example, he threw the ball early, but he also ran it, and so sometimes you'd look at the box score and go, 52% pass, 48% run. It wasn't really like that.
Nobody even, if you polled America about his 12 years here, they would think we threw it 85% of the time.
Correct.
But we were very balanced.
Yes.
Understood. But I know people call in regularly, and you kind of challenge them on that. And since you brought it up about Mario, I was just hoping that somebody could be like, hey, this is what Billy's trying to do. And if we ran that fingerprint, this is what it would say it is. But clearly we can't say what it is, and that's still very confusing as a fan.
Well, let's go. There's another school I can think of, maybe Georgia. Okay, Kirby Smart's fingerprints are on that team from a defensive style, right? That team is not known for its offense; it's known for its defense, right? So maybe that. But his offenses have been, okay. Some have been very good. This year's offense has been, that was great against Tennessee. So he comes to mind. But I think those are very few and far between in terms of, any coach where you could say, he has this fingerprint on it, and this is what they do. Just top of my head.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Appreciate the call. Thank you. We'll take a break. We'll come back, and then we'll have one last segment with you as you listen to Sports Scene on WRUF, powered by ESPN.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Madeline Shoulders. The Florida volleyball team lost in 4 sets against Wisconsin on Sunday. After sweeping the first set, the team dropped the next 3. They are now 2-3 on the road. Gators football lost yet another game on Saturday, going 1-3 for the first time since 1986. After falling 26-7 against UMiami, quarterback DJ Lagway spoke post-game about his role in boosting team morale.
We're done with the playing around stuff. It's time to get serious. It starts with me. I gotta set the tempo. I gotta set the tone in practice, in meetings, around the building, everywhere. So I know for a fact it's gonna change because it's gonna start with me.
Florida will play against Texas at 3:30 on October 4th. As preseason ramps up, Florida basketball coach Golden spoke earlier today in a press conference about the upcoming season. When asked about a possible repeat of last season's championship, he said that this is not the current priority, but the team is working as hard to play as deep into March as possible.
From intimate weddings to big family reunions, corporate lunches to unforgettable celebrations, let Pomodoro Cafe bring the soul of Italy to your next event. UF, Shands, HCA, and everywhere else in Alachua County, we'll bring everything you love straight to your table. Established in 1991, Pomodoro Cafe has been Gainesville's go-to for rich, authentic Italian cuisine made with love. Perfect food, seamless service, timeless flavor. Visit PomodoroCafe.com and let's start planning.
At Comfort Temp Heating and Air, we're proud to celebrate 40 years as your #1 local HVAC company. We offer energy-efficient solutions featuring quality products from Lennox. Whether it's new installation, system repairs, or routine maintenance, we promise to never sell you anything you don't need. Our professional and experienced technicians provide reliable service you can trust and will keep you informed throughout the entire process. At Comfort Temp, comfort is our business. Peace of mind is our promise.
International Diamond Center's values are so compelling, it's not unusual to see people here that are not local.
Every day, we have people that drive an hour and a half, even 2 hours.
IDC owner Keith LeClaire.
People are willing to drive because they've heard it's not a typical jewelry store.
For example, did you know IDC has one of the largest selections of luxury pre-owned Rolexes in America?
You're going to want to come to IDC. It's worth the drive.
International Diamond Center in Celebration Point and online at shopidc.com.
Silverback Concrete is a family-led team of heavy concrete specialists that builds commercial structures for contractors who expect unrivaled quality, including the head ball coach's restaurant, Spurrier's Gridiron Grill. You only have one chance to make a building that holds up to the highest standards through all kinds of weather. Visit silverbackconcrete.co to see why they're the #1 choice in the Southeast. You stand on it, we stand by it. Silverback Concrete's got your back.
Looking for a weekend escape with unforgettable flavor? Just a short drive from Gainesville, discover Zinnia Farms and Sofra in Newberry, a hidden culinary gem open every Saturday and Sunday from 11 to 9. Enjoy authentic Egyptian-inspired farm-to-table dishes made with pasture-raised meats, fresh produce, and bold, unforgettable flavors, all served on a peaceful farmstead patio. Excellent food from farm to table every Saturday and Sunday. Find them on Facebook. Just search Zinnia Farms.
Attention local and regional CDL-A drivers in the North Florida area. Pritchett Trucking is currently looking for local and regional drivers. Are you looking for a driver-friendly environment? Pritchett Trucking offers more home time, great pay, and great benefits, including health insurance and paid time off. And they also offer a quarterly performance and safety program, plus a sign-on bonus. Pritchett Trucking's regional drivers are home weekends and local drivers are home daily. If you're at least 23 years old and want a rewarding career with great pay, don't let the opportunity pass you by. Apply online at pritchettrucking.com.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
It's a hot afternoon, no doubt about it. 92 the high today. That certainly is above average. We'll see a chance of a late day afternoon shower scattered about. I think for the most part, a lot of us will remain dry. Patchy fog tonight, low of 70, and partly cloudy for Tuesday and a high of 93 with, a late day isolated shower possible in the afternoon. From the WUFT Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Tim Miller.
This is Jeff Cardozo. Today at 4, tune in for the tailgate with myself and Pat Dooley, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, your home for Gator Sports.
Hey, Gator Nation, struggling with HR headaches and compliance issues? Turn to Prestige PEO. Offer top-tier employee benefits and expert HR support without breaking the bank. Give them a call, 888-736-7361. That's Prestige PEO.
Thank you for all the folks who have emailed and let us know. Apparently, Auburn basketball coach Bruce Pearl is going to retire. That's now been reported by several outlets. Rather surprising at the time of this, with the basketball season right around the corner. We'll see what happens in this developing story. Let's get to our Titan MRI and Imaging phone line. Joe, hello.
Hey, by the way, I love that he's back segment there at your program. I like that. I think it's really cool.
Thank you.
Also, in Gator history, recruiting history, we had 2 5-star quarterbacks that really were kind of flops. One was Sable Howell. The other one was Brock Berlin. Is DJ Lagway in that category? My other question is, do you think the him under center and a 3-step drop would help him some, like throwing the deep route, the go routes and slants, the 3-step drop? Do you think it would help him?
I'll let the quarterback.
Well, 3-step is better for the short game, right? Instead of being in the shotgun. I don't think throwing the ball deep is the issue. I would call a bunch just so you don't have to think and just let it go. I mean, time will tell about the 5-star stuff. Look, Bobby Sablehouse never took a snap here.
Yeah. Brock
played
to the
okay.
NFL.
He played there, and he went to Miami. He was their honorary captain. I saw him up in the press box.
Yeah.
And he played a little bit in the league.
Yeah. So, I mean, he wasn't a bust, but.
Yeah, his best game was against Florida when he played for Miami.
There you go.
Okay.
All right, Joe.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. David, hello.
Hey, Steve. Hey, Shane. So, a couple things. So, I haven't heard a single caller talk about the good adjustments that we made at halftime to come out and have a really good drive down the field. Not a single caller. And it also, Steve, I've been listening to you since we were in school together, and I don't know that I've ever heard a caller call in and say, we scored a touchdown on that play, but it was a terrible call. Or we got a first down on that play, but it was a terrible call. It's like you say, Shane, they just don't complain about we just don't seem to complain about
when plays work
anything but when a play works. We just don't, It's like I don't know. I've always observed it a little differently and say, golly, we took that guy, but we could have took this guy, and it's okay. It's like you go up for that
okay.
You're coaching.
David, you got to move on here. We can't just chat. I got a lot of calls.
Okay, you go up for that 3 and it goes in, and coach says, great call. Anyway, that's one thing. And the other thing I want to mention is I really, 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 maybe the only one in the 90,000, don't want to have to fire a coach. I really don't want to make a coaching change. It's no fun. And the same things when we lose a game with the next coach, the whole thing starts all over again, and it's just no fun to make a coaching change. Man, I wish we could rescue this season. I really do. And our coach, he makes me crazy some.
All right, David. Okay. Thank you for your call. I've been waiting the longest here. I think Ann. Ann, hello.
Hi. I just want to rebut what that guy just said. If we hire Lane Kiffin, it will be exciting. And Lane Kiffin does have his fingerprint on the program he's at now, and he can put his fingerprint on this program here. I hope and pray that we hire him. That's all.
Okay. Thank you, Ann. Tony, hello.
Hey, guys. My question was kind of taken a little bit earlier there, but I'll ask it a different way. If DJ does bust out, what do you think is going to be the overriding narrative, 2, 3, 4 years later? Is it going to be that DJ was like the first true NIL bust, or is it going to be that Billy Napier just ruined them? What do you think is going to be the overriding narrative there?
Both. And I wouldn't say ruined them, but, you could – it's going to depend on what somebody wants to say, right? I mean, there's a lot of ways to do that, because a lot of times when a player, especially a college player, washes out, that player doesn't get criticism. It's the coach, or it was the system, or whatever. And I think in a lot of ways, when a player washes out, it's a combination. Maybe the player wasn't that good. Maybe the player wasn't the fit in the system that they thought he would be. And maybe the coach and Shane always told me when I coached, You can have the best offensive play drawn up. The quarterback can't run it. It isn't any good. And I never forgot when he told me that. So a lot of things can be just like that.
All right, guys. Take care. Have a good one.
Okay, thank you. Art, you got a minute. Go.
All right, real quick. That one caller, he wants us to dance about one touchdown drive when we lost by 20. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Napier, he's a selfish coach, man. He won't do what's best for the team. Clearly the play calling isn't working. They still have that court case with Rashada. Supposedly he had scouts and evaluators just going rogue, offering random numbers. It's a big mess, man. I'd like to stage a walkout with Lane if she'd love to. Have a good day. Take care.
All right, thank you. All right, that's going to about do it for today. And again, I want to thank all of our sponsors, Ruzoga for our Facebook Live questions, Campus USA Credit Union for our YouTube questions, all the phone calls courtesy of Titan, MRI, and Imaging. And don't forget to check out our Daily Clip of the Day on WRUF Facebook and YouTube at WRUF Home of the Gators, brought to you by our friends at Fairlife Milk. All the emails, and man, there were a lot of them today, brought to you by International Diamond Center, the official jeweler of the Florida Gators. All of our guests, courtesy of Meldon Law, and our second hour sponsor, Crystal Air and Water, as they service air conditioners, furnaces, boilers, and more for Gainesville, Alachua, and nearby areas. We will do this again tomorrow, and tomorrow I'm going to ask this question. You often hear about the Gator Standard, Well, I want you to tell me what, in your opinion, the Gator Standard is, and I'll get to the emails we didn't get to today, okay? Thanks to Jessica for producing the show. She always does a great job. We always appreciate you. And let me just say this quickly. We can disagree, but man, I wouldn't have it any other way where I can sit here and take your phone calls and your questions and comments. It's a lot of fun for me, and we sure hope it's enjoyable for you. Until tomorrow, don't forget Inside the Huddle at noon, then Sports Scene comes your way at 1. The dudes and dudettes of the Sports Lab are next. Keep it here as you listen to WRUF. I'm Steve Russell. See you later.
You're home for Thursday Night Football, right here on WRUF.
The best conversations happen with Los Landeros tequila, like this recent conversation between two Gator legends.
Coach, you know, it always impressed me how you beat Florida State to win the 1996 national championship.
And I was really impressed with your 06, 08, and 09 Gator teams.
And the way you coached Danny to the Heisman Trophy.
A lot like what you did with Tim Tebow.
To the Swamp and the Gators, with the best beverage served at Spur's Gridiron Grill. 100% agave, Los Landeros tequila, aged in bourbon barrels for a smoother taste.
Hey, it's Steve Russell for Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue. Friends, they've been in business for 45-plus years, and the Cousins family has done just one thing, but man, they've done it right. They give you the best alternative you have to purchasing a new vehicle, the best in late-model, low-mileage vehicles. I'm driving one right now, have been for a very long time. They've treated me right. They'll do the same thing for you. Go see them today, Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville.
Gear up to root on the Gators at the University of Florida bookstore at the Wrights Union. The UF bookstore will be open from 8 a.m. till 5 p.m. for all the orange and blue gear you need. There's a large selection of clearance items throughout the clothing department, with many items up to 50% off original price. This is a great time to expand your Gator wardrobe and save some money too. So as you look to root on the Gators, debut some new orange and blue gear at the UF bookstore, open noon to 5 on Sunday. So to score, just remember the University of Florida bookstore inside the Wrights Union on campus, and go Gators!
Want to get your brand noticed? At Radware, we help you stand out with custom corporate apparel, branded uniforms, and promotional swag that gets attention. From trade shows to team uniforms, we've got you covered. Radware even works with major names like the University of Florida. Boost your brand visibility today. Visit radware.com. That's radware.com, and let your brand shine. He's got the 1966 Heisman Trophy, the 1996 National Championship Trophy, and 7 SEC trophies. Now he's got a new trophy, a can of beer. Steve Spurrier was the head ball coach. Now you can call him the head beer coach. Head Beer Coach 1966 Lager is available in 16-ounce cans at Gator games and stores all across Gainesville. You can also get it in the can or on draft at Spurrier's Gridiron Grill. Refreshing in all kinds of weather, Head Beer Coach 1966 Lager, a legend in a can.
Hey Gators, are you ready to rep your team in style? Head over to Alma Mater, the ultimate Florida Gator store right here in Gainesville, where you'll find everything you need to show off your Gator pride. From one-of-a-kind Gator tees and hats to NIL gear, we've got the perfect Gator swag for every fan. Whether you're gearing up for game day or just want to add some orange and blue to your wardrobe, we've got you covered. Everything designed and produced right here in the swamp. Visit us today at Alma Mater on the corner of 34th and University or almamaterdesign.com. Go Gators!
You've heard his voice for more than 2 decades.
Out of the shotgun, pistol formation, pulls it back. Here comes the ball, near side, wide open, and it's caught. Is he in bounds? Yes, he was. Second TD pass of the game.
Now, winter has come to Gainesville and joined Gator Nation.
Telvin Smith of the Jaguars joins us here on Football Sunday on ESPN Radio.
It's the Sports Lab with Kevin Winter right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
Flushed out of the pocket, throws back in the end zone, and is knocked away.
Now, here's Kevin Winter.
Welcome into the Sports Lab on this Monday with Kevin Winter, except no Kevin Winter today. Hannah Mack, I'm AJ Sharon. We got Nate and another Hannah behind the board. A Hannah Squared show today. Woo-hoo. Coming for you, Kevin had a few meetings to set into, so it'll be us for all 2 hours here on 98.1 FM, 850 AM, WRUF. And we'll get into this before we get into the Miami game. I'm wearing my Gators National Championship shirt today. The Final Four matchup against the Auburn Tigers. Their head coach, Bruce Pearl, just about 30 minutes ago, stepped down. His son will take over for the Auburn Tigers.
Yep, Stephen Pearl. He's going to jump in and handle that. We'll play Auburn here at home a little bit later in
January
the
24th,
SEC. Yeah,
Auburn comes to the O-Dome.
After this year, but it should be a really, really great matchup. And I have to say the timing of that, I saw that notification and I was a little confused, to be honest with you. This is probably something that they've been talking about internally for a little while now, but still, it's definitely breaking news. And the season starts pretty soon. First practices are today officially.
Gators basketball is back today, 42 days away from Gators basketball. And the mentee was the last game Bruce Pearl will ever coach. Todd Golden took him down in the Final Four. And then also coming out just a little bit ago, the Texas-Florida game coming up in 2 weeks. We will have that for you right here on WRUF. Is a 3:30 kickoff inside the swamp, meaning we will go live at 12:30 for the pregame show. But that's not what we're in here to talk about today. It was what happened over the weekend in Miami Gardens. Not going to get quite into the X's and O's yet between the Gators and the Canes, but Gators just looked smaller, manhandled up front, not the showing Gator fans were expecting, especially a lot of Gator fans that made the trip down to Miami this weekend. You were one of them.
Yeah, I was one of them, and I have to say that there were times throughout the game, especially after it was 13-7, you get an interception, the momentum completely shifted. I mean, in that stadium, there were a lot of Florida fans. Miami was very, very loud throughout the first, second quarter even, but whenever Florida kind of turned that corner a little bit, the momentum had completely shifted, and I was disappointed that the Gators could not take that momentum and go down and score again. But I can't say that I was surprised, AJ. I mean, what we have seen from that team over the past couple of weeks, it's not exactly what you want to see from Florida football, and there's a lot of areas that really need to be improved moving forward. However, one of them was not the defense. The defense looked really, really great, and it's disappointing week after week whenever your defense continues to show up. They play a really solid game of football. A few things here and there that you can point out, but whenever your offense is going out there and they're not on the field, another third and out, another punt, whatever it is, you can't expect your defense to get a stop on every single possession, and they were still keeping Florida in that game.
I mean, there were many times I was like, okay, they've been on the field too much. Miami's going to go score here, and they didn't. And I think that's a lot of the way a lot of Florida fans felt. And if you're feeling this way, you want to let it out a little bit, give us a call, 352-392-8255, or our YouTube chat at WRUF. Home of the Gators. We'll be breaking down the Florida-Miami game. And just, you talked about the defense. The defense is a positive. I maybe thought going into the game LSU, I'm not going to say was a fluke, but LSU's offense wasn't as good as Miami's offense.
No.
And those first 2 drives, Miami kind of went down the field. I was like, oh, this is going to be a long Saturday night. And that defense said, no, we're showing that we have pride in this Gator logo. Kept the Gators offense in the game. But I think what's surprising to me, not only this weekend, but all year so far, is the offensive line of the Gators. Coming into the year, expecting a lot of big things. Jake Slaughter, Austin Barber, a lot of returning talent. And the O-line getting pushed around. Again, Miami's defensive line, arguably the best in the country. Ruben Bain, I'm going to say it is the best defensive player in the country.
Oh, my gosh. That man is scary.
The offensive line couldn't hold up against the Canes' defense.
Yeah, they couldn't. And that was, after watching what they had been able to do, that the offensive line last year, even just in general, you look at the experience, look at the depth that they have. They've got 4 guys that have serious experience on this roster. But last week and against Miami, LSU and Miami, both of those games, the defensive line got the better of them, and that just means more pressure on DJ Lagway, which is the last thing that you want to see if you're a Florida fan, because DJ Lagway, he's in his head. He's going through his own struggles, whether it's mentally, physically. I think it's a little bit of everything. I mean, they keep hinting to the fact that he hasn't had a lot of practice. He didn't have a full offseason. Well, the Gators are 1-3. That excuse is no longer something that can be said and accepted. If you're a fan, if you're a critic, it doesn't matter who you are. That's not a valid excuse anymore at this point.
Hannah Mac, I was full on buying. I'm not going to say buying the excuse, but approving of the excuse because of he didn't have an offseason. But I've sat here for weeks saying the Gators were going to have to win ugly games to start the year, and there's just a way about not making the winning plays when needed all around, which we were able to find a way to do at the end of last year. So, yes, that excuse is there, but I think now it's out the window. The first bye week is here. It's kind of when we said, okay, now you get 2 weeks of practice. Texas coming to the Swamp. Didn't expect to be 1-3. That's for sure. But, I mean, at halftime, was sitting there saying maybe the shutout streak is in jeopardy right now. But you mentioned the O-line pressure. 17 out of 29 dropbacks for DJ Lagway. Pressure got to him. It was the highest pressure rate Miami's had all year. They've played USF and Notre Dame. 2 good lines, but you would expect the Gators wouldn't give up the most pressure that Miami's had all year.
Yeah, and the Lagway conversation, after LSU, all fingers were pointing at him. Okay, Billy Napier, he made play calls throughout the game that weren't horrendous. Yes, does he still have a lot of work to do? Sure, but that entire game, most of the blame was placed on DJ Lagway for the way that he was handling himself and reading the defense in the pocket. However, this game against Miami, I'm not saying DJ Lagway he's got a lot of room to grow if he wants to continue to be the starting quarterback for Florida throughout the rest of the season, and if he wants to win in the toughest schedule in the country that they have. However, I did think that it was a mix this time for the stagnant offense of not just Lagway, but the offensive line as well. I think that there was a balance there. Both of those things did not look great from Florida, but at the same time, he's the leader. Yeah. You're QB1. You have to, at some point, turn the corner and step up and show everyone, not just Florida fans, but college football fans, everyone out there, and your teammates. I think the biggest thing is to show everyone on that team that it's time. You have to make plays, and it's just if he can find out and do the little things well, then that is a step in the right direction. I'm not saying he is to go out there and send the ball down the field, make 40, 50-yard air passes. Just do the little things well and get Florida's offense, get a little bit of rhythm going, and then see if that can carry on throughout the rest of the season.
Only 141 total yards for the Gators. Their fewest since 1999. First time being 1-3 for the Gators since 1986. Lagway's still the leader of this football team, but Anthony, what you got for us? Because you may think Lagway maybe needs some time to reset.
Yeah, I think we need to stick with the coach. Give him. My daughter said something to me a long time ago about how to speak to people sometimes, and it's like, Coach, have you thought about doing it this way? So what I'm saying is, take your tradition, stay with your man. You still stay with your man, but you put him on a bench until he can get better, and you let the others. Because it's all about winning the game. It's not about your man.
Do you think Tramell Jones would have given the Gators a better chance to win that game on Saturday than DJ Lagway did after what we just talked about with the offensive line giving up pressure at 58%?
Well, I'm saying it probably couldn't do any worse.
That's fair.
Anthony, thank you for your call. I agree with you. And even if you tell DJ you're going to come back into the game, just maybe sit down for a drive, try and get a spark. We do have Phone line's open at 392-8255. Anthony just joined us, but in the YouTube chat at WRUF, someone said Hannah for QB1. You ready to get back there? Start slinging it?
Of course, I'm ready to go. I mean, take me back to my flag football days. It's been a while since I've suited up. But
were you the Q?
Of course I was.
Come on now.
I've got a nice little spiral I can throw out there. I mean, hey, I can throw some screen passes behind the line of scrimmage.
And that was the next point I was going to make is this offense, kind of the whole game, everyone's texting, where's Aiden Mizell? If you're throwing screens the whole game, why not just try and take the top off the defense? Because Miami just started loading the box. Take a shot. Just let Lagway air one out and see, maybe get a pass interference, create some sort of momentum for that Gators offense. Are you upset that we're not seeing as much downfield attack as we thought we would from this Gators offense?
I think initially, whenever the offense, especially against South Florida, and even against LSU towards the beginning of the game, I was an advocate for taking shots down the field, trying to get ahead early, gain momentum, and control the game early on. But now at this point, after the game that he's had against LSU, the 5 interceptions, and then even against Miami, you sit there and you ask yourself, okay, is it worth it? Is it worth throwing the ball down the field? I mean, can the offense really – can they lose any more momentum? They need some sort of rhythm. Yeah, and it's just – it's a really, really hard toss-up. It's kind of a coin flip because you do want him to gain confidence. But right now, I don't know if he even has the mechanics and the playmaking abilities to do that right now. I think that you go short. I'm not saying you keep throwing the ball behind the line of scrimmage. Hit a couple short slant routes. See if you can get some of your receivers going. Like I said, just do the little things well, and maybe then once he gets a little bit more comfortable completing passes, then you take a shot down the field. But Texas, coming to the Swamp, 3:30 kickoff. At this point, do you have anything to lose by going out there, airing the ball down the field? I just don't know if DJ Lagway is the guy that's going to be doing that. And we're just going to have to wait and see because offensive play calling, from what I've seen from Billy Napier this season, the last thing that I think he is going to do is send DJ Lagway out there and make him throw the ball deep down the field.
Coming off a bye week is when Texas comes to the Swamp. So we saw last year the changes that this Gators team did make coming off the bye week. Again, that game just announced 3:30 start in the Swamp 2 weeks from today. We'll have the coverage for you starting at 12:30 right here on WRUF. Hannah Mack, I'm AJ Sheridan inside the Sports Lab on this Monday. I think the best text I got during the Miami game this weekend was from a friend that said, you know it's not good right now when you're celebrating 1 touchdown and 1 interception like you just won the Super Bowl. And I think that's the best way to sum that up. We're going to get into the X's and O's coming up here in just a little bit, but 0 for 3 on 3rd down. They had some 4th down conversions. You mentioned Lagway getting comfortable. We saw him using his legs a little bit more than usual, especially on the touchdown drive from the Gators. Made me almost feel like someone else was calling the plays on that drive. I don't know what was going on.
I was so confused, AJ. I was sitting there, and I look up, and I'm like, Lagway's running. He's running around the corner. He's trying to get some yards, which I'm okay with that. He has to be confident enough to make those plays. He has to be a playmaker. Florida's offense, it starts with him, and the entire team needs to know, okay, let's say a receiver's having a bad game. Can DJ Lagway make the plays? Can Jaden Ball make the plays to help carry them and get momentum and just move the ball? Converting on 3rd down, we can get into that for hours, AJ. 0 for 13 on 3rd down. That is unacceptable.
And the Gators looked good on 4th down, except, of course, the one where we were stopped. The Gators were stopped at the end of the game, which some people wanted a field goal. Some people wanted us to go for it. We'll get your reaction to that. Should we have kicked it? Should the Gators have went for it after getting a turnover? Do you take the points? Lots of ways to feel right now. The phone lines are open, 392-8255. Byron, we see you. We'll get to you right after this, but you're listening to the Sports Lab on WRUF, powered by ESPN.
WRUF Sports Center.
This is Taryn Friend. Florida Gators football took a devastating loss 26-7 in the Battle of the Sunshine State against the Miami Hurricanes at the Hard Rock Stadium. The Gators hope to turn their season around as they now sit 1-3 for the first time since 1986. The Gators have a bye week this week as they gear up to take on Texas, who are ranked number 10 in the country, in the Swamp at 3:30 October 4th. The reigning national championship, the Gators men's basketball team, have their first practice today. Head coach Todd Golden spoke in his press conference today about the pressure of defending their national title that they secured in April of this year.
You know, with this team specifically, we're not talking a lot about repeating and doing those things, but we are talking about doing everything we can to play deep in the March.
Men's basketball season kicks off on November 3rd against Arizona in Las Vegas for the Hall of Fame series.
Dave Mays Automotive, we get the bugs out of your car.
Hey, Steve Russell here. I've seen a lot of great sports teams in my day, but it's really hard to find a team that can sustain excellence over a long period of time. That's why what Dave Mays Automotive has done is so impressive. This year, they're celebrating their 50th year in business, and I can tell you, they've done a great job for me, just like they'll do for you. Brakes, AC, tires, oil changes, and so much more, including their famous bug check, where they go over your entire vehicle to ensure there's no unexpected problems down the road. Dave Mays Automotive is located at 2905 Northeast 19th Drive, in the industrial complex behind the Sunnies on Waldo Road, and online at DaveMaysAutomotive.com. Dave Mays Automotive. They get the bugs out.
Dave Mays Automotive, we get the bugs, all of them bugs, out of your car.
Get ready for game day, Gator Nation. Join your fellow UF Alumni Association members and friends to cheer on the orange and blue before each Gator home game at the Gator Nation tailgates. Located at Emerson Alumni Hall, directly across the street from the swamp, you'll have a prime view of Gator Walk, live music, games, and all kinds of family-friendly fun, featuring barbecue and drinks for purchase from Mojo's Hogtown Barbecue and exclusive Gator gear from the UF Bookstore. Learn more and become a member today at ufalumni.ufl.edu. Go Gators!
Hi, I'm Chef Justin Timoneri, Florida's culinary ambassador. If you've enjoyed preparing fresh from Florida recipes, then you're going to love the Fresh from Florida Club. As a member, you'll be able to search and save delicious recipes, create custom menus, and ask me your cooking questions. Each month, you'll also get a list of what's in season, so you can make your family the freshest meals possible. It's free and easy to sign up. And best of all, you'll be supporting Florida's farmers, ranchers, and fishermen. Join the club at freshfromflorida.com today.
This football season, make Hurricane BTW your game day getaway. Catch every play with an ice-cold Bud Light. Bud Light specials are here all season. Visit hurricanewings.com to find a location near you.
Daughtry Tree Service reminds you that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, meaning fix it now before it's a problem. Call Daughtry Tree for a free property risk assessment. Now that just makes sense. Be safe. Visit DaughtryTree.com.
The Tailgate with Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley. Weekdays at 4 on WRUF.
Way to come back with a little... I was going to try and sing it like Nate Bilgeray does on a handful of times, but that didn't work out. Hannah Mag, AJ Sheridan here with you on the Sports Lab on this Monday. Give us a call. Phone lines are open. We got a handful of callers to talk to here, 392-8255. Let us know your thoughts on the Miami game. Florida, another really tough loss that they suffered. And leave a comment on YouTube. We are responding to those as well. Kenny said, is there a press conference today? Nope, there is no press conference today from Billy Napier. He will be speaking on Wednesday around 11:20-ish.
And that's because it's a bye week this week, too.
Yeah.
It's not jump to any conclusions.
Yeah, and that is for his SEC weekly teleconference media availability. So we will have that will be on Wednesday, and then our Sports Lab crew they'll react to it. They'll grab some audio clips and interpret all of that. But let's go into the callers. Byron, thank you for waiting for us. You've got a Gator football question. What do you have?
Thank you so much, guys. And I want to give a shout out to Coach Wise to be on the show, and Mary Wise, and it's Earth, Wind, and Fire September, guys, and you're sure, man. Your show for all that they do. But real quick, guys, if you don't run the ball and take the pressure off the quarterback, let me tell you what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to tell you about coaching, and y'all doing X and O. It's 7 players that don't have to rush, and they're only rushing 4. The reason Florida is having trouble, like with Miami, if you can get the other players to respect the running game, it's like basketball. If you can drop people back in where the big guys at, you're going to lose. What they're doing is 7 people guarding 3 or 4 or 5 of receivers. That's why you see triple coverage. It looked like Lagway is doing the wrong thing. You got to look at it. You can run. It's no line. So that's why Florida's having trouble. When you can't block and you make the guys know you can't run the ball, everybody pin their ears back and go. I'm not a coach for football, but that's why the Gators are getting beat up. Thank you, guys. Go Gators.
Thank you, Byron. We appreciate the call. AJ?
I mean, I get what you're saying. The box is loaded because of a lot of the two tight end sets that the Gators do like to run. But Byron, our leading receiver, only had 2 catches for 22 yards, that being VB3. There's got to be some way, whether it is, I agree with you, if we spread out the offense a little bit more, but there's got to be more just downfield attacks is what I think you also want to see, Byron, and I fully agree with you.
Yeah, the running game, Jaden Ball struggling a little early, -4 rushing yards pretty early on. I mean, it was a struggle, but I agree with you in the sense that I think that Napier does need to utilize Jaden Ball a little bit more. And the second quarter starts, and I will say this every single week. The second quarter starts week after week, and Jacoby Jackson trots out onto the field. And I think that Jaden Ball, even on 3rd and shorts, 4th and shorts, you give the ball to your power running back, a guy that can run through a brick wall. And I think that I would love to see more from him in the coming weeks. But the biggest key from the running game was the fact that the offensive line struggled in that game. Yeah. Thomas, what do you have for us? You want to talk about the offensive line?
Hello, guys.
How you doing?
That was my point. Everybody wants to point fingers at GJ and Jaden Ball, but look at the offensive line. They're not doing their job.
Yeah, couldn't agree more with that.
DJ has ran for his life that whole Miami game, and it was almost like Miami's defense knew exactly what we were going to run or what we were going to throw because they were on them like crap.
Well, that wouldn't be the first team to come out after the game and say they knew what the Gators' offense was going to run. Only 37 yards in the first half, Thomas. Is that established, not being able to establish a run, or do you think that's because Lagway's not having time back there behind the offensive line?
I think that Lagway's not having enough time because I saw him run to the sideline, running for his life on several times, having to force throw it, and I saw Jaden Ball not getting any kind of hold from the offensive line to run the ball.
Yeah, thank you, Thomas. Thank you for your call.
I think they need to concentrate on that line somehow.
I think also you got to give respect to the Miami defensive line. We talked about Ruben Bain, but they're top. They're deep from top to bottom.
Yeah, and I mean, you talk about the offensive line. I think that going from game to game against LSU, that was definitely more of a DJ issue. Yes. The offensive line held up pretty solid against LSU, I thought. I think he just wasn't able to make the throws. And then Miami, it was kind of the opposite a little bit. The offensive line really struggled. And like you mentioned, AJ, that's one of the best defensive lines in the ACC, in the country. That's for sure. But we've talked a lot about all of the issues here on this team. Everything that we saw on Saturday that was disappointing, right? But is there silver lining during tough times? Andrew, what do you have for us?
Hey, Hannah Mac. Hey, AJ. Big fan here. I love this game perspective. So I'm a recent graduate from UF, and I think us younger UF fans try our very best to keep the optimism up and, try and find ways of hope. But right now, I'm not seeing any light at the end of the tunnel. So if you guys could just provide some therapy for us half-glass-full Gator fans and provide some silver lining, I really appreciate it. I'll hang up and listen.
Wait, can I ask you a question real quick, Andrew, before you hang up?
Yeah.
What is double Andrews?
Andrew squared, Hannah squared. We got a lot of overlap here.
What does a Texas win do for you? 2 weeks, Texas comes to the Swamp, and the Gators find a way to win. Is that any sort of light at the end of the tunnel, or is that just another reason for this to extend?
That's where I'm at right now. It's a crossroad. If we win, then does that give Billy more of a leash? It's really hard for me to get behind it, but I'm a huge Gator fan. I want us to win every game. Why not win out? Why not make the playoffs? But deep down, I know that's not going to happen. So as much as I want us to beat Texas, I'm not going to root for us to lose, of course. But I don't know how much that does for me in terms of being hopeful and happy as a Gator fan.
Thank you, Andrew. We appreciate the call. Phone lines are open, 392-8255. Let us know your thoughts on anything around Gators football. Doesn't even have to be that. If you have something else you want to talk about, let us know. Hannah Mac, AJ Sheridan here with you on the Sports Lab. Let's jump to the YouTube comments as well. We don't want to neglect them as much. Sacred Sleeper, he says, if you're in Billy Napier's shoes right now, we're talking about hope at the end of the tunnel, right? What can you do to salvage this football season? Well, I think that you make a lot of changes throughout your bye week. Obviously, the offensive coordinator, that's a conversation that Napier has been very clear on the fact that he's going to continue to call the plays. So you can sit here and you can talk about how Florida needs an offensive coordinator as much as you want.
We saw last year the changes made at the bye week. On the Sports Lab Extra Point with Justin, we talked a lot about the changes made at the bye week last year. I was in Neyland Stadium when the Gators went there last year. Graham Mertz goes down, still find a way to force overtime, and that team looked different. There was a fire about that team coming off the bye. that maybe we see this year. And I'm not saying it results in as many wins as it did last year when you look at the schedule, but I think that's the silver lining is here's the bye week. You saw the changes last year made at the bye week. Can changes like that be made again this year, except instead of from the defensive side, we need it on the offensive side of the ball?
Yeah, how you salvage the season is you win at home. I think that is the biggest key for the rest of the year is, yeah, you've got some of the toughest games across the country, but you've got Texas at home. You've got Tennessee at home. You've got Florida State at home. If you can beat one of those teams who are all ranked really, really strong opponents, that can give your fan base a lot of hope. I mean, and these are games that your offense can't be putting up 15 points. The offense is going to have to score over 20 points a game if they want to stay. It doesn't matter how good the defense plays the rest of the year. They can hold teams. They held LSU to 20 points. They held Miami to 26 points. I'm not saying that that's the best performance, but whenever your defense is out there more than your offense, you can only ask for so much.
Won the turnover battle also against Miami.
Yep.
And then
Cormani McClain. You got to bring that up. I mean, come on. How about that choice to send him out there? And then he does a great job getting that pick.
We had one more comment in the YouTube said, what's the real conversation among students on campus right now? Well, that's why we do the Sports Lab right here every day from 3 to 4 on WRUF. But I think is what we mentioned earlier, basketball season 42 days away is kind of the talk amongst students right now on the campus of the University of Florida. Hannah Mack, am I right on that?
Yeah, I mean, that's the silver lining, right? You've got your national championship shirt on right now. Practices are starting up. They're going to have media availability soon. But yeah, the hype around that team and that is where the hope is lying now. There was so much hype around this football team heading into this season, and just the wind has been knocked out of everybody's sails after the past couple of games. But the bye week, whenever there's time in between the Miami game and now a big matchup at home, top 10 team coming into Gainesville, could have been a game day location.
A team that also is looking like they're starting to find their stride in Texas. Arch Manning with a little bit of swagger, except people weren't too happy with the swagger that he did show when he had the rushing touchdown. But is it one of those things where it's like, here we go again? They're finally clicking right when they come to the Swamp in 2 weeks.
Yeah, we're just going to have to wait and see because AJ, I mean, the hope and it's just the lack of rhythm in the offense that it's not there. It's not there. And you can't expect anything. You can't expect this team to beat some of the best programs in the country whenever their offense is moving. They have quarterbacks that are throwing for 300 yards and a lot of touchdowns. I understand that Florida, they played back-to-back, the number 3 and the number 4 team in the country.
Who's now number 2.
Exactly. So you're not getting around the fact that they're playing really tough opponents, but I think it just all started after that Long Island game. South Florida comes around, and there has not been a moment in any of the past 3 games where you look at that team and you go, okay, they've got it. It's turned around. They've worked out the kinks. There's hope at the end there's light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak. And that just hasn't happened yet. And through 4 games, that is a huge concern.
But again, the bye week can change everything. I do want to read off the drive chart from the game last weekend against Miami. Again, the Gators offense only putting up 7 points and only 37 first half yards. The drive chart looks like this: punt, 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 punt. Touchdown. They scored. Turnover on downs after the interception. Punt. Turnover on downs. So I do want to ask you, Hannah Mack, and we were going to get in this a little bit earlier, is do you think the Gators should have kicked it on that 4th down after the interception from McClain?
Yes. I know we disagree on this. I know we were talking about this earlier and having a little debate. But this Florida team over the past couple weeks has just struggled to put points on the board. And you kick a field goal in that situation, it's 13-10. It's a 3-point ball game. I understand from a momentum standpoint. I get it. But at the same time, they actually hit half of their 4th down conversions. However, 3rd down conversions, if you're struggling to go for it on 3rd down, what makes you think that you're going to get it in 4th down on the road with a really hostile crowd? Now, momentum had shifted at that point. So I understand trying to keep things rolling and going. But
the Gators hadn't been in field goal range the whole game before, so what makes you think if you do settle for the field goal that you're going to get back to do it again? You have all the momentum. Like you said, you were in the stadium. The fans finally got loud for the Gators.
They did, but at least you're 3 points down, not 6. And then you could tie it. All you got to do is get in field goal range again, then you tie the game. I just, after watching how stagnant this offense has been over the past couple of weeks, any points on the board is like a relief. It's a sigh of relief.
Especially off a turnover, and you want to keep the momentum, but you get that 4th down where the receiver, Abrams, runs 1 more yard or kind of just falls backwards instead. It's a 1st down, and who knows what happens on the rest of that drive. Maybe you end up with 3. Maybe you do go get 7 and take the lead. I was saying it live. I'm going to stick by my guns. Obviously, knowing the result, I'm going to take the points, but you go for it in that situation. You have all the momentum. You just forced a turnover. You try and silence that place as quick as you can because of how loud it was the entire game.
Yeah, I totally hear you. It's a difficult situation. But Florida football, 3 of their confirmed conference opponents have been announced. We're going to tell you who those teams are right after the break. You're listening to the Sports Lab right here on 98.1 FM, 850 AM, WRUF.
Your home for Tampa Bay Buccaneers football, WRUF.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-908-7063. 800-908-7063. 800-908-7063.
Priority Tax Relief.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
When you're ready to stop juggling high-interest credit cards, when you're ready for one simple payment instead of 5, when you're ready to see the finish line on your debt, Radiant Credit Union is ready too. Radiant's special low-interest personal loan can help you consolidate debt into one predictable monthly payment. With a fixed rate and term, no surprises, and fast approvals by our local lending team, you'll know exactly when you'll be debt-free. So when you're ready to take control, Radiant is ready to help. Visit radiantcu.org. Federally insured by NCUA Equal Opportunity Lender.
You've entered the Sports Lab with Kevin Winter right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
The Sports Lab on this Monday. Hannah Mack, I'm AJ Sheridan. We got the other Hannah Getman on the board along with Nate on this Monday. They will be in here from the 3 to 4 o'clock hour, keeping all the talk going about Gators football. But the news broke last night. 3 permanent annual opponents is what they're going to call them. Annual opponents in the SEC 9-game schedule. Georgia, Kentucky, and South Carolina. So no LSU, no Tennessee in the upcoming years for the Gators, but they still have Georgia on the schedule. That'll be in Jacksonville when it's not at the other 2 sites. And we still play all the other SEC schools every other year with a 9-game conference schedule. Those are just the 3 annual opponents. And again, those will be revisited every 4 years. So if something's not working out, maybe South Carolina gets removed and someone else gets brought in. Hannah Mack, thoughts on the 3 annual opponents for the Gators?
Well, I think that, obviously I'm happy to see Georgia on there. That is just a rivalry that it never gets old, you know. Yeah. But I'm excited that South Carolina's back into the mix. This is a matchup that I've been missing over the past couple of years. I think that it's always been a fun one. It's fun to go on the road, and that's a really exciting environment to play in. But South Carolina and Kentucky, you look at that and look at the schedule that Florida has had over the past couple of years, right? You look at
South Carolina's right there with us too. They've had a tough one.
Exactly. And you kind of just take a deep breath and you go, okay, maybe things can get a little bit better. Maybe we're not going to be playing however many ranked teams that were on Florida's schedule this year. So from that standpoint, and I think the timing is good because Billy Napier, we haven't talked a whole lot about him on this show because honestly, AJ, I don't know that there's that much to talk about.
There isn't.
He's
I think
not going to be here after this season.
Unless
it's done.
Yeah.
It's over. I mean, unless he somehow miraculously wins out the rest of the year, which is not going to happen. Florida's not at this rate. They don't even look like they're going to make a bowl game, which he needed to do more than just make a bowl game.
Mm-hmm.
He needed to push for a playoff spot and win at least 8 games in the season, which that's not going to happen. You have 1 win 4 weeks into this season. So from a future standpoint, whenever it comes to adding a new coach and trying to deal with that process, I think that those guaranteed opponents could be good for Florida whenever you're trying to, I don't want to say the word rebuild, but at least rebuild from a coaching standpoint.
I think you summed it up perfectly. Of course, losing Tennessee and LSU, you're going to miss those SEC East Tennessee games. Of course, the SEC East West, we always had LSU. But like you said, getting South Carolina and Kentucky back, it's not like those are new SEC teams or SEC West teams. Those are teams that growing up as a Gator fan, you remember the games against South Carolina. Felipe Franks against South Carolina, I could tell you where that was. Kentucky.
Can I believe you just brought Felipe Franks up into the conversation? That's a throwback.
The amount of games I remember against Kentucky that the Gators shouldn't have won and found a way to win. So those are always fun rivalries, and it is going to be interesting to see in 4 years when they do revisit that. But also now you're going to get the Auburns back every other year. You're going to get the Alabama. So, yes, the schedule is going to get a little bit easier. But in the SEC right now, I don't think you can say there's such thing as an easy game or a layup game. Mississippi State was supposed to be the Gators' probably easiest game in conference this year when they come to the Swamp for homecoming. No, Mississippi State's the first SEC team to start 4-0 and be unranked since 2013, Mizzou. So maybe they're just not getting enough credit. Mississippi State looks like they have a good football team too.
Yeah, it's no game for the rest of the season is a guaranteed win, I think. And honestly, looking at the whole year, I think the only two that I thought in my mind were possible guaranteed wins or at least must wins were Long Island and South Florida. And clearly that didn't work out.
The Gators are 1-3 right now.
Yeah, but I agree with you. You mentioned the Tennessee. That's frustrating because look at the past 25 years.
Yeah.
That's a guaranteed win at home for Florida against Tennessee. At least it has been. Yeah. Maybe not.
We'll see in a few months.
I was going to say, I can see this getting clipped in a month or so.
Let's write down the time. 2:35 on September 22nd. It's a guaranteed win according to Hannah Mack.
Yeah, no, because nothing, like I said, is guaranteed for the rest of the year. But playing Tennessee at home was always an environment that the Vols they couldn't handle. Florida showed up in a different way. That rivalry game.
Always early in the year. It's weird that it's at the end of the year this year too.
Which that's another reason it's gonna throw everybody off. Who knows what's going? That was the same way like Tennessee and Georgia facing off early in the year. It kind of flipped with the Florida game. But anyway, so yeah, I'm disappointed about the Tennessee game. But we'll see. The rest of Florida's conference opponents will come out tomorrow night, 7 p.m. I believe.
I believe it's on ESPN2. You can see all the 9 opponents that the Gators will have next year. But the nice thing about the 9-game conference schedule, Hannah Mack, I'm AJ Sharon here on WRUF. Is that we still have the Florida State game in November at the end of the year every year. You'll still have that FCS team to get you your 1 win. You're allowed to play 1 that counts towards bowl eligibility. And I think Scott Strickland said you're still going to have the USF, the UCF, the FAU, a smaller Florida school, maybe go somewhere in the southeast. Mm-hmm. You're still going to have those rivalry games, and now you're just maybe building back up the rivalry that the Gators used to have with Auburn before we were even alive. That was one of the biggest rivalries. So I do like the 9-game schedule overall for the SEC, and it allows – it's all about money. Let's be honest. It's about money. An extra SEC game is another big-time game because this conference just produces big-time games.
Yeah, and I don't think it's that much of a change just from the schedule that Florida's had to face the past couple of years. It's not, if anything, if this was a team that was succeeding with such a tough schedule, I would say, what's not any different? They're sitting at an advantage heading into a 9-game conference schedule because they've faced one of the toughest conference schedules over the past couple of years. Same thing with Oklahoma, right, this year. And Vanderbilt. It's just teams like that whenever you're used to seeing really, really difficult opponents time and time again, it's a little bit easier to face them. But Florida's program is in a really poor spot right now, I would say. And all of that starts with 2 guys, Billy Napier and DJ Lagway. Now, after the game, Lagway, he gave a few different comments, which I'll read to you right now, but about moving forward and what this team is going to look like. And he said, it's been hard, but let me tell y'all something. We're going to get things changed for sure. I can guarantee that. This is not acceptable at all. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you to make you seem like this is okay. This isn't okay. We've got to play better football, and it starts with me. I agree but
Is it a day late and a dollar short?
Yes.
Did we need to hear that from the starting quarterback at the University of Florida after you lose to South Florida rather than a 1-3 loss to a rival ranked team who's number 2 in the country now? Is it maybe a day late and a dollar short? There was people out there saying that it sounded kind of similar to a speech that was made by a quarterback after an Ole Miss loss about 20 years ago now.
Wow. Holy cow.
Not
quite, AJ. Not quite.
Is it a day late and a dollar short for Lagway to kind of be making these guarantees? Because the bye week, I mentioned it, the changes were made last year. Do you think these comments can kind of keep the team focused on the goal at hand, and that's still to win games?
I think that is the type of comments that DJ – I agree with you that it should have been made after South Florida, but those are the type of comments that DJ is going to have to make moving forward just because they are looking to him. They're having dinner with him. They are saying, hey, we are still in support of you. You're our QB1. We still love you. We support you. We hope that you can get it together moving forward. However, he needed to do this during the offseason. This leadership and this vocal accountability should have started whenever he wasn't able to get reps during the offseason.
And because you can get as many mental reps as you want, but it's more the mental reps on the field. You're standing there watching other people take the reps, but you could still get to know your guys. And I'm not saying there's any sort of chemistry issue with this team, but the more you know your guys, you know, like, okay, that 4th down line is right there. You're not running that yard one more shirt because you're being held accountable by everyone else on the team.
Yeah, and it's just I think that with him moving forward, if he really can turn things around, if he can become the quarterback that everybody was talking about as a dark horse Heisman candidate, not even dark horse. I mean, he was not a favorite by any means, but he was right up there in the conversation after his performance after the last season whenever they led Florida to four straight wins at the end of the year. But it's frustrating to see from him, and I think that when does that conversation get brought up, right? When does, obviously Billy, he's a man of his word. He is not, from what we've heard from him, it does not seem like he wants to insert Trammell in any way, shape, or form. But if the offense continues to remain stagnant, at what point do you look at Trammell and go, okay, there is no momentum coming from DJ Lagway? Where does the red shirts come into that situation
that's where
with both of the quarterbacks? That's where I think the biggest thing is. This team is looking at DJ as QB1. They have this entire season. Do you get into the ins and outs and the X's and O's of dealing with red shirts?
Well, I think if you're DJ Lagway, you know you still need to put good things on tape. You haven't put, let's be honest, much on tape this year that you can look at and say, wow, he's still a sophomore. So no matter what, I don't want to really talk about red shirts with DJ Lagway yet because he's still got 2 years of eligibility left. Coming in this year, we thought he was only going to be here 2 more years either way. So there still is a lot to go to, but the phone lines are open, 352-392-8255. Mike, welcome to the show.
Yeah, it's a little late for him to, and for somebody that shows absolutely no fire during the game, you can't really compare him to Tebow. Tebow had more fire in his fingertip than I've seen from Lagway. He's just emotionless.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. And I agree with you. And we see that on the sideline from DJ Lagway, kind of just sitting there. And I was calling for it too. This was the first game where I kind of said, all right, let's get up and talk to your O-line. Let's do something. Even I mentioned to you before the show, he ran for it on 3rd down and got tackled just a yard short, which I think he got that first down. I don't know how he was marked short. It's a rivalry game. You just took a big hit going for a first down, kind of gets up, just flips the ball back to the ref. It's a rivalry game. Let's stand up. Let's show some passion. But we don't see what's in the locker room either. Maybe this team is just on the sideline trying to handle business, and in the locker room, he's in there yelling at everyone, getting everyone fired up. That we do not know. But, Mike, I think you're spot on by saying we do need to see a little bit more from him when we are on the field. There's cameras everywhere. You know everything's getting picked up. We haven't seen one ounce of it from DJ Lagway yet this year.
But that starts from the top down, right? That starts with your head coach, who is also emotionless throughout the games. I love whenever I see Billy getting fired up on the sidelines. That's what it's contagious. It really is throughout the entire team. And whenever targeting, there were a couple hits. There was one to Trey Wilson at one point, which if I was a ref and I was standing right there, I may or may not have called that as a targeting call.
The Gators didn't go hurry up. You can still review it.
Yeah, defend your play. Where is the emotion and the energy from your QB1 and your head coach? And just not even just 2 of them. I know they get they're the 2 easiest people to point a finger at, right? But throughout the entire team, anybody can bring that energy and that momentum to get their players fired up. I don't care if it's a third-string defensive lineman. If you're getting out there and you see something that you like, start jumping around, get your team fired up. Let's go. Where's the passion for wearing the orange and blue in that Gator logo?
I couldn't agree more with you, but you did mention the referees, a few targetings. There was maybe a hold or two that Gator fans were wanting, but I'm not going anywhere with that because Miami also had a touchdown maybe wiped off the board because the refs blew the whistle.
Yeah, that was insane.
But around the country, there were also some more questionable calls all weekend, but there were also a lot of great games around the rest of the country. You had Auburn, Oklahoma, Indiana, Illinois, I think shocked a lot of people. There's a lot to talk to about this weekend, not just the Gator game, and also tonight, football. We got more football tonight right here on WRUF. Lions, Ravens. Coverage will start for you at 7 p.m. for Monday Night Football. We'll talk about all the other games around the country. On the flip side, Hannah Mack, I'm AJ Sharon, and we'll be right back on WRUF.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Jackson Robb. The Florida men's basketball team had their first media day today ahead of fall practice. The media got a chance to speak with head coach Todd Golden and returning players Alex Connon and Thomas Hawk. Coach Golden emphasized that the team isn't focused on the success of last season.
With this team specifically, we're not talking a lot about repeating and doing those things, but we are talking about doing everything we can to play deep in the March.
The Gators returned to the court today for the start of fall practice before returning to the court against Arizona on November 3rd, looking to defend their title. Also in SEC college basketball today, longtime Auburn's men's basketball coach Bruce Pearl announced that he is retiring before the start of the 2025 season. Pearl is the school's all-time leader in wins and is coming off of a Final Four appearance last season. He finishes his career with a .725 winning percentage with 244 wins coming at Auburn. Bruce's son Steve is expected to take over as head coach for the upcoming season.
Hi, this is Dr. Art Mowry of Exceptional Dentistry. Listen to what our clients have to say about their experience at Exceptional Dentistry.
I think that because I like Dr. Gallup so much, I knew I needed to come to the dentist and I trusted him and felt really safe, and so I was like, okay, I need to finally go and get here. Dr. Gallup is very nice, he's very calm and very capable. You can tell he's intelligent and he has a good plan and always follows through. He seems very confident in his ability, and then having him do 3 fillings, I didn't feel anything, which was amazing. I was pretty anxious about the fact that I had not taken care of my dental health for a long time, and now knowing I have somewhere to go if anything ever were to go wrong is a really good feeling.
This is Dr. Kim Mowry, and if you think you have dental problems that are too big to overcome, we're here for you. Please visit us at exceptionaldentistry.com. That's exceptionaldentistry.com.
Hi there, this is Coach Steve Spurrier, and I want to let you know that Spurrier's Gridiron Grill's delicious brunch is now served in a premium buffet. And we're now serving Gainesville's only elevated buffet, complete with an omelet station, ginger sage chicken sausage, shredded short rib, and of course our chicken and waffles. Plus, you can enjoy bottomless, mimosas, and Bloody Marys. So join us every Saturday and Sunday from 11 to 3 for the best brunch in town.
Just below Florida's coastal waters lies its most tempting treasure, fresh farm-raised oysters and clams. Plump, salty, and delicious, this bounty of bivalves makes any dish, whether grilled, baked, or fried, a little nautical, but nice. Sustainably harvested, these mouth-watering mollusks are available year-round, and with a flick of the wrist, a squeeze of lemon, or a splash of hot sauce, they turn any meal into a celebration on the half-shell. To see what fresh Florida farm-raised oysters and clams can do for you, visit freshfromflorida.com.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
It's a hot afternoon, no doubt about it. 92 the high today. That certainly is above average. We'll see a chance of a late day afternoon shower scattered about. I think for the most part, a lot of us will remain dry. Patchy fog tonight, low of 70, and partly cloudy for Tuesday, and a high of 93 with, a late day isolated shower possible in the afternoon. From the WUFT Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Tim Miller.
This is Sean Kelly, voice of the Gators, and you're listening to the home Gators football right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app. Download for free in your app store. Now, back to Sports Lab with Kevin Winter.
Hannah Mack, AJ Sheridan here with you on this lovely Monday edition of the Sports Lab. Guess who finally showed up? We've got a third host now, Kevin Winter. How are you doing, bud?
I made it back to my own show, huh?
There you go. I was going to say, your name's attached.
More importantly, I made it all out of my human resources seminar unscathed.
How happy are you to have headphones on, a mic in front of you?
How happy am I to still have a job? I mean, I was fully expecting you guys to actually tell the listeners. I gave the two of you.
I know, you gave us permission.
I gave you guys, the four of you, because Bill Garay and Getman are coming up next. I gave the four of you carte blanche. That if I hadn't shown up today, I gave you carte blanche to say Kevin has already been called into HR. But no one took advantage of it.
Well, to give us credit, right when you texted us, or right when we were getting ready to come on there, Bruce Pearl did retire from Auburn.
So all right, so I really wasn't I wasn't that important.
Yeah, you took
no offense. No offense.
No offense. Yeah. That means flunk.
He did survive though. Kevin Winter is back with us on the Sports Lab.
By the way, how has it been today? Because when I left Saturday evening, getting off the air, and I'll talk a lot about this tomorrow. Mm-hmm. I finally, for the first time since arriving down here, I felt bad for all you Gator fans, or I finally felt the pain that you guys have. And I was wondering, did we get fooled by one drive and by 19 plays? Because it was 19 plays between the second possession, or the possession for the touchdown, and then the pick, and then the ensuing offense before we gave it up on turnover on downs. 19 plays, 14 of those were runs. 14 were runs.
I said earlier on the show, it's bad when you celebrate a single touchdown and one interception like you just won the Super Bowl.
You should have seen, you should have seen all of us in studio here.
Yeah.
Our social media guys, Baxley's going nuts. The students who are producing the show, there's people who are watching me, because I like to have you guys come in and watch. We're all happy. Oh, boom, we're back in this thing.
Well,
we're
spoke too soon.
We're in it by fool's gold.
Yeah.
And that's kind of part of the problem. That was kind of one of my frustrations the other day.
We talked about this earlier. When all that momentum was happening, the Gators decided to go for it on that fourth down instead of kicking the field goal to cut it to 3. What kind of did you see there? Did you keep the momentum? Let's go get the fourth down?
Look, keep the momentum. At that point, for the first time, this is the beauty, and this is what happens when you coach for your job. You actually throw everything off against the wall, and when you start rocking 3 for 3 on fourth downs, you're just going to keep going, because by that point, what's the difference between not going for it on a 4th and 3 after you've already gone for it on 3 consecutive fourth downs the prior drive, including deep in your own territory, where the season's on the line.
Yeah.
So I respected that. If you really want to go to semantics, how do you run a route?
It's 1 yard too short.
That's 1 yard too short. What are we doing? Now, is that the route does the route only call for you to run 2 yards, or is it get to the stick and turn around? Because if it's get to the stick and turn around, well, he ain't coached up right.
J. Mike also, that's usually J. Mike's position.
That's another one.
He went out the drive before, maybe earlier on that drive.
I have a question. Where was Aiden Mizell on Saturday?
There were some curfew rumors that were going on. That was my only reasoning. Otherwise, why is he not on the field?
I heard those rumors as well. I interviewed Aiden Mizell on Wednesday. I played it on the show on Friday, and it aired on the network Saturday afternoon. It's a great interview. A lot of upbeatness going on from the team of trying to hey, we're fighting for DJ. We believe we're only a play away. And Aiden was the fourth wide receiver off the bench last week. J. Mike goes out. Okay, I'm thinking Aiden's coming in. Nope, it's Abrams. So wait, huh? Where do we go here?
I think everyone watching that game had the exact same thought. I know a lot of Gator fans were texting me, Hannah Mack, this same question. Where is Aiden Mizell? At least let's see him at least run a go route. Even if he doesn't get the ball, just run down the field.
You don't have anything to lose. You might as well throw him out there. I mean, you've got Vernell out there. You have Trey Wilson, who was struggling a little bit. I mean, there's a handful of guys that why not utilize all of the receivers that you have? And it's not like we're talking about a random guy on the roster that hasn't played at all in his entire career. We're talking about Aiden Mizell, who's a serious offensive weapon that Florida should be able to utilize, but I can't say that I'm entirely shocked about everything.
People forget, though, Dallas Wilson is returning after the bye. Supposedly, that's the plan for now, is he should return when Texas does come visit the Swamp at 3:30 in 2 weeks.
Yeah, we'll have coverage beginning at 12:30. I'm actually jumping in on some of the tweets and some of the YouTube comments. No, well, one of the guys from YouTube, he has a great question. Kevin, if what was happening in Florida right now, 4 years in, 1-3 start, we're starting 39 years. What if that, with no clear progress, what if that were playing out in New England? How would fans and ownership react? Well, ownership, it would depend, Because right now, Mr. Kraft, he had to make a change coming off of when he finally let go of Belichick, and then he brings in Mayo
for 1 year, right?
For 1 year.
So I think there's your answer to that question right there.
And it was a bleep show last year.
It was horrendous.
Horrendous, right?
In every way. I mean, we're talking about at least right now. You're looking at Florida's team, and there's the defense. There's positives, right?
Right.
No.
Last year ago for New England, there was no positive.
Oh my
But so we were actually I was having this conversation with the dean of our college here during this HR seminar during lunch. So scared sleeper, I'm going to answer your question. In the pros, you only have one person to answer to, whether it's pro basketball, pro football, pro hockey, or pro baseball. You have the ownership to answer to. In the end, that ownership person, and sometimes it may be multiples, but even for the Celtics, they had multiple guys. Rick Grossbeck was the owner. John Henry is the owner. Tom Warner is like an associate owner, if you will. In college, you have to answer to the athletic director, who has to answer to the president, who has to answer to the board of trustees. There are layers to all of this. So I understand the scared sleeper's point here, but this is where I'm watching and learning, and I've always known as well that the college process is different.
Do you think the fan base has more of an effect in the college ranks than it does in the NFL? I'm a Dolphins fan. The fan base is very loud right now around Mike McDaniel. It's also very loud here in Gainesville.
I actually think it has more of an effect in college.
Yes.
So long as the institution, and I'm not saying that they're not, so long as the institution and the athletic director are hell-bent on making things better.
And do you think that's because the fans from an institution are more likely NIL? They're giving money to the school, where in the pros, it's one owner.
No, pros, you don't need to borrow money for donors. Yeah. College, you do. You need it from your alumni base. Part of my orientation meeting. And by the way, I did not get yelled at in this orientation meeting.
He's just not telling you.
Are you sure?
I'm just not telling you.
Is it just not on air appropriate? Is that why?
No.
That's why this whole meeting had to take place, Hannah.
I have behaved well with you students, I think. I haven't been reported, I don't think. But so
spoiler, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, so
surprise.
For college, you've got alumni who are, some of them, like I've learned, some alumni will leave. If they don't have family, they'll leave houses and property to a school and a university and say, look, in my will, I don't have family. I don't have anyone left to give it to. I'm going to leave it to the school, do it and sell it, and then take the money and put it for yourself.
Wow, I've never even.
I look. These are things.
Blew my mind.
These are things I'm just learning right now, and so part of it is, wow. I mean, I wasn't given an example, but apparently it's happened. So that's your point of your question of where does the anger weigh heavily or more heavy? Heavier. Good English, Kev. Where does the anger weigh heavier? It's in college.
Yeah, I fully agree with you.
I think you guys have bigger power.
There was a plane flying around Hard Rock Stadium, not this Saturday, but the Sunday before.
I know.
I'm surrounded by two Patriots right now.
you
don't have to get into that. The AFC East is about not as good as it gets right now. We were talking about the SEC annual opponents coming up for the Gators.
Dude,
thoughts on that?
Kentucky?
Yeah.
Hello, Rando. I mean, no, but look, I remember. I said this, guys. I said to you back when these conversations took place and this first started coming out, we all think LSU, we think Tennessee, and we think Georgia. Well, you got to take into account their schedules and their rivals. It wasn't going to be as easy as we all thought. And now that you look at these, I'm really glad they're going to keep it for 4 years and reevaluate it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
That's perfect.
Right? I mean, I think it's a really good amount of time period too. Because if you go 2, even 3 years, there might not be enough there to evaluate. But yeah, I mean, those Kentucky games don't hate
I'm not going to sleep on them.
So go to Lexington and see how Florida does on the road against Kentucky. They always end up being close. All right.
Bye.
That'll do it for the Sports Lab. We've got Nate. We've got Hannah coming up next for Hour 2. AJ, Hannah Mack, Kevin Winter. See ya.
What's stronger?
A Gator Chomp
or our coverage of Gator Nation?
Stay on top of the Florida Gators all season.
WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2. Keeping you connected to Gator Nation. ESPN Gainesville is WRUF.
The wait is over.
Miapa Latin Cafe is now open in the heart of Alachua. For over 13 years, Miapa has been serving up authentic Cuban flavor to the greater Alachua area. And now we're moving into a bigger, better space right across the street from our previous Alachua location. That means a bigger parking lot, more seating, and yes, a drive-thru for your cafecito fix on the go. We couldn't have done it without you. Miapa is deeply grateful to the community for years of support, love, and loyalty. This move is a celebration of you, our customers, neighbors, and friends. Miapa has been a part of Alachua County since 2003, and with 6 locations strong in Gainesville, Jonesville, and Alachua, we're proud to bring you the ultimate Cuban culinary experience. Miapa Latin Cafe. Authentic Cuban food, real community flavor.
Lowe's knows how to help make your home holiday ready for less. Get Select Style Selections vinyl flooring for just $1.99 per square foot and have it installed before the festivities begin. Our team can help you every step of the way. See a Lowe's Red Vest associate or visit Lowe's.com/holiday install to get started. Lowe's, we help, you save. Basic install only. Date restrictions apply. Subject to availability. Installed by independent contractors. See associate for details. Contiguous U.S. only.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
From the Spurrier's Gridiron Grill Studio, WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gainesville, WRUF FM HD2, and on the WRUF radio app. It's the Sports Lab right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
Nate Bilgeray, Hannah Getman hanging out with you on a Monday. And it's a Monday where I'm still going to come in here and give you my passion, give you my energy. And I'm going to try to be happy. I'm going to try to make your drive home from work or lunch break just a little bit better. But Hannah Getman, are you still feeling the depressing overcast here in Gainesville from the game this weekend?
Unfortunately, I'm trying not to. You know, it's bright and sunny outside. It's 90 degrees. It's beautiful. Well, it's hot, but it's beautiful. Trying to have some positivity, but it's pretty hard after this weekend.
Yep, it's tough to have positivity after this weekend, and that's why I just want to start this show off with my honest, unfiltered opinion. If it were up to me, I would have pulled the plug on Billy Napier on Sunday immediately after that game. It's not a personal dig towards Billy Napier. I don't think he's a bad guy. Ultimately, he's 20-22 as the head ball coach here at the University of Florida. First Gators program start at 1-3 since 1986. 1986. He's 10-16 in the SEC. 4-11 now on the road. 4-11. There hasn't been a head coach here at the University of Florida since the 1940s to have a collective overall losing record. Billy Napier leads this team out on the field week after week after week, and the product remains the same. If you were listening to the hour before this with AJ and Hannah Mack, they talk about, why isn't Jaden Baugh getting the ball more? Isn't that a discussion that we've been having week after week after week after week? The problems remain consistent. The solution, it's nowhere. So ultimately, I know it's not, but if it were up to me, I would have pulled the plug on Billy Napier this Sunday, 9 in the morning, immediately after the result of that Miami game. Hannah Getman, how you feel?
Yeah, I think a lot of Gator Nation feels the exact same way. I think I personally expected to wake up today to a notification Billy Napier fired, and I didn't. I was honestly shocked. And I know there is a argument saying that maybe he shouldn't be, but I think after this past weekend, it's like, all right, like I thought maybe we'd get a win and it'd be very like Billy Napier-esque to beat Miami this weekend. I feel like that's something Billy's good at when his back's against the wall. He likes to win some games, and we didn't, and he's still here. And I would just love to hear the reasoning behind that. I don't think we ever will. I don't know if anything's going to happen with that, but it would be interesting to see what's going on behind the scenes right now.
You know what was so Billy Napier-esque? Giving Gator Nation just a little bit of hope in the third quarter, putting together a decent drive, giving the ball to Jaden Baugh, running it down their throats, even calling QB powers and letting DJ Lagway use his legs a little, ultimately leading to that touchdown. And then there's the interception and then the turnover on downs where I believe it was 2nd and 7, Hannah Getman, 2nd and 7. And instead of maybe taking a shot, trying to get to the sticks, get that first down on second, you give the ball to Jacoby Jackson and just run him right into a stacked Miami box, which results in 3rd and medium and then the turnover on downs, which killed the whole momentum. Remember, we're taking your calls here on the Sports Lab. Nate Bilgeray, Hannah Getman, 392-8255. We've got Mike. He's been waiting for a while. Mike, how you doing?
Well, I'm trying to hang in there. I went to my first game in 1958.
Wow.
So I've been to a lot of ups and downs. But that was the worst offensive performance I've ever seen in 60-plus years of watching Gator football. It's not getting better. In fact, it's getting worse.
Absolutely.
So, and when you know, the insanity is when you do the same thing and expect different results. He's never going to be a good play caller. We've had enough 4 years now. He's just not going to. He's not a good clock manager. And you know, Lagway. Maybe he peaked in high school, but right now he's not playing major college football.
You know what?
He's just not.
Listen, Mike, I agree with
Anybody
you.
else?
I think it's unfair to say DJ peaked in high school because he did look great as a freshman last year. You could say he peaked in freshman year of college.
12 touchdowns, 9 interceptions,
Yes.
and he completed less than 60% of his passes. He didn't look great last year.
Okay, but he
had
was
a couple-
undefeated as the starter, right? He didn't lose a game.
No, but he wasn't because we won. We won because of defense, the same way
Fair.
we're the only way you can win now. But no, he wasn't great last year. So he's not. I don't think he's going to get better. And you know, they've given Napier everything he asked for, and he told us before the season that this is his team. That we're going to finally see a chance to have a championship, and he's not going to make any changes. He's not going to change the offense. He's not going to change the quarterback, and it's not going to get better. And, you know, if you're stubborn, if you just continue to be stubborn and see you have a glaring weakness and refuse to change, then it's time to get another coach. Because
Mike, listen,
that's what
I
a
agree
good
with you.
coach does.
I agree with you. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you. I do think that DJ Lagway was making throws on the run and showing a certain level of mobility and athleticism last year that's not here this year. But that ties into Billy Napier again, because Billy Napier is your play caller. Billy Napier is the guy who is tasked with adjusting the offense and catering it around DJ Lagway and his certain abilities. And, you know, I'm just not exactly sure if he's doing that. Last year we saw DJ Lagway thrive in deep ball situations. And I understand the LSU game, DJ threw 5 interceptions. But 7 of the 12 completions DJ Lagway did have in this game were behind the line of scrimmage. So Billy Napier, as a play caller, has to remember that DJ Lagway is a unique quarterback. He's unlike any quarterback he's ever coached before. And I don't think Billy Napier is setting DJ up for success. Not to defend DJ Lagway, but I don't think he's setting him up for success.
No, I agree. I think DJ's supposed to be that dual threat quarterback that we all expected to come in and play like a dual threat quarterback, and he really hasn't been. Now, there's an argument to be made that that's on him, not on Billy. But again, he was 2 for 9 on throws further than 5 yards down the field. So there is something to be said about maybe it is DJ's fault. Maybe he can't make throws that are actually past the line of scrimmage. Who knows? But there is also something to be said about the regression. And we were talking about this before. I mean, under Billy Napier, DJ has just gotten worse.
It's true.
And Graham Mertz, same way, got worse under Billy. So at that point, it does become a head coaching problem, because how can you see this level of regression in very, very good football players, very hyped up football players? We all expected DJ to be the next great Gators quarterback, and he's gotten worse since coming here. So that has to be a little bit on the head coach.
Yeah, Graham Mertz, top 5 statistically in most categories passing in the SEC in his first year as a Gator. In the second, production completely plummeted. And for production to plummet from a quarterback who's played, at that point, 6 years of Power 4 football, that has to be on the coaching. Honestly, I'll pose a question to our listeners. Outside of maybe Jaden Baugh, because he looks quicker, a little more explosive, able to get outside the tackles better and run rampant. Under Billy Napier, have you seen a player specifically that you think has improved tremendously, that has gotten better due to Billy Napier's coaching? Because outside of Jaden Baugh, and Jaden Baugh's not that hard to coach when he's got the physical tools, the it factor, and the speed. Outside of Jaden Baugh, Hannah Getman, I don't know if I've necessarily seen any players improve under Billy Napier. Nate Bilgeray, Hannah Getman hanging out here with you on the Sports Lab. We've got Monday Night Football later. The Detroit Lions hitting the road to play the Ravens, 7 p.m. You got that covered right here, WRUF, your home for the National Football League. We're taking your calls, and up next, we got John on the line. John, what do you got?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. I tell you what, I'm about giving up on calling this tailgate up anymore. I don't know what Napier's been doing. I don't know if he's been sprinkling monkey dust or fairy dust on Jeff and
Well,
Pat,
we love Jeff and Pat. They're our
like
coworkers. They're our guys.
I used to like it, but they seem like no matter what Billy Napier does, seems like there's an instant agree on defending him and about getting rid of him. I like what you said. He should have gotten rid of him right after the Miami game. I couldn't agree more. And I asked them the other day, how come Napier doesn't call, legally off the field when he's having trouble and looks Dave's confused out there and discuss what's going on with him on the sideline?
No, I hear you.
And they said, oh, that wasn't no good. Here's the thing. Why don't they put Joneses out there to see what they can do for a half a game or something? Well, I mean, what's it going to do? Are they going to give him the death penalty? Put him in prison for life?
John,
put him on the football
I hear you,
field
John.
for half a game?
I hear
you.
you.
Good God.
And I feel your passion. John, I feel your passion. I get it. It sucks. Gator Nation not in a great spot right now. Thank you for your call. Pat, Jeff, those are our guys. They're allowed to have their own opinions about Billy Napier just because I believe that the plug should have been pulled on Sunday. Doesn't mean they're necessarily going to agree with me. And you can catch them right here every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. That's the tailgate on WRUF. Hannah Getman, our friend John asked us the question of why wouldn't you put Jones in there? And ultimately, that's Billy Napier's call. And historically, when it comes to Billy Napier sticks with his guys. So am I surprised that Tramel Jones hasn't gotten in the game yet? No. To be frank with you, I'm not surprised at all.
No, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not surprised either. I think that's, very Billy-esque. That's
Yes.
my new favorite
Billy-esque.
adjective. It's very Billy-esque. He sticks with his guys. We have talked about this a lot. He loves his veteran players. When he has a guy, that is his guy. And I'm not surprised that Jones hasn't gotten in the game yet. I actually think there is a argument about why he shouldn't have played against Miami because that's a tough defense to come in your first game and play against.
No.
I mean, obviously he played against LIU, but that's a real opponent. And I don't know if you throw him into fire like that. But there's, the LSU game, it's debatable that maybe he should have gone into that game, especially after pick 3 or 4. I mean, that's when you got to pull the plug. But it's not necessarily surprising that he hasn't played yet.
No, I agree with you, Hannah Getman. The Miami game, 13-7, you just get an interception. You finally have a chance to gain some momentum. That is not the time to put Tramel Jones in. He has only played college football against LIU, and you can't expect a freshie, a rookie, to go in there and lead your team on a go-ahead drive. We're going to keep talking about Tramel Jones, DJ Lagway. Should DJ potentially redshirt this season? I don't know. We're going to talk about that later in the show. I want to circle back to Billy Napier, because ultimately all of these decisions, everything we talk about on this show, it starts and ends with the head coach, Billy Napier. Yeah, DJ Lagway didn't look that great. The offensive line didn't help him out all that much, but the wide receivers aren't touching the ball. Jaden Baugh not getting a lot of looks outside of that one super long drive. So when everything is going wrong, when the gears aren't turning for your quarterback, for your wide receivers, for your running back, for your offensive line, the defense looks great. Ron Roberts calling those plays. Billy Napier, the head coach, the offensive play caller. When nothing is working, that falls on your head coach. And again, first 1-3 start since 1986. 32 total yards of offense on the road in a rivalry game against Miami. I mean, that's pathetic. That is letting down Gator Nation. And when you let down Gator Nation one too many times, or should I say 22 too many times, I believe that the plug has to be pulled. Not my decision to make. We're going to talk a little bit more about DJ Lagway, Tramel Jones. Why isn't Tramel getting in the game, Hannah Getman? And DJ Lagway, he's played 4 games, looks a little banged up. Should he just redshirt the season at this point? I'm not so sure, but you're going to get the answer on the other side of this break right here on Sports Lab, WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
I'm Addison Boatwright. The SEC Defensive Player of the Week in soccer is a Florida Gator. Redshirt sophomore Paloma Pena earned the honor after her first collegiate shutout and goal on Sunday against number 15 South Carolina. Pena says she does not take full credit and attributed her success to her teammates.
I was just really proud of my back line, and it honestly made my job way easier. All I had to do was make the save, which is what I'm here to do, but it was really them. They gave me that confidence. They did their job so that I could do mine.
Next up, the Gators will face Georgia in Athens Friday night at 6:30 p.m. Gator basketball was back today with their first fall practice of the season. Coach Todd Golden talked about the team's mindset going into the new year after their national championship run back in April.
You know, with this team specifically, we're not talking a lot about repeating and doing those things, but we are talking about doing everything to play deep in the March.
To watch the full press conference, go to WRUF.com.
You know International Diamond Center is the best place to buy diamonds and fine jewelry. But did you also know IDC will buy from you? Diamonds, heirloom jewelry, estate jewelry, Swiss watches, coins.
Don't be afraid to come in and get a price on something that maybe it's an heirloom that you want to sell, or you're just checking to see the price.
IDC owner Keith LeClaire has a vast network of collectors and buyers around the world, so IDC can always find a market for your jewelry.
We always pay a very strong price to buy. There's a resale market that's there, and we pay top dollar for top merchandise. We have people all over the world that we sell to. So some collectors are going to pay way more than any consumer's going to pay. We'll give you the best possible price, no games played, and you'll get the check or the cash, whatever one you want.
Let IDC appraise what's in your jewelry box. You might get a pleasant surprise.
Sometimes they come in, they have no idea what's there, and then all of a sudden they walk out with a $28,000 check.
International Diamond Center. Online at shopidc.com.
Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard.
Are you waking up in the morning with a sore jaw, headaches, ringing in your ears, all because you're grinding and clenching your teeth at night? That's exactly what was going on with me. I ended up going to a dentist, and he wants to charge over $600 for a night guard. That's when I found the Brooks Night Guard. You mold it at home to the top or bottom teeth. Other mouth guards go all the way to the back, which allows the back teeth to touch. This is where most of the grinding and clenching occurs. The Brooks Night Guard redirects the bite force away from the back teeth, reducing jaw pain while still protecting the teeth. This unique design is what makes Brooks Night Guard different from all other traditional grind guards. Order your Brooks Night Guard today and get 10% off plus free shipping. Go to brooksnightguard.com and enter the code Brooks95. That's BRUX95.
Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard.
This football season, Hurricane BTW was your game day getaway. Catch every play with an ice-cold Bud Light in hand. Pair it with fan favorites like our wings and apps, while you catch every touchdown, tackle, and highlight. Our Bud Light specials are here all season long on Hurricane BTW, so bring the crew and make it a game day tradition. Visit hurricanewings.com to find a restaurant near you.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
The Extra Point with Steve Russell, Saturdays after Gator football, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
We're back on the Sports Lab. I'm Hannah Getman. He's Nate Bilgeray. We're talking about a lot of things today. We're talking about Billy Napier. We're talking about Miami. We're talking about DJ Lagway. Should he redshirt? Should he not? Should Tramel Jones get a shot? We have a lot going on today on the Sports Lab, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, WRUF. The phone lines are open, 392-8255. We got Daryl on the line. Hi, Daryl.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you, Daryl?
Doing all right. Just, I just wanted to call and give my 2 cents about the Billy Napier situation and I guess the Lagway and Tramel Jones. First, I've been a big proponent for keeping Billy in through the 4th year because I don't like the lack of continuity in the program. I don't think it's helping the image of the program, attract high-level candidates, or just even being able to have a system and grow when we're changing coaches every 2 and 3 years. I mean, nobody wants to walk into a furnace knowing that half the fan base is going to want them fired within 6 months. So I was a proponent of keeping him. I think his time is done here, but it's too early in the season. It's not going to help to fire him right now. We're not going to get a high-level coach at this point in the season. The jobs aren't open other places. People haven't been moving around. And any coach that we could pull from a lower program like maybe Indiana or Tulane or some of those places, those coaches aren't going to be ready to make a decision to leave yet because they're in the early part of their season and they still have stuff to play for. So I think keep them around to the second bye week at the earliest, and probably through the end of the season, and then get rid of him, maybe right before the FSU game. Give a interim coach a chance to prove something maybe the last 1 or 2 games of the year. But other than that, I think we're just moving too early.
Yeah.
And as far as sorry.
No, you're good. That's a fair point to make. Thank you, Daryl. I think that's exactly the argument is what level of continuity makes up for the lack of production? Where do we want a head coach that's around for a while but not really getting anything out of his players, or do we want to try something else and potentially then recruits and people are looking at our program like, what is going on over there? Like, how many coaches are you going to have before you figure something out?
Yeah, honestly, Daryl made a pretty good point. Like, it's a bad look to not have continuity and to continue to let coaches go after 4 seasons. 2 coaches are let go in the middle of the season. Remember that happened to Dan Mullen. If it were to happen to Billy Napier, it's a bad look. I get it. But I would argue that it's an even worse look to give Billy Napier job security when he continues to lose, because you're setting this new precedent surrounding Florida football that winning isn't the expectation. If Billy Napier is around for longer than he should be, if he outlives his 9 lives, then I would say you are, again, setting the expectation that winning isn't expected here in Florida and surrounding the Gators logo. And in my opinion, Hannah Getman, that is more dangerous than lack of continuity. That's more dangerous than having to search for a head coach midway through the season, which honestly brings up another point. If you let go of Billy Napier, you're probably promoting Ron Roberts. Ron Roberts has been excellent with this defense. So you're giving a guy who's kind of earning his stripes this year a shot, and you also start the search for your next head coach early. You start the search early. You can start making phone calls. You can start pinging phone lines, whether that's Lane Kiffin, whether it's, I don't know if Gator fans are going to like this one, Jimbo Fisher. He was in Gainesville a couple of weeks ago, national championship on his resume back in 2014. So you can start the Kevin out there. Kevin doesn't like it. Kevin will have his chance to tell you guys why he doesn't like that tomorrow on the Sports Lab with Kevin Winter. Today, it's Nate Bilgeray, Hannah Getman. And I'm going to tell you that if the Gators had one of 4 national championship winning coaches in the nation, I don't know if I could necessarily complain. But I think letting go of Billy now kickstarts the inevitable. The inevitable, that is, Billy Napier is not the long-term solution here in Gainesville.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point to make, but there is something to be said about we don't want to settle for mediocrity. I think we had a caller last week that said, we're a mediocre football program and we need to embrace it. I don't think anybody here wants to embrace that.
I'm good.
Like, not at all the vibes we want to be sending out to the world. However, I think promoting a defensive coordinator doesn't necessarily solve your offensive issues. True. In my ideal world, if Billy does stay, we give him an ultimatum like, hey, we need somebody else calling the plays. We need an offensive coordinator. Like, it's either your job or it's an OC. I don't know how they can physically, apply that. However, he should not be calling the plays anymore if he does stay.
So that's a fair point, but there's a $25 million long stack
of
bills.
That is the issue.
That separates Scott Strickland from being able to go to Billy Napier and tell him, hey, if you don't bring in an OC, that's your head. So I think the buyout and the money is actually what's really causing Strickland to maybe bite his fingernails a little bit and hesitate on letting go of Billy Napier, because you were paying Dan Mullen for gosh knows how long until he finally got the UNLV job. You're going to have to pay Billy Napier his buyout, $25 million, in installments, and then you're hiring a guy, whether it's Lane Kiffin, Jimbo Fisher, Kenny Dillingham. All of these guys are going to command a heavy penny. They're going to command a hefty price. So you're paying a new coach probably upwards of $50 million for a long-term deal, while paying Billy Napier $25 million for the failure that he kind of caused here in Gainesville in installments. So money is definitely an issue for Gators football. But I think that brings up, you mentioned the caller from the other week when Rob was on the air who called in and said, we're a mediocre football team. It is what it is. Just accept it now. I would never accept that in a million years. I've only been a Gator for 4 years. But in these 4 years, the passion has grown tremendously. And I know that Gator Nation, the fans here in Gainesville, all around the world, will never accept mediocrity, and that this football program is going to be held accountable. But when you do let go of Billy Napier, it begs the question, is the next head coaching hire here in Gainesville for the football program the most important in Gators football history? Because what are we now, almost 20 years separated from greatness in Florida's last national championship? The further and further you get away from that Natty and Tim Tebow, people forget that Gainesville and the Gators are, upper echelon in the SEC, and as that fades away, the coaching job becomes less prestigious, the program becomes less prestigious, and then all of a sudden the train is off the tracks. So it's just a thought.
Yeah, as students, all we want is a successful football team.
Please,
genuinely,
I've been here for 4 years.
The fact that now we're all saying, oh, well, we have basketball season. I don't want to be a basketball school. As much as I loved winning a national championship, as much as I love being great at so many different sports, I want to be a football school. That's why I came here. That's why I came from New York to the SEC with my buddy Nate.
The Yankees.
The Yankees are back. We want football. We want SEC football. I remember growing up, Tim Tebow being that guy. I remember as a kid watching Tim Tebow, and all I think Gator fans want is to get back to that. So yes, I agree with you. I think the next head coaching hire can be one of the most important in Gator football history, because if we're going to sign another guy to a long-term deal where the buyout's going to be $25 million, it better be somebody good, because if we can't change this trajectory, we're going to stay a mediocre team, and we might just fall down the rankings of SEC football programs, and I don't think anybody wants that.
So, Hannah Getman, we're both from New York. I'm sure you're with me on this one. Our producer, Hannah Mack. Why can't we be both?
We can be both.
I don't know. Ask Billy Napier.
We can be both.
It's a great question. I wish we were both. I'll take the basketball natty while we were here. But, Hannah Getman, I know you are with me on this one, or if you're not, correct me. But coming from New York, college sports, college football, the SEC, there's not the same allure or buzz surrounding it. You root for your professional sports teams because that's what you know. In New York, the biggest football program in college, it's Buffalo, and I love Buffalo. I love Khalil Mack. I love James Starks, but Buffalo is not the Florida Gators. So growing up in New York, I didn't really know much about college football, but I can tell you this much. In 2007, I was 3 years old. I absolutely knew who Tim Tebow was. I absolutely had seen the video of the promise speech after the Ole Miss game, and I understood what Florida Gators football specifically was about. So no, I wasn't necessarily a college football fan growing up until I got down to the South, but I can promise you I knew who Tim Tebow was. I knew about the Florida Gators. I knew about the pedigree of this program, Urban Meyer, and everything that comes with being a Florida Gator, and I promise you, if Billy Napier sticks around too long, / if the next head coaching hire is wrong, then the Gators are going to fall far, far, far from what they once were when I was 3, when you were 2, and people are going to forget that's what it means to be a Gator right
Yeah, I think that is exactly what it means to be a Gator. Don't forget my Syracuse Orangemen upsetting Clemson over the weekend. That is New York football at its finest. But no, as much as we didn't grow up with SEC football, that's why we came here. We are transplants for SEC football, and that's all we want to see. And I think that's why we keep having these conversations over and over again, because we don't want to settle for something that we know we can be better than that baseline of Billy Napier mediocrity 6-6 season.
I have never settled in my life. My girlfriend is way more awesome than I am. My friends are smarter than I am. I shouldn't even be at the University of Florida. If you look at my GPA and my SAT and my high school stats, I've never settled in my life, and I'm not starting now when it comes to Gators football, one of the most prestigious programs in the sport.
Yeah, and speaking of settling, are we going to settle for mediocrity at the quarterback position? Is DJ Lagway the answer? Is he still banged up? Is he hurt? And when is the time to throw Tramel Jones in? We'll have all that coming up next on the Sports Lab, WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
You're home for Thursday Night Football all season long, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Hey, Joe, what are you and Mary doing for the Gators game? Want to come by my place and watch it?
No offense, Mick, but your place is more humid than Ben Hill Griffin Stadium, and that place is nicknamed The Swamp. Why don't you guys come over to our place instead? We'll have some snacks, hamburgers, hot dogs, cold drinks, and cold air.
That sounds good, Joe. I don't know who to call about the AC. There are so many companies out there. How do you know who to call?
That's easy, Mick. Call the company we always call. Charles Berg Enterprises.
When your home comfort is on the line, trust the name Gainesville has counted on since 1967. Charles Berg Enterprises. Charles Berg Enterprises is still family owned and still guided by the values Charles Berg believed in: integrity, reliability, and exceptional customer care. And they use the best equipment on the market. Train. It's hard to stop a train. So if you don't want your home feeling like the swamp and you don't want to get swamped with high electric bills, call Charles Berg Enterprises today and experience comfort you can count on. Visit charlesbergenterprises.com or call now to schedule your next service.
Charles Berg.
Charles Berg.
Charles Berg.
Hi, this is Dr. Art Mowry of Exceptional Dentistry. Listen to what our clients have to say about their experience at Exceptional Dentistry.
The quality of work or quality of care that you get when you come here, from the minute you walk in the door to the receptionist greeting you and just the friendly atmosphere. I mean, I've been coming here 11 years. It's like family. It really is. Except this is a better family than mine. 99% of the time, I see Dr. Art. I have never been to any medical dental care in my life that I've received the good treatment and care that I get from coming here. I hope he never retires.
This is Dr. Kim Mowry, and if you think you have dental problems that are too big to overcome, we're here for you. Please visit us at exceptionaldentistry.com. That's exceptionaldentistry.com.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-908-7063. 800-908-7063. 800-908-7063.
Priority Tax Relief. The Tailgate with Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley, right here on WRUF.
Nate Bilgeray, Hannah Getman hanging out with you on a Monday. Sports Lab, WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. And we were talking about the Gators and the allure, the aura in the last segment, and about how 3-year-old Nate was like, wow, Tim Tebow's really awesome. Well, we got a funny little comment in the YouTube stream. You guys can find us on YouTube every single Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday from 2 to 4 p.m. on WRUF, home of the Gators. The comment reads, I lost it. It is about... Hannah Getman, you got it pulled up?
Yeah, I got it pulled up. Is Florida... just kidding. No, I don't.
I got it.
I got it.
With the way things
are
going, do you think there are even 3-year-olds watching DJ Lagway and saying, I'm not going to Florida when I grow up? Well, you know what my response to that comment would be? They got to turn on the TV in the spring and watch Boogie Flans, Avian Lee, Tommy Houck, Alex Condon, and Todd Golden's unit, because when they watch that squad, they're going to say, man, I want to be a Florida Gator when I grow up.
Maybe not in so many words as a 3-year-old, but
Maybe
we can only hope.
Go Gators!
That's it. Just Gator.
Well, you know what? The Florida football offense looked like it had the competency level equal to that of a 3-year-old against Miami down in South Florida against the Hurricanes, 26-7. The Gators did lose 32 total yards of offense in the first half. DJ Lagway threw for 61 total yards in that game. That is nothing. DJ Lagway is essentially a stand-in dummy to hand the ball off and facilitate the offense. He's not throwing the football down the field. He doesn't look like he can move as well as he could last year. The zip on the ball isn't exactly there in the way it once was. And this all ties into the fact that leading up to that LSU game, that was his 4th week of practice. Leading up to the Miami game, that was his 5th week of practice. And Herbie, Kirk Herbstreit, said it best on the broadcast. When I watch DJ Lagway play football, it looks like a guy who's still in camp mode. He said that in the 2nd quarter of a Week 5 football game against the Miami Hurricanes, an in-state rival, where it's all on the line. DJ Lagway still in camp mode, Hannah Getman. He's only played 4 games. That was Week 4. He's only played 4 games. It brings up the question, should DJ Lagway rest up, recover, get healthy, redshirt the rest of the season, and save his college eligibility for next year here in Gator Nation?
I think there's a lot of things you have to consider when you ask that question. I don't think it's just the amount of practice he's had as much as he hasn't had enough. Is he still banged up? Is he still hurt?
True.
Because that can be a 100% yes, redshirt, rest up, practice, be good for next year. But then that poses the question of, if he does redshirt, Trammell comes in, lights it up. Will he ever get his job back? We don't know. So then that again begs the question of, do we think that Trammell will come in and light it up if DJ does redshirt? And should he even be redshirting in the first place? There's so many different things to consider, because does he need that practice time of redshirting, or should he just push through the season and then we hope that in the offseason he figures it out and we're good by next year?
Well, Nate Bilgeray, Hannah Getman hanging out with you on the Sports Lab, WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. Remember, we're taking your calls, 392-8255. And we've got Paul, who's calling in and wants to talk about the game. Paul, what you got?
Yeah, I just I want to talk about the game. I want to see how do we feel the Gators are doing, just because the offense just can't seem to get going. So I just wanted to talk about that.
Paul, well, the offense can't get going. You're right. We've talked about Billy Napier all throughout the show. Thank you so much for your call, Paul. The offense is stagnant, and that goes back to Billy Napier's play calling. That ties in back to DJ Lagway and his inability to throw the ball downfield. Thanks to our good buddy Rob Russo, who did some digging after the game. If you go check out his X account, DJ Lagway, 2 for 9 on throws further than 5 yards down the field. 7 of 12 of his completions in that Miami game were behind the line of scrimmage. In his last 3 games, he has 2 touchdowns and 6 interceptions. I know I'm just rattling off numbers at you right now, but all these numbers basically mean one thing. DJ Lagway is not healthy. DJ Lagway is not fully restored from what he was last season. And I'm not saying that DJ Lagway can never get there. I'm not saying that DJ Lagway isn't the guy moving forward. But if DJ Lagway isn't healthy at this point, you're 1-3. You have to win out to make the college football playoffs. You've practically punted on the season already, because I don't know if this team can possibly win out, considering they still have Texas A&M, Tennessee, Florida State, all ranked teams left on the schedule. So again, if you essentially are already out of the college football playoffs and DJ Lagway's still a little banged up, why would you let him play? And if you're DJ Lagway, why do you step out there on the field and continue to risk hurting your reputation any more than you have?
Yeah, it's not really the time for him to get the reps that he needs against this slate of a schedule that we have coming up. It's not going to help anybody, because I don't think he's going to really get the experience, get the looks he needs to get to improve against these defenses that they have coming up. But then again, begs the question of, if you throw Trammell in there, is that really what you want to be throwing a freshman into fire, literally? I mean, will get thrown in, and he's either going to get swallowed up or he's going to perform, but that's a big risk of him getting absolutely destroyed by some of these defenses.
But the Gators aren't winning with DJ Lagway anyways. So you could say, what if you put Trammell Jones in there? If he throws 5 interceptions, that would be pretty bad, right? Been there, done that. DJ Lagway threw 5 picks in Death Valley against LSU. Point being, I don't know if DJ Lagway gives you a better chance to win than Trammell Jones does. I'm not saying DJ Lagway isn't a better quarterback. I'm not saying he's not a more experienced quarterback, Hannah Getman. What I am saying is that so far this season, from what I've seen, DJ Lagway does not give you a better chance to win than Trammell Jones would. Because if he did, the Gators wouldn't be 1-3 for the first time since 1986. Nate Bilgeray, Hannah Getman, hanging out with you on the Sports Lab. We're talking about DJ Lagway and whether or not he should redshirt and save some eligibility. If you think you've got the right answer to that question, feel free to call in 392-8255, 392-8255. When it comes to DJ Lagway, Hannah Getman, it's the little things. It's the 8-yard out routes to Hayden Hansen that he sails 10 yards over Hansen's head. It's the missed throws within 15 yards where he's, again, sailing the ball continuously. DJ Lagway has a significant issue overthrowing simple passes, and it happened time and time and time again in the Miami game. So for me, it's the fact that the simple things aren't clicking.
Yeah, I think the simple things aren't clicking, and the thing about DJ is I think when the simple things aren't clicking, you kind of are relying on him to still make plays, at least with his legs.
Yeah.
You're thinking, at least maybe if the offensive line breaks down, if he can't somehow get his mechanics together to throw the ball down the field, he can at least run. And he showed a couple of bright spots in the Miami game, but he still isn't that level of physicality that I think all of us have come to expect from him. I mean, we have Jaden Baugh already running the football, but if you could pair him with DJ Lagway and that fear of, DJ can run, get out of the pocket and make a play downfield and run for 10 yards, if we had that kind of bang, bang, punch, two-punch, whatever you want to call it, attack, it'd be great.
The jab cross.
Yeah, exactly, but we don't. So that, I think, is the other thing, is if he's not going to make throws, he should do something with his legs. But if he's not going to do anything with his legs, what is he really doing in there?
Well, you know what? That actually brings up a point that I wanted to make. Hannah Mack said it on the first hour of the Sports Lab. I don't know if you agree with this or not, Hannah Getman, but there were moments in that Miami game. There were flashes where I was like, maybe DJ Lagway is dipping into what he was able to access, the reserve of superstar potential last year. Maybe Billy Napier is ready to start calling plays for DJ Lagway to run. Specifically, 4th down in the red zone, make or break. Gators down 13-0 in the third quarter, desperate for some momentum. Billy Napier calls a quarterback run, a designed run. DJ Lagway breaks it right, gets the first down, and looks pretty agile doing so. So there are moments where I'm like, DJ Lagway actually doesn't look as horrific as I thought he did. And then the game ends. Florida loses by 3 scores. And I look at the box score. 60 total yards of passing. 60 total yards of passing. Hannah Getman, that's unacceptable. Like I said before, he's essentially a stand-in dummy to just facilitate the flow of the offense. I want to bring up what DJ Lagway actually said in the press conference after that game. Some people on Twitter are calling it the guarantee. What's guaranteed is that the Gators are 1-3. Here it is.
It's been hard though, but let me tell y'all something. We're gonna get things changed for sure. I guarantee that. I can guarantee that this is not acceptable at all. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to y'all and make this seem like this is okay. This isn't okay. We got to play better football, and it starts with me.
Well, I wish he would have said those things after the USF game. As AJ said in the first hour, I wish he would have said those things after we lost a very winnable game to a group of 5 school. Hannah Getman, thoughts?
I mean, it's great to guarantee some things. It's great that you want to give us some hope. But the only thing that we have right now is that we are 1-3. So I do not know if I trust your guarantee, DJ, as much as I would love to. I would love to trust that DJ Lagway can say the words, guarantee, you know what, we're going to win out this season. We're going to turn it around. We're going to, kick Texas's butt in the swamp. Unfortunately, is the guarantee really a guarantee? I guess that's yet to be seen.
Well, going back to our YouTube comment from earlier about the 3-year-olds watching DJ Lagway playing football and not wanting to come to the University of Florida, maybe this is the moment. Maybe that little soundbite right there gets clipped up at the end of the season after DJ Lagway turns it around and lights Gainesville up, and that's your DJ Lagway ascending into Gator, the Gator Nation, Great Kingdom, or whatever it is. But ultimately, there's been no tangible evidence on the field that that's going to happen. So for DJ Lagway to guarantee success, it almost feels disingenuous, because what exactly are you guaranteeing, Gator Nation? What exactly are you promising now that the team's already 1-3? Are you promising to win every game for the rest of the season and make the college football playoffs? Because if you don't, then that speech is all for naught. If this team ends up kind of figuring it out, going 7-5, maybe throwing a win over Texas or Georgia in there just for morale, it's still not enough. It's not enough. Again, year 4, Billy Napier, 7-5, missing the college football playoffs, a slow start to the year. The guarantee is disingenuous, Hannah Getman. So maybe DJ Lagway can deliver on his promise. I'm not so sure. We'll see. One thing is for sure. We were promised an excellent offensive line coming into the season. We were promised a group of guys who were going to protect our quarterback with their lives. Well, you know what? We got catfished. We got absolutely catfished. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that coming up next with Hannah Getman here on the Sports Lab, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, WRUF.
The wait is over. Miapa Latin Cafe is now open in the heart of Alachua. For over 13 years, Miapa has been serving up authentic Cuban flavor to the greater Alachua area. And now we're moving into a bigger, better space right across the street from our previous Alachua location. That means a bigger parking lot, more seating, and yes, a drive-thru for your cafecito fix on the go. We couldn't have done it without you. Miapa is deeply grateful to the community for years of support, love, and loyalty. This move is a celebration of you, our customers, neighbors, and friends. Miapa has been a part of Alachua County since 2003, and with 6 locations strong in Gainesville, Jonesville, and Alachua, we're proud to bring you the ultimate Cuban culinary experience. Miapa Latin Cafe. Authentic Cuban food, real community flavor.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. The InventHelp databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Get started today.
Call us for free information at 1-800-558-5497. Again, 1-800-558-5497.
Overheard at the Hard Rock Bet Party. No, you see, you get $150 in bonus bets after your first $5 bet hits.
Did somebody say hit?
Whoa, Ray Lewis? We were just saying if your bet hits.
Huh. You know I love a good form tackle.
We know, Ray. We know.
Hard Rock Bet Sportsbook. Roll with us. New players bet $5, get $150 in bonus bets if you win. Payable in bonus bets, not a cash offer. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 and up and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling, please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
It's official. Fall has arrived this afternoon, although it certainly doesn't feel like it for us, right? 92. It's pretty much where we're going to top out this afternoon. As we move into this evening, isolated showers possible. Patchy fog overnight, low of 70. For tomorrow, I'll do a high of 93. Once again, an isolated shower is possible in the late afternoon. For the WUFT Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Tim Miller.
It's always a good time at the tailgate. Weekdays beginning at 4, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
We're hanging out here on the Sports Lab. Hannah Getman, Nate Bilgeray, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, WRUF. Florida's permanent opponents in the SEC leaked by On3, UGA, Kentucky, South Carolina. The rest of the schedule out tomorrow on a TV special. But before we get to that, I think we need to talk about the catfish in the room. And it might be the Gators' offensive line.
So, the Gators' offensive line, what we were promised was one of the most productive units in college football. Gator Nation collectively, including Hannah Getman and myself, AJ, Hannah Mack producing the show, our guy Michael Tubbs sitting in, listening in, valued member of the Sports Lab. You can catch us here every weekday, 2 to 4 p.m. We were all promised a top 5 unit in the nation. Again, a top 5 unit in the nation. What I watched against Miami's defensive line, their front four, excellent. Messidor, Bain, absolute monsters. But that doesn't take away the fact that what I watched against Miami was absolutely atrocious. It was atrocious. The right side of the offensive line looks dysfunctional. It looks unstartable. Bryce Lovett, there was one play specifically in the third quarter where Miami sent a safety to stack the box and bring in a heavier blitz. Lovett should have picked up the safety. Instead, he goes and helps the tackle on a double team, tries to chase the pulling defensive lineman, and gives the safety a free lane to run in there and hammer DJ Lagway absolutely unblocked. Austin Barber on the left side. I understand Ruben Bain is excellent, but he got absolutely dominated. Again, what I saw last night from that offensive line was atrocious. It's almost like you're online You're using Tinder, whatever dating app it is you use. I'm not here to judge. Hinge, whatever. And you see a potential partner that you think looks pretty, that you think has a cool personality, that you could end up spending time with. And you swipe right. And you start messaging them. You get excited. And then you meet up in person. And you're like, oh my goodness, this is not at all what I expected. You are not who I expected to meet up with. This Gators offensive line is not what I expected them to be coming into the season. An atrocity. That's what it is.
They were called they were being considered a top 5 line like in college football.
Crazy.
Coming into the season, they had the production. They have Slaughter. They have Barber. It's in theory the dream date. It is the most perfect date. The candles were set out. The table was set, and then the waiter dropped the food in your lap. It's like something. Everything that could go wrong has gone wrong. Holding penalties, false starts, and not to say, as you said, I mean, Miami's defensive line is great. Don't get me wrong. That is a tough defensive line to have to battle against. But especially that play where DJ just got absolutely rocked by that safety. It's like, come on now. If you can't protect your quarterback at all, we're dogging on DJ for half a show. If he doesn't have time to throw the ball, we can't expect him to throw the ball well.
No, it's true. And this is where it all ties back again to Billy Napier, the offensive line not doing its job. DJ Lagway, an inability to throw the football. Jaden Baugh not getting enough touches. We keep talking about all these problems. And fine, if there was a spot on the depth chart where I could say, okay, there's a clear personnel issue there, then maybe I would be a little more defensive of Billy Napier. But on the left side of the offensive line, Austin Barber, again, was a fringe all-SEC guy last year, was supposed to make the jump and be all-SEC this year. He got absolutely dominated by Ruben Bain. He didn't look like he belonged on the field with Ruben Bain. And it doesn't make sense to me that the personnel is all there. When you look at the depth chart, there's a reason that the AP poll had the Gators top 15 to start the season. We weren't the only ones who got fooled by this O-line and this whole team. Everyone did. National media did. Josh Pate going on a show every single day talking about how DJ Lagway's the truth and the Gators are the next big thing in college football. And then all of a sudden the team's just not performing. Right now we're specifically harping on the atrocities committed by the offensive line in the game last night. But there's just nowhere on the depth chart where I can point out a significant personnel issue and say that's why the Gators aren't winning games.
Yeah, it's hard to point out one specific thing. But it is hard when your offensive line isn't blocking to get any of the offense to move. As much as we have Jaden Baugh running the ball, he's been great running the ball. It's impossible then when you can't block for him. He's patient. He's waiting for holes to open up.
True.
They don't open up at all. I mean, a lot of the time, if they do, it's because he makes a great play to get the ball for a 6-yard run. But a lot of time in that Miami game, he was getting tackled behind the line, and it was really, really hard to watch. And I can imagine the frustration on his side because he knows his potential, and if they can't block for him, what is he really going to do?
Yeah, speaking of Jaden Baugh, that guy's a Gator. That guy bleeds orange and blue. Jaden Baugh, there was a video of him in the locker room post-game crying after that Miami game. That guy's a Gator. He bleeds orange and blue. And if you actually look at the tape from that Jaden Baugh touchdown when the Gators finally got on the board, it's not like there was a gaping hole up the middle. It was a design halfback draw where he was supposed to go between his center and his guard. Pocket collapses. He's got to spin outside and make it happen on his own. So when Jaden Baugh finds success, a lot of the time it's just because of his natural abilities and not because the offensive line is creating those holes that he should be able to burst through, Hannah Getman.
Yeah, and about the offensive line, we want to hear from you, 392-8255. We got Justin on the line. Or we don't.
We lost Justin.
Unfortunately.
But that is okay because we have plenty to say about the offensive
line. It's okay, Justin. We did want to hear from you, but we could talk ourselves as we have been for the past 52 minutes. There's a lot of negativity around this offensive line. We can only hope they get better. But Jaden Baugh, I think, as you've said, being that motivated to do well as a Gator and him being that true definition of what we want our football players, how passionate we want them to be, I think is kind of a positive spark in this whole thing.
Yeah, but I didn't see a video of DJ Lagway crying in the locker room post game. Sure, he gave the quote unquote guarantee, but I don't see other Gator players coming out and taking accountability. Tyreek Sapp did it last week. It was awesome. But outside of that video of Jaden Baugh crying, Hannah Getman, I don't know if I've necessarily seen the proper passion from this team that they should be showing after these devastating losses. And this all ties back to skipping the alma mater after the LSU game. Jaden Baugh's crying in the locker room after a loss. Everyone else is skipping the alma mater. I just don't know if the passion's there. I don't know if the locker room's still there. And this brings me to the final drive of the game. It was almost poetic justice. Miami started the game out running the ball down Florida's throats and moving downfield with ease. That's how it ended. They scored one final, cherry on top, final stab in the wound touchdown. I wouldn't be surprised, Hannah Getman, if that's the touchdown that Billy Napier loses the locker room because of. If that's the touchdown, that is the final needle in the Gators' locker room and personnel just falling apart and giving up.
Yeah, and especially with the slate of schedule we have
brutal.
coming up.
It's brutal.
If the locker room falls apart, I don't really know what else you're going to do against some of these teams. And speaking of some of the opponents we have coming up in the SEC, our permanent opponents were just leaked by On3. We have Georgia, Kentucky, and South Carolina. Not what a lot of us expected, I will say. However, I think we're okay with it.
I'm cool with it. I don't know about you, Hannah Getman. Everyone is begging for Georgia, Tennessee, and LSU while also simultaneously dragging this program, Billy Napier, DJ Lagway, everyone associated with it, through the mud for the lack of success. So you're going to drag this program for the lack of success. You're going to complain when the team gets the hardest schedule in the country, but you're also going to call for Georgia, Tennessee, and LSU as your permanent opponents. I'm not saying abandon the rivalry. Remember, there's 9 conference games next year, so it's not like you're never going to play Tennessee and LSU. It just might be every other year, every 2 years. I can promise you those rivalries are still going to exist. But if you can guarantee South Carolina, Kentucky, plug those 2 games into the schedule every single year, you're taking some weight off the program's shoulder. You're giving them some cupcakes in a stretch of 2 years where there haven't been many cupcakes.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, cupcakes is a bit of a exaggeration. Maybe Kentucky, South Carolina. I think before they lost Sellers, I actually thought they were gonna have a pretty good season. And then they dropped that game to Vanderbilt, so maybe not. But I agree with you that as much as we want the rivalries, we want the tough games, we want to play LSU, we want to play Tennessee, we want to keep those rivalries going. It would be nice to have Kentucky and South Carolina on the schedule, especially, I mean, we're going to play Georgia. We knew that was going to be a permanent rival, and we typically don't have success against Georgia. Georgia has us in the series 56-44, but it would be nice to get some more wins against Kentucky. I mean, we lead the Kentucky series 54 wins to 21 losses, so if we could just build on that'd be a nice little cupcake every year.
Yeah, no, it would be awesome. And I say cupcake. Maybe I'm wrong because Billy Napier's first win against Mark Stoops and Kentucky was last year. But historically, in Gators football history, Kentucky is a cupcake. South Carolina, cupcake. These teams are only not cupcakes this year because the Gators football program is falling from grace, and I don't know exactly how you can stop it. I thought on Sunday the bleeding would be at least half patched with the pulling the plug of Billy Napier. It didn't happen, but the Gators got a bye week, so I guess you get to practice and see if you can recalibrate the smart board.
Yeah, hopefully DJ gets some of the reps he needs, and we turn a leaf against Texas coming up after the bye. We can only hope that against the SEC opponent, especially at home, we get something positive under our belts.
Please.
But looking ahead to that, we have fingers crossed that in the bye week the Gators can figure that out. I'm Hannah Getman. He's Nate Bilgaray. This was the Sports Lab, 98.1 FM, 8:50 a.m. WRUF.
Your home for Sunday Night Football all season long. WRUF 98.1 FM, 8:50 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8 year old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it for free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensated for their testimonials, sponsored by Age of Learning.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Hey, it's Steve Russell for Hurricane BTW, where every day feels like the weekend. Fresh, never frozen chicken wings, tossed in over 30 bold flavors, paired with ice-cold beer, all in a laid-back, beachy atmosphere. And with every game on the big screens, it's the ultimate escape in your home for sports, too. Great food, cold drinks, and all the games. That's Hurricane BTW. Escape the ordinary and find your spot at hurricanewings.com.
Get ready for game day, Gator Nation. Join your fellow UF Alumni Association members and friends to cheer on the orange and blue before each Gator home game at the Gator Nation tailgates. Located at Emerson Alumni Hall, directly across the street from the swamp, you'll have a prime view of Gator Walk, live music, games, and all kinds of family-friendly fun, featuring barbecue and drinks for purchase from Mojo's Hogtown Barbecue and exclusive Gator gear from the UF bookstore. Learn more and become a member today at ufalumni.ufl.edu. Go Gators!
Electronics World has moved to serve you even better. Hi, this is Tom Collette. At Electronics World, we will continue to give you big box prices with local personal service in a new spot, 3499 Northwest 97th Boulevard in Gainesville. At EW, you'll find Sony, Yamaha, Marantz, Powers & Wilkins, Martin Logan, and more. Also visit us online, electronicsworld.net. That's electronicsworld.net.
From the Spurrier's Gridiron Grill Studio, WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gainesville, WRUF FM HD2, and on the WRUF radio app. The Tailgate with Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley is on the air.
Let's do it. It's go time.
You can be part of the show by calling 392-TALK. That's 392-8255.
You know, if I'm saying something to you, I don't say to you, I'm going to say something to you and then say it. I just say it.
Or hit the guys up on social media by tweeting to @JeffCardozaUF and @Pat_Dooley. The grill is hot and the beverages are ice cold. It's time to tailgate. Here are Jeff and Pat.
And good afternoon here on a beautiful, hot, warm, steamy Monday. And that's just Billy Napier's butt. So, that was
Very
good.
true.
Yeah, that was good.
That's good. It is hot out.
It is hot, yeah. I thought we were going to be, we had that little spell of almost fall, and now we're back to.
And today's technically the first day of fall, so
yeah,
it should be there.
It's imaginary. It's the first day of basketball practice.
And falling continues to be his football team, which will be a majority of the conversation today. It sucks. I mean, I don't know if there's any other way to really put it. I think from what not only we thought, certainly what the team thought and players and everybody that's a part of that staff thought it would be better, and it just has not gone too well. And I think, you know, the worst part for me, Duels, is I go down to the field, I don't know, 4 or 5 minutes to go, and it's raining a little bit, so I didn't have a cool rain jacket like some people did. But I mean, that's just messes up the little gel in your hair, so it's not a big deal.
Wouldn't know.
And then it's just, of course, there was a 2-minute timeout. There was all these other timeouts. And they just keep playing this, like, rap music throughout the whole stadium. And I'm just looking around watching all these Miami fans celebrate. And you know how much that pissed me off and how much I just hate Miami. So I'm just like, gosh, how did it get to this point? Because an hour earlier, I mean, if Florida converts a 4th down, it might be a lead. So it got away quickly. Obviously, the first half was bad, but there's so many things we can talk about. It's just – it was rough.
It is not, and again, that'll be it. Florida, Miami will be non-factor, unless, of course, they end up in a playoff game somewhere down the line. Right now, it's hard to imagine Florida being in a playoff of any kind unless it was a playoff to see who could have the worst offense. But let me ask you this question, Jeff.
Okay.
If I'm the head coach or you're the head coach at the University of Florida, and your offensive coordinator is in his 4th year, and you've lost 3 games and you've averaged 11 points in those 3 games, and you're 1-3, and it's a bye week, wouldn't you fire him?
I would change something.
Well, I'd just say it's been great, but I need somebody else. Well, and obviously he can't fire himself,
but he could give the duties to someone else.
But that's the thing. I don't even know that that's going to work, because what difference does it make? The offense is flawed. People have figured out the good things they do, and they've taken it away from them. And, they won't give the ball to Jaden Ball more than 12 times a game. So, I mean, I just don't know what the answer is, if there is an answer. And that's the thing. And you're right, Jeff. How wrong were we about everything? Especially those of us who had Clemson winning the national title.
Yeah, I didn't jump on that bandwagon like you were, but I also I think I was convinced from what I saw, and I think you're at least like you could see it firsthand. And I did see with guys other than DJ Lagway, like plays happening and different things going on, because he wasn't a part of things that some of the stuff that I saw. And so then you just expected, well, if it's working with these guys, it's obviously got to work with maybe the Heisman winner coming in and all these other things. And I think, listen, you're not going to just blame DJ Lagway. Obviously, play calling, and I mean, you can't have 27 yards of offense and think it was a good.
You can't have 1 first down and think you did a good
half
job
and
of
think,
calling
sure.
plays. Yeah.
So there's obviously some issues there, but listen, what did we say when Slaughter was coming back and Barber's supposed to be a first rounder? Man, this O-line, 4 of the 5 are coming back. They're going to be really good. I mean, DJ didn't have any time to throw all night, so they weren't very good either.
And to be honest, they haven't been very good all year. I mean, they've struggled. I don't know why. I don't know why maybe teams are just sending a lot of people at them, and they know Lagway's going to not be able to handle it. I haven't really studied the film because I don't want to watch it again. And that's the way it's been for the last 3 games. I don't want to watch the games again because they're so – this is going back to the old days when I used to – the DVR, you delete the show as soon as you got home. But I mean, that is the thing. And they still had a chance. I mean, it's 13-7, and Karen's already down for the night. She went she went out with Jill for brunch, and then we went over to another couple. Mike Martin, you know Mike Martin very well, and Michelle went over to their house, and they had a lovely dinner with a bunch of wine and stuff like that. So Karen's down, and she's sick of watching the Gators. And I said, when they get 13-7, they get that turnover, and I go, I'm going to be able to go in there and go, hey, you won't believe what happened.
Yeah.
Florida won the game. And then, of course, 4th down, it's a good idea, and it should be written into the contract of the next coach to make sure you get the ball beyond the marker on 4th down. You need to catch it beyond the marker. It should never be, can you get it on your
and that's a guy that hasn't played a ton.
Yes.
Doing that, but I think it's still coaching. You make them understand, or maybe he's not used to being in that spot, and you got to get there. But I gave Miami credit too. They made a really nice tackle. If he can just get by that, it's only a half a more yard that he needs, or length of the football, and it's fun. But but that was aggressiveness that we wanted. Yeah. There was also the good part of finally there was some halftime adjustments where that's been, to me, one of Billy Napier's biggest flaws is coming out in the second half, because there was no indication that Florida was going to be able to do that, and then they marched down the field. It looked like the offensive line was there with a purpose. They're pushing guys around, and Ball's running hard, Jacoby's running hard. They're doing these things they're supposed to do, and then
you claw
that
your
went
way
away.
back into the game, and then you let it go.
But I think the defense wore out. But again, Carson Beck wasn't very good.
Well, that's the thing. I said this on my podcast today. The good news is that Florida's defense has made Carson Beck and Garrett Nussmeier not look like Heisman candidates.
Yeah.
They have done that. Okay, that's the A part. But the other problem is offensively, you can't get anything going, and it allows their defense to rest. And their defense is going to be able to send Bain and Missador at you and at full speed because they were only in for how many plays did they play in the first half? Like,
all right, well, hey, let's add them up. Are you good at math?
Yes.
3, 7. So we're at 16. 3.
Wait a minute. It's 13. Now 3, 16.
Oh, I was a 3 ahead. 3 more, 19. 3 more.
22.
22 plays in the first half.
A lot of punts.
It went punt, 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 punt.
Other than that, the offense looked good in the first half. It's pathetic, and I got to be honest with you, Jeff. I'm just done with it. I just look. We'll sit here and talk about it, but I don't see how it's going to ever get better. I don't know what the answer is. Maybe they come up with an answer during this break. Maybe, like I know last year it was that they practiced harder. Well, they practiced harder in the fall practice, right?
Yeah, I just and to me, I don't know if it got lost in the comments or stuff that's going on. And listen, we'll take a break here in a second. We'll get to these phone calls that are coming in. Remember, you can always leave comments on our YouTube feed. It's WRUF, home of the Gators. That's been going all day with all the shows. So we'll continue to get those comments. But like for DJ after the game to say, well, I know it's going to be different because I'm going to now be a leader, or I'm going to now do this, and I'm going to make sure we do this and all this other stuff. Well,
I have 2 words for you on that.
It should have been done
too late.
Yes, way too late.
Yes.
Like, if you're the quarterback of this team and you know a couple of weeks ago that was part of the issue, and you're supposed to – that's the more than anything issue I have with DJ Lagway. Like, again, I mean, you guys that listening, you know that I'm a part of the broadcast. I interact with Napier all the time. I mean, the staff is tremendous. You know, I spent a good 30 minutes with Billy Gonzalez Saturday morning at the hotel, and we're talking about a lot of different things. And all these guys are awesome. They love teaching. They love coaching. They love doing all this other stuff. Sometimes it is the players, to be honest. Now, like Billy Gonzalez has been a coach now for 31 years. He was on 2 national championship staffs here. Like, he knows what the hell he's doing. Like, he's forgotten more football than any of these players even probably know about. He can't be out there on the field helping them, but there's obviously other factors. But to me, like, why did I like Brady Singer and Alex Faedo so much?
Because they would talk to you?
Because they were mean sons of...
Yeah. Well, that's what I think. They need, not only on the players, they need some coaches that are SOBs. Now, I know they've got one.
Yeah, there's some that yell and do all that, but I just for Lagway to say that, it almost pissed me off more than anything because I'm like, DJ, that should have been your mindset from the second you stepped on the field for game 1 against an inferior opponent. You want to go hang 100 on them, and I just don't know if he's got that in him. And why all of a sudden now just say it? Like that, like, again, it's just he mopes off the sideline. Like,
maybe he thought he was trying to be Tebow. Maybe he thought that was going to they were going to put it up on the wall.
Oh, a little speech.
I'm going to play harder. I'm going to try to inspire our guys.
Look at Baker Mayfield again this weekend.
Ridiculous how good he is.
And just the competitiveness and getting up in people's faces. He's asked after the game what this meant to him. And did you hear what he said?
Hey, he pointed at Wilkes.
Yeah, he said, this guy cut me in Carolina.
Yeah,
so it meant more.
He pointed at him during the game. He goes, that's for you.
Yeah. So it's like,
I want somebody like that. Yeah.
Whoa. Give me that edge. Like, that's what I want.
Yeah.
So we'll see. All right, lots to talk about. We'll do it. 392-8255. Again, that is our Titan MRI and imaging hotline. So we will get after it and get to all of your phone calls and comments here on a Sonic Sound Off Monday.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Addison Boatwright. Florida men's basketball is back for a new season today at their first practice of the fall. Forward Thomas Howell was a major contributor to the Gators' success, averaging 9.8 points a game last season. Howell spoke on the pressure of this year and the possibility of back-to-back championships.
I think obviously that's going to be in the back of our minds, but I think this team's mature enough and confident enough to move on to the next year.
The season will kick off on November 3rd against Arizona at the O'Connell Center. Several former Florida track members had podium finishes at the World Athletic Championships this past weekend. Genoa McKeever contributed to Team USA's first-place finish in the 4x400 mixed relay. Anna Hall became the first American to win the heptathlon since 1993, and Grace Stark earned a bronze medal in the 100-meter hurdles. Visit WRUF.com to read more about current and former Gator performances at the World Athletic Championships.
You spoke, we listened. You wanted the easiest car buying experience ever. So we're giving you the easiest car buying experience ever. Your schedule doesn't have time for 5 hours in a car dealership. Work, kids, soccer practice, grocery runs, jury duty. Really? That again? Gatorland Toyota puts your convenience at the top of the list. With Express Shopping, you can browse our incredible selection and buy your vehicle entirely from the comfort of your home. Financing, paperwork, trade appraisal, even the pricing can be done remotely. No need to come to the dealership. Gatorland Toyota delivers your new car to you. And what if that car was fully customized? With our pre-order program, it's easier than ever to get the exact vehicle you want, from headlights to trunk. Have a vehicle to trade or sell? Even if you don't buy from us, we'd love to take it off your hands and give you a top dollar offer that you're sure to love. Come experience how Gatto's got it at Gatorland Toyota today. Visit GatorlandToyota.com for the easiest car buying experience ever.
It's a hard reality to know you're getting older. Believe me, I sit next to Pat every single day, but we all have to go through it, and with it comes some aches and pains with every single step. But the good part is the pains are fixable, and one quick stop into Titan MRI will get you going in the right direction. There's lots of us out there that think we can just handle pain or it'll just eventually go away, but what you may not realize, you could be ruining yourself for many years to come. I'm telling you, go see Joe and the crew at Titan MRI. Their entire mindset is finding out what you need to feel better and getting it to someone that can fix it. With an average scan time of just 10 to 15 minutes, you'll be back on your way, carrying on your day in no time. Titan MRI is the only locally owned and operated MRI center in Gainesville, and their staff has more than 20 years of experience in the community. And they've been so good that Lake City came calling. They've got a place that is perfect up in Columbia County as well. Even your own doctors are bringing their families to Titan MRI. So get in front of those aches and pains and tell your doctor to refer you to Titan MRI.
Whether it happens on the pickleball court, the soccer field, or when stretching the limits of your yoga flexibility, injuries aren't convenient, but UF Health OrthoCare is. Now with locations in Gainesville and Ocala, our board-certified specialists provide the expertise you need to get moving again. Don't let a sprain, strain, or minor fracture keep you or your kids sidelined. Turn to UF Health OrthoCare. Visit ufhealth.org/orthocare locations for addresses and hours. Walk-ins welcome.
You're listening to The Tailgate with Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
All right, we are back here on the tailgate. A lot of very lively around here. A lot of people bouncing around, sticking their heads in to say hi to us, and we appreciate that. We love it when people say hi to us. Not that many people like us, but we do.
Speak for yourself.
Hey, look, you just told me that you came home because you weren't having any fun.
No, I had a lot of fun Friday night. Went to the casino. A lot of Gator fans there, which was great. Even ran into Eric Rett. So
I saw a picture of him somewhere, and it was with I think it was with Lisa Spurrier.
Yeah, I was with Lisa. We were chatting together.
It was, and Karen shows me the picture. She goes, "Who's that?" And I go, "Eric Rett." She goes, "No way!" And I go, "Yeah, that's Eric.
Yeah, we were.
That's Rett."
We were together and chatting.
Did you tell him thank you for coming on?
He did. He said he enjoyed the interview. So it was.
He was great.
It was good.
I wish we had Eric Rett playing for this team right now.
So, yeah, no, I mean, he's good. And that's the thing. I mean, there was a ton of Gator fans down there. You know, the cool part, too, is that was the first time I'd been down there since they did the F1 track. And you see the track, like, all around the outside of the stadium. You've got to drive on it to get to your parking spot and different things. And we actually entered through the F1 garages.
Maybe that's part of why they wouldn't let them do
game day
down there. Yeah.
Could have been cool. And that was at least cool for McAfee to do that. Threw on the Speedo and jumped off a high dive. It was good.
I did see it.
He did a good job.
I got to be honest with you, that was the only part of game day I saw, because I turned it over just expecting a game to be ready to go, and he was doing the dive. So
he did good. All right, let's see how good all of you are.
You would have done that, right?
I would have done it.
Yeah.
You'd be great on our Titan
Speedo on
MRI
Speedo.
and imaging hotline. Brian's going to kick it off today. Brian, what's up, man?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. First thought here is, going back to Napier and not giving up the play calling. Like, it's just hard to figure out, is he just so thick-skulled that he can't see after 4 years what he's doing really isn't working? And I know part of it's execution and players, right? Is he just so arrogant that he thinks, he knows better than everybody else and he can't see, like, this, this 32 yards of offense the other night? So it's like this awful combination of, like, ignorance and arrogance.
I think maybe more ignorance than arrogance, Brian. I just
stubbornness to me.
Yeah, part of that. I don't think he's arrogant in any way. I think he just, he feels like he got to Florida because of not only his ability to shape a team and do what he's been able to do off the football field, but also part of that hiring was because of the successful offense that he had at La Tech. And, obviously it's a lesser conference, but they scored a lot. They did good things. And he always has wanted to call plays. So I just think that's the way he is.
Right. Didn't he get fired at Clemson for,
he did.
In an actual...
Yep.
That was a long time ago. But, but look, hey, Dabo's not happy up there. Maybe we can just do a swap.
No.
Let Dabo come down here.
There was an article. Well, did you guys see? I think there was an article in the USA Today sports section that said, basically, hey, Dabo, if you're fed up with everybody griping at you at Clemson, come on down to Florida. It kind of made an argument he might be a good fit. I'm not saying
if he thinks they're griping with him at Clemson, wait till he gets down here.
Right.
Yeah. No, I don't. I don't see that happening. But I know there's going to be a lot of speculation about things like that.
Yeah, but last question. With a few weeks ago, maybe Pat, you were talking about how everybody just got to grin and bear it. It's, you should fire him now. The portal, the players can leave. Like, when do you think Florida will fire him, and when do you think they should fire him?
Well, I don't think they should fire him until at least after the Georgia game. If they have not won a game by then, I would pull the trigger.
Yeah, this is soon.
But and again, it goes back to the 30-day window. I think is very important in this. We have to think about it. And really, firing a guy right now, how is that going to make your team any better?
Mm-hmm.
It's not.
Yeah, they're not. Whoever they announce as the interim, then if that was the case, that guy's not going to be the head coach. So it's not like it's going to improve anything. You're auditioning.
They need to let Ron Roberts take over, and I'm like, hey, you guys don't know the whole story with Ron Roberts. There's guys that do not like him, and he's very abrasive. But I don't mind abrasive at this point. The other thing is, how is that going to make the offense better? That's not going to make the offense any better.
Right.
You got to figure out how to make the offense better, and unless Billy does it, nobody's going to be able to do it until they get another coach in here. So that's my feeling.
Right. That makes sense. But I read something the other day. I think it was Feinbaum who was saying that Billy has just brought this program to such low heights that in some ways he's made it more attractive because the bar is so low. And that's it. That's all I got.
Yeah.
Good stuff, Brian. Thank you.
That's good, Brian. I will say this, though. The bar is not low. The bar is right where it always has been at the University of Florida. However, if you came in here and won 9 games in the first year, if they brought a new coach in,
people are going nuts.
People would go nuts, and they would love it. And that may be where he's talking about the bar being low. And he's had me on several times, and I said, look, if they can go 9-3, I think they make the playoffs. That'd be an unbelievable year. And he said, is that really how low the bar is? It's not trying to win a national championship? And I'm like, Paul, they haven't even been in the mix for a national championship. You got to get in the mix before you can win one.
Yeah, if you're in the playoff, you got a chance to win a national championship.
But
so
that's not going to happen, I don't think.
All right, Craig's
you have
next.
to win out.
Hey, Craig, welcome.
Hey Hey guys, and by the way, Jeff, Baker's that dog. He has dog in him.
Oh yeah.
So I love my Bucks. Listen, I'm gonna go see him in Seattle a couple weeks with my dad. So Baker has that dog in him. DJ just doesn't have that dog in him. Maybe he'll get it down the road, but you can't teach it what that dog inside of you is, because he just has it.
Yep, and that's the thing. And the funny thing with Baker Mayfield is 3 different teams told him he wasn't good enough. And he just fought back.
Yeah, and the Cleveland part is weird though. I mean, it
was strange.
They had only won like one or twice in like 50 games, and then he takes over and he goes 7-7. It's like it wasn't good enough.
Yeah,
it's like, what are you talking about? The guy just like
that whole Deshaun Watson thing. Yeah,
very weird.
But I mean, if he's not good enough for Carolina, come on, man.
Yep. Yeah. So listen, that's my guy. I love my Bucks. Hey, I want to get some positive first. That defense, they dogs on there. Those guys never stopped fighting the whole game. The D-line got ravaged by injuries again. They fought every play, even the last touchdown. They tried like heck to keep them out. So I got to give that defense and Kermani McLean, what a pick that was too. I got to give that whole defense. Those guys, you make them. They're proud to be Gators, and you can tell that too. They've got a lot of pride in that side of the ball. So they didn't let go of the rope the whole day. Even with the score was not as bad as it is. I want to give the defense a ton. Like you said, the way they're making good quarterbacks look bad, that's good for progress, at least on that side of the ball.
They're not the problem.
No, I think, Jeff, did we forget the mat? We only had 10 on that field goal block early in the first half. So want to see if we forgot the mat again, because that was a
I didn't see the mat.
Did they really have 10?
Yeah,
I didn't even notice. I had the sound off for that game. I didn't want to listen to those fans, but that's not good.
Yep. Yeah. Hey, listen, I could see 2 ways. You can let Billy go now and see if he could salvage the season over a bye week. You could let it play out to the end. It doesn't matter. Like, I think we all know how this is going to end. It's just because of stubbornness at this point, or he thinks he's better than everybody in calling the plays. And I agree a little bit. But maybe the bar is a little bit lower, because 9 or 10 wins, like right now, we would pop champagne. We'd be the happiest group in the world if we got 9 or 10 wins right now. And this can be turned around very quickly. But when you're 20 and 22, and if you're looking at a guy, Cristobal was hired at the same time within a week of time, and that program is light years ahead right now, especially in the trenches too. They're just light years ahead as far as where we're at right now as a program, and it's just comparison. They're hired. It's just not going to work out. We just got to just grin and bear it for the rest of the year. But it is what it is at this point. I mean, to get upset anymore, I think we're past it. When I think apathy is set in with the Gator Nation, that's a little troubling too. But we know it's going to end. I hope the best for these guys. I hope they rally up. But like you guys all said, the schedule is we'll tell what's going to happen anyway for the rest of the year.
All right, Craig, appreciate you.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough to win any games the rest of the way. And I mean that. I don't think 1-11's out of the picture. I also think you can win 5 or 6 games and maybe even sneak into a bowl game. But
are you if you're calling 1-11, I'll bet you the rest of the beers you owe me.
Then that's going to mean more beers for you, though.
Because you don't think that'll happen, so you can't say that then.
I think it's a possibility, is what I'm saying.
How about 2?
Do you think it's not a possibility?
No.
Well, who are they going to beat?
Kentucky.
Why?
Because I don't like Kentucky.
Okay. So you can't do it based on that. Then they'll beat FSU. But that's the problem is I look at every team, and every team's at least has a puncher's chance, and Kentucky's on the road. Mississippi State.
Yeah, and look at all the injuries that can keep piling up.
I know.
When defensively those guys are playing their asses off, but again you lose another one, and then you lose another one, and it's going to be difficult. All right, lots to certainly talk about with the offense and everything else, and we'll continue that when we come back here on the Tailgate.
WRUF,
where Gator Nation comes alive.
98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Powered by ESPN.
WRUF, your home for Gator sports.
Gator Nation, come on out to the Mealy Pop Shop here in town. We are the #1 spot in the state of Florida for sports cards, Pokemon cards, memorabilia, and pretty much everything else collectible. I like to say we buy, sell, trade, and grade at our shop. So if you want to buy something, if you want to sell something, make some cash, you want to trade in some stuff, or you can even grade as we grade with PSA, SGC, and CGC. We host weekly breaks with personal and group breaks. Just find us at Mealy Pops Breaks on all the social media platforms. Whether it be a massive Skeens RPA or a Carlos Alcaraz Superfractor, we pulled some amazing hits. We're located right off of 39th Avenue, off I-75, behind Sonny's and Walgreens. Whether you're 6 or 86, come on out to our shop. Open Wednesday through Sunday, and you can also access our website, mealypops.com, for all of your collectible needs. Go Gators, can't wait to see you at Mealy Pops. We're located right off of 39th Avenue, off I-75, behind Sonny's and Walgreens. mealypops.com. Come on out to our shop.
There's a ton of things I love doing. That's why I have so many fun jobs and why I try so hard to make it to the kids' concerts, recitals, and games. But with everything that's going on, it doesn't leave me much time to take care of the chores at home. And since I hate chores, especially cleaning, I let the experts handle that one for me. Each week, a fully trained team from Molly Maid dusts, vacuum, wipes, cleans, whatever I need them to do in the house, leaving me more time to do the things I enjoy. Molly Maid is fully insured and is ready to do your dirty work for you as well. Call them up at 378-7755 or check them out online at mollymaid.com. They're made for this.
Sonic Radio. I'm your host, the CIO, and I just found the sound effects machine. Just in time because the new Junior Chicken sandwiches at Sonic are only $1.99 each. It's perfectly seasoned, crispy chicken that comes in original or honey chipotle. No. Already did that one. Save that one for later. That's a soft no.
Find Junior Chicken sandwiches on the Sonic Fun 99 menu. Live free, eat Sonic. Tax not included. See menu for details.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
You see the more than 70 bright green trucks all over town making sure our neighborhoods go from cluttered to clean. But what you may not know is there are more than 130 employees at GFL whose hard work and dedication deliver quality services to each and every one of you throughout the year. Rain or shine, regardless of the elements, GFL employees pride themselves on knowing what they do is crucial in our community, and they are looking to add fine folks to their ever-growing team. So if you want to be a part of the 4th largest provider of environmental solutions in North America, look into joining the Green Team here in Gainesville by checking out the career section at gflenv.com. Country fried sirloin, herb-crusted chicken, chicken critters, pulled pork, pork chops, sirloin steak. Do I have you salivating yet? Well, those are just a few of the things you can scarf down on the early dine menu at Texas Roadhouse. And best of all of that, only $12.99. It happens every Monday through Thursday from 3 to 5, so grab some grub and then head home and listen to the tailgate all the way until 6. And even though that's early dine, the staff of the Texas Roadhouse will wine and dine you 7 days a week with a menu made for many. Texas-sized combos, succulent steaks, and burgers that are as big as Gator Sports are just the start. And speaking of starting, their fresh baked bread with honey cinnamon butter is waiting. So what are you waiting for? Get over to the Texas Roadhouse and wash it all down with some beer, wine, or the coolest cocktails around. AJ and the crew are ready for you. It's just west of the interstate off of the Archer Road exit, so hit the road for the Roadhouse. Your taste buds will thank you.
Stream all of our shows on YouTube. Search WRUF, home of the Gators. Now, back to the tailgate with Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley.
All right, Pat picked this song, some kind of a jazzercise that he did in the 70s.
What? I didn't have my headphones
with your high socks and your...
What was the song?
I don't know, some jazzercise sounding thing.
That wouldn't be that.
That's Pat Dooley. I am Jeff Cardozo. We are here on a Sonic Sound Off Monday. Lots of calls to get to, so we won't
delay.
Make anybody wait. Joe is next. Hey, Joe, what's up, man?
Okay, how you doing?
Good.
Okay.
I heard someone call your show on last Thursday saying that Lagway, he making excuses for Lagway, saying he's a sophomore, but actually he's a freshman. That's sort of ridiculous. I can name several quarterbacks when they started at Florida the first year: Shane Matthews, Kerwin Bell, John Reeves, and Jackie Ekdahl. They were all pretty doggone good their first year. And three of those were
they were also sophomores, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They were sophomores. And Jackie Ekdahl, he got injured. That kind of derailed his career. But all those guys were good right off the bat. So, the ones that are making excuses for him right now, it's just that doesn't wash. He's just not very good. He's got to get better.
Mm-hmm.
One more thing that's not discussed. Last year, Napier went out and got pretty good right tackle who kind of covered some for Damian George. This year, he didn't get anyone. And I read somewhere today where Damian George and Lovett, the right tackle, got a 0 on blocking. Slaughter got the highest at a 70. So the offensive line right tackle wasn't addressed, which would have made a huge difference, I believe. A good right tackle that could have helped cover some for Damian George. And that's not been talked about, but I think that's a pretty good thing that he should have gotten was a right tackle. So, but anyway, that's the main things. Oh, one more thing before I go. Nobody has mentioned the name of Brian Schottenheimer. You think there's any way they could get him away from the Cowboys? He's in his first year.
No.
But I read
nobody's leaving the NFL to come to a college team.
Yeah. I probably
except Belichick.
Yeah. But anyway, I just wish they would get somebody. But I guess Lane Kiffin would be the biggest splash. I'd like to see that happen, but who knows? All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Joe. Good stuff.
Yeah, that's the thing with the NFL. They've got when you're a head coach in the NFL, I mean, you're making more money, and it's just like I was looking at because I was doing all my research for the podcast, and Kurt Cignetti's name came up. Again, what a win for them. I had Illinois winning that game. And I've been wrong about everything, but 63-10?
I think he only scored in the 50s.
Well, 53-10.
Yeah.
That's still good.
It's a lot to a little.
But then I look, his age is 64. He's making $10 million. He's like they're not hiring him.
Sure.
I mean, so I don't know what the answer is. I really don't have an answer. I don't know why. And don't forget.
I mean, he mentioned it. That's the name that would excite everybody.
But don't forget, Florida has had its last 3 coaches before Billy Napier won 10 games in a season.
Mm-hmm.
So winning 10 games is not like it's that hard. You should be able to do it. I know the schedule's been tough and everything, but to be under 500 is just inexcusable at this point, and I fear that it's only going to get worse. But we'll see. He's going to get more time. We know that.
Dan has our time. Hey, Dan.
Pat, you're right. It's going to get a lot worse.
I believe it. Yeah, I don't see how it's going to get better.
Hey, last week I called and I inquired about all the offensive analysts and staff and whatever they got. And, when you don't get a single third down conversion, you just have to keep scratching your head and going, what are those people doing? And, it boggles the mind how bad it is.
Yeah, I don't think they have much influence over what's.
And Dan, they're giving the information to Billy Napier. There's some really smart people that do that job,
and then he's got to decide what he's going to do with that information.
And guess what? Steve Spurrier's son is one of those very smart people.
I'm aware of that.
That's doing that. So they're telling them what to do, but that's not necessarily their fault for the play not executing or Billy calling a certain play. But again, there are plays that are there. I mean, I thought, obviously we had another holding call on finally a play where DJ made the right read. He got it out immediately, read the blitz. The guy's running back's wide open coming out of the backfield, and then it gets called back again. So there's just there's a lot going on, Dan. I don't think we can blame the analysts and all the people that are there.
I just blame everybody.
But it's just
you are what your record is, and that includes the analysts, and it includes the players, it includes the coaches, includes everybody. You're 1-3. That is what your team is right now, and that is what you are. And you got to figure out how to stop being 1-3. We were hoping for 3-1 at this point, right?
Yeah.
That's what that's what our goal was. Just split those last 2, and certainly win the first 2. And now instead they're 1-3. So they've got to figure it out. And I don't know that I have an answer. I have answers. I don't know that they're the right answers.
Well, I'll say this. After I called last week, a gentleman called and said, you need to pump the brakes on DJ and Napier and all that stuff. And I can tell you right now, there's not enough DOT3 in the world to stop the brakes on this team. And I
So
think
you're saying it's metal on metal there when you hit the brakes?
Yeah, it's full Thelma and Louise. No, it's not. There's no fluid.
Yeah,
There's
no
no
lube.
pressure. Nothing pumps. So they're, like I said, they've gone Thelma and Louise and
Going off the cliff.
Off the cliff, baby. All
Yeah,
right.
well, are they going to hold hands? That would be great if somebody should do a meme like that with Napier and Lagway holding hands as they're going off the cliff and Thelma and Louise.
Make some money. Dan, thank you.
Let me
go
say
ahead.
one last thing.
Yep.
Can I say one last thing?
Yep.
There's a very funny picture on X where it has Belichick before the game talking to his girlfriend.
Oh, and they start making out?
No, and the caption is, "Daddy, can I go to a friend's house after the game?" And really funny.
There was one that somebody did.
Thanks, Dan.
It's AI, obviously, and it's Belichick actually making out with her on the sideline. And I mean, like it's pretty aggressive, and it's come on, man, stop it. Stop putting fake stuff on X or Twitter or whatever you want to call it.
Happens everywhere.
It's a
But
fake news site.
not fake. I'm sure many of you heard, and might be not a part of conversation today, but apparently no Bruce Pearl for Auburn.
Yeah, he's decided he's going to step down, and he was able to hand the job over to Steven.
And that's Todd Golden's best friend.
I know.
So they're very, very close. For those that didn't know that, I mean, that was a big part of why Todd Golden was a part of Bruce Pearl's staff, and they became very close.
Bruce isn't that old, but there's a rumor that the reason he's doing it is he wants to run for
Congress.
Yep.
Could be.
So maybe he could be.
Could be. It's William next on the tailgate. Hey, William.
Hey, guys. I got an FSU friend, and he's really not.
That's your problem.
I'm about to get to him, but he hangs around with some pretty smart people. Anyway, he said, you know who your quarterback reminds me of? Our quarterback last year with regards to emotion and sideline leadership and assertiveness, things like that. And it pains me to hear that from an FSU guy.
No, it pains anybody to be compared to DJ Ungale. I mean, that's not good.
But if you look at the stats, Ungale had better. Come on, that is so pitiful.
Yeah, but he was playing against a lot easier teams, believe me, and that's part of it. Don't forget this: that Florida probably played against two of the.
Pat.
I'm just let me explain that Florida has played against two of the best defenses in the country, and there's no doubt LSU and Miami.
That's a joke, Pat.
Boston College.
Pat, come on. You've lost the plot. I'm sorry.
What?
You are the same age. We've seen the same things. Ray Graves. Everything. I've seen it all. Pat. And
No, I'm not defending him. I'm just saying that it was an easier conference to play in.
Pat, you're soft. It doesn't matter about conference. It matters about hitting the tight end on a 7-yard down and out. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about conference. Please. Pat, you've gone woke. I swear you're soft.
Oh, I'm definitely soft, yeah.
I love you, brother. I love you. Listen, Jeff, I'm glad you're there to keep him in check. This is sad.
Yeah,
Listen,
it is, William. But
Pat, you're soft.
Okay, thanks, William.
No, my point
I'd
was
snuggle with you
that
like a big teddy
if you're going to
bear.
compare their stats after 4 games.
Yeah, they're playing easier opponents.
They're playing,
I get your,
am I happy with the way DJ Lagway's playing? It's embarrassing, to be honest with you.
No,
and he should be embarrassed.
And I would like to see emotion, like something there, and like
What if I go down to that big billboard and start ripping it apart? Would that be the kind of emotion you want to see?
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that you have to fake it. But there are times like if you're a competitor, and I'm sure there's many people out there listening right now. How many times, we know that we're not going to be on the PGA Tour, but we're out there playing golf,
yes,
and we think we're good, and we can shoot a 82, and this is going to be great, and then you pull one left or something in the water, you want to throw your freaking club,
and you walk off the course.
You want to break it, you want to snap it over your knee, you want to hit somebody with it, you want to and that's just us as weekend golfers getting pissed off, This is a job that you're making millions of dollars to do. Yes, you are a student athlete.
You are also an employee.
But
no,
yes,
no
you are
also
doing this and just show some people out there that it means something.
Yes, exactly. And that's what we don't see from him. But hopefully maybe something but some guys just don't have that. Chris Leak didn't have it.
But and what did Chris Leak do at the next level? Nothing.
Yeah.
What is there a quarterback in the NFL that you can think of that isn't that acts like DJ? Just very ho-hum, nonchalant?
No. I can't think of one off the top of my head. No.
To get to that level, and normally just to even get to the collegiate level, you have to have that.
I mean, as bad as Anthony Richardson was at times, he still had enthusiasm. He still had – he was trying to be a leader. He just wasn't that good a player.
All right.
I
know.
I know.
Let's get Ted next. Hey, Ted, welcome.
How's it going, fellas?
Good.
Yeah, whatever, man. It's not good. I'm gonna continue to pile on here. I'll tell you, and you guys may have already mentioned it early on. You don't slide short of the sticks on third down, man. I know we ended up picking up the first down on fourth down, but to illustrate further, that is a situation where everybody's been talking about how the competitor needs to come out. They talked about it before the game. There was a chance for a 250-pound quarterback, and that's what he weighs. He's close to 250 pounds, to put his head down and get a very crucial first down when we were getting ran in the first half. And he decided not to do it. I mean, I'm sorry, man. You got to put your head down there and get that first down. You can't come up, whatever it was, 2 feet short. We got lucky and got the first down. Didn't matter. We didn't score any points on that drive either. And, man, when can we just put to bed that 2-yard next to the sidelines pass to Hayden Hansen, which is either carrying him out of bounds with his momentum if he catches it, or it's incomplete. I just don't understand that play. We ran it 5 times in that game, and I think in 2 instances we gained 2 yards, and the other 3 were incompletions. And I fail to understand.
And that's the crazy. It's a staple.
It's a check down, though, right?
But it's still staple of their offense.
Yeah.
In one of those instances, it would have been in better circumstance had he dropped it, because we were trying to save time at that moment. And so him catching it allowed the clock to run for a meaningless 2 yards. With all the negativity, I will say, what a sensational interception by Cormani McClain. Hey, it's horrible to say this, but when he made that play, I was like, he looks like a Miami player. And I hate it that popped into my brain. But, man, that was sensational. That guy can play, man.
Yeah, and he's going to be playing a lot more. I think there's no doubt about it. Look, the problem is that the defense has not been always great. Nobody is great on defense all the time. I can't get that 87-yard drive by USF out of my mind. But other than that, they played pretty well, and they certainly played really well in the last 2 games. You're going to give up a touchdown here and there. But if you can only score, if you're averaging 11 points in the last 3 games, you're probably going to lose them all.
And Ted, you mentioned Cormani. I think, as a Gator fan, you sit there and you watch what Billy did to him, for him, and made him better, and obviously developed him. And I mean, he couldn't do it with Dion, and nothing ever went right because Dion was a different type of person. That's the Billy Napier that we want to love, and we understand why he's here and why he could be the great leader of this program. But then obviously you flip it to the other side, and in the same conversation we're having, there's nothing.
Yeah.
And you need to have all of it. So I think that's the unfortunate part, is because we all want Billy to be successful. And, again, in the relationship that I have with him, I talk to him all the time, and I'm close to him, and I hear the things, and I understand some of it. But then you also, I think, get to the point where you realize, hey, something's got to change. And I think that's what I think everybody listening and, as a Gator fan, wanted to see something different, but it hasn't changed over these last 3 weeks.
Let me illustrate further what I mean by that slide and why that's detrimental to a team. Everybody knows we're struggling right now, and that first half we were struggling mightily. You slide prior to getting that first down. What message does that send to a defense which is depleted and playing really hard and playing well? How do you think that makes them feel? How do you think that leadership council felt, that those 40 players that took them out to dinner the night before? Like, where do you think that ends up in people's brains? I've played a few games in my life that I know where I would be on that one. I'd be like, dude, stick your head down. Let's go. We got to get this first down.
There's no doubt, but I think he's got it kind of into his brain that don't get hurt.
Well, but I also think last week he actually did that a few times. He didn't go down, and he got hit pretty hard, and it banged him up a little bit more. And if you watch him, you get a lot of credit to the UF Health athletic training staff and everybody there, because he's just limping around, and it's tough, and get him ready to play. So maybe that was a part of it, but I do agree with you, Ted. I think we see so many other football games across the country, whether it's high school, college, or the NFL, where a dude's going after and he's going to hit somebody and he's going to knock that DB back. You're talking about a 245-pound dude probably going up against a 160, 170-pound guy.
What's Baker Mayfield?
It was a safety.
Yeah.
Baker Mayfield probably weighs like 180,
180.
185. He's running over people and running by people. He doesn't care about getting hurt.
So there is something certainly to be said for that. All right, Ted, thank you, man.
Later.
All right, got to get this break. We'll knock it out, come back and wrap up hour number 1. We're here all the way till 6, though, so keep the calls a-coming here on WRUF.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm David Lopez, and Florida football's 3 permanent SEC opponents for the next 4 seasons have been released. The Gators' annual matchups will be against Georgia, Kentucky, and South Carolina, according to On3. Georgia leads the Gators in all-time matchups with a record of 57-44 and 2 ties. The Gators lead Kentucky and South Carolina all-time with 31 wins, 10 losses, and 3 draws against the Wildcats, and 54 wins and 21 losses against the Gamecocks. Florida soccer goalkeeper Paloma Peña was named SEC Defensive Player of the Week today. She earned the honor for her performance against number 15 ranked South Carolina, where she saved all 6 of the Gamecocks' shots on goal.
I was just really proud of my back line, and it honestly made my job way easier. All I had to do was make the save, which is what I'm here to do, but it was really them. They gave me that confidence. They did their job so that I could do mine.
Peña is the first Gator since Alexa Goldberg to have a 100% save rate against a ranked opponent.
I'm a man. I'm 40. And even though Pat is about double that, and we don't agree on lots of things, we both can appreciate the impact of something special on the Gainesville community. For more than 40 years now, Quality Plumbing has been proudly supporting countless local organizations and, of course, the Florida Gators year in and year out. And, by the way, they're pretty good at plumbing, too, setting the standard in the industry with reliable service and the results you can count on. So when your next plumbing problem pops up, don't stress. It's never a problem to pick up the phone and call Quality Plumbing 24/7, day or night. Quality Plumbing, where service, trust, and community come together. License number CFC 043073. So, it's summer. No major holidays, no big gift-giving pressure, but hey, love does not take a vacation. If you're thinking about popping the question or just upgrading from that high school promise ring energy to something a bit more grown up, Oaks Jewelry has you covered. With decades of distinction, Oaks is where you'll find hundreds of one-of-a-kind styles you won't see at all those cookie-cutter chain stores. And the best part, you'll actually save money, which means you can still afford a honeymoon that isn't your buddy's couch by the beach somewhere. Diamond solitaire engagement rings start at under $1,000. Whether it's vintage charm, modern sparkle, or something totally unique, Oaks Jewelry has the perfect ring for your once-in-a-lifetime moment. So, if it's time to lock it down for the summer, make it unforgettable without going broke. Swing by Oaks Jewelry, where summer love meets unmatched value, and find the one, beside your partner. Oaks Jewelry, distinct, unique, yours.
Hey, it's Adam with Adam's Rib Company. 20 years ago, my wife Michelle and I sought out to offer the best barbecue at a fair price to you, our loyal customers. We feel like we've been doing that. And to continue the great brand that we started many years ago, we've expanded to offer our new mobile kitchen, the Little Rib. Give us a check out on Facebook to see where you can find it at next. In addition, we can provide any barbecue catering needs. Dine in with us at our main location or give us a call at 352-373-8882 or visit us online at adamsribco.com.
So many of us have been looking for Waldo ever since we were kids, and when we finally found that red and white sweater, we were ecstatic. So many of us now are looking for a great deal on a vehicle, and guess what? When you find Waldo this time, you'll find a used car lot full of deals. Right Price Auto is right in the heart of Waldo, and they've got pretty much anything you'll be looking for in a used vehicle. Cars, trucks, SUVs, and even RVs. And you'll get the lowest fees, a lot less than those big dealers around. In business for more than a decade, they've got quick and easy financing, a simple process of buying with no waiting around. Just find what you want and drive away that day. It's a quick and easy drive, too. Just 10 minutes from the Gainesville Airport, right off of 301. Check them out online at Right Price Auto FL, and then stop by and tell them the Tailgate sent you for a no-hassle way that'll surely make your day.
Hello, my name is Mike Oransky. I am a former director of racket sports and now a nationally ranked pickleball competitor. With the constant strain from high-level play, I deal with frequent muscle pulls and joint pain. Until I found PRP, Regeneration Specialists for Focused Shockwave Therapy. This non-invasive treatment promotes faster healing and reduces pain. It helps me compete at my best and gets me back on the court faster every time.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
It's official. Fall has arrived this afternoon, although it certainly doesn't feel like it for us, right? 92. It's pretty much where we're going to top out this afternoon as we move into this evening. Isolated showers possible. Patchy fog overnight, low of 70. For tomorrow, I'll do a high of 93. Once again, an isolated shower is possible in the late afternoon. For the WUFT Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Tim Miller.
There's so many reasons to love living in north central Florida. The trees and the breeze are certainly a part of that, but as we have all realized from another round of storms, those things may not be the best for our residents and our roofs. But what is the best is a company that's been fixing things the right way for more than 40 years. That's the locally owned and operated Gainesville McFall Builders and McFall Residential Roofing. They offer the longest warranties in town, a 10-year instead of 5, and all of their workers are employees, no subcontractors that are going to give a subpar effort. There are a lot of people going door to door trying to do things the wrong way with no care about what it does to you. So why don't you go with the crew that uses premium products that are certified by the manufacturers to install? At McFall, you'll get state licensed building contractors for all your home renovation needs. With extra care, protect that pool, lawn, RV, or fancy fire pit during the process. And their process? Well, it's as easy as watching Florida State football stink. You get a detailed walkthrough before anything is even started. Call them today at 352-415-9098. I'm telling you, it'll be great.
Overheard at the Hard Rock Bet Party.
How'd you get your money so quick?
Hard Rock Bet's got lightning fast withdrawals.
Almost as fast as Dale Jr. valeting cars at this party.
Man, he's fast.
Hard Rock Bet's fast withdrawals have given me new motivation. Tips are appreciated.
Hard Rock Bet Sportsbook. Roll with us. New players bet $5, get $150 in bonus bets if you win. Payable in bonus bets, not a cash offer. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 and up and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
Electronics World has moved to serve you even better. Hi, this is Tom Collette. At Electronics World, we will continue to give you big box prices with local personal service. In a new spot, 3499 Northwest 97th Boulevard in Gainesville. At EW, you'll find Sony, Yamaha, Marantz, Powers & Wilkins, Martin Logan, and more. Also visit us online, electronicsworld.net. That's electronicsworld.net.
The jewelry store with the most likes, the most positive reviews, the most raving fans is International Diamond Center.
IDC is definitely a place that I will come to as long as I live here. This will be my go-to place always.
Literally the best jewelry store in town. You'll make friends for life coming in here. I felt like family from the beginning, and it made a rather daunting task very, very easy.
They really take the time to find out what you want or what you desire in a ring.
You have to come here. There's no other option. The customer service, the time spent to do what I wanted and what her vision was. There's no other place to go.
You know you can go there, and you know that you can trust.
The value was extraordinary.
They genuinely care about their customers. It's not just about the sale. It's about the people.
International Diamond Center, the people's choice for selection, quality, value, and service.
I've got a beautiful diamond on my finger, and I'm very proud of it.
International Diamond Center.
I'm very happy to show it off.
At Celebration Point and online at shopidc.com.
From the Spurrier's Gridiron Grill Studio, WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gainesville, WRUF FM HD2, and on the WRUF radio app. The Tailgate with Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley is on the air.
Let's do it. It's go time.
You can be part of the show by calling 392-TALK. That's 392-8255.
You know, if I'm saying something to you, I don't say to you, I'm going to say something to you, and then say it. I just say it.
Or hit the guys up on social media by tweeting to @JeffCardozaUF and @Pat_Dooley. The grill is hot and the beverages are ice cold. It's time to tailgate. Here are Jeff and Pat.
All right, welcome back to the Tailgate second hour of the show. Brought to you by Meldon Law. They won't back down. We appreciate them and all of our great sponsors. There's a little bit of news out there. Of course, we talked a little bit about the Bruce Pearl thing at the beginning, but it's a very newsy day.
Newsy Monday.
The SEC has revealed who Florida's permanent opponents will be. Okay, that's fine. I think they got a break on that.
Yeah, I think it's a good. I mean, you would think if the way it plays out, Florida should be better than South Carolina and Kentucky every year.
Do you think it's because they've been bad and that's kind of
I think they did a good job evening out with everybody.
Yeah.
If you look through them all.
I do too. I looked at it and I thought it was pretty even, yeah.
All right, well, this is the second hour of the Tailgate. If you're just joining us, welcome. Just clocked out. You are done with your Monday. Congratulations. You made it through. Get out of that cubicle. Now go sit for an hour in traffic if you're going west on Newberry Road. But that's still way better than Miami. It took me to go 12 miles, an hour and 27 minutes.
Yeah.
I was dog cussing everyone on the road.
I get it.
Very bad down there.
It's not a place I'd want to.
Very bad. All right. We got some breaking news on two fronts. I'll let you decide where we go with it.
Okay, I will go with.
We have football breaking news that is Gator related, and baseball breaking news that is Gator related.
Oh, I'll go with baseball then.
Really?
I don't want to hear about football anymore.
Right. Well, this isn't part of it, but did you see Jacob Young's catch?
I did, and I was.
Awesome.
It was going to be my play of the week, and then I said, I got to have some Florida, so I put the Jaden Ball touchdown run, which was an amazing 5-yard run.
Jaden Ball is very good.
He is very good.
Hunter Barco is getting called up, so he's going to pitch at the very end of the year. So another Kevin O'Sullivan product is making it away. But that, of course, buries the lead. It's being reported that DJ Lagway is in a boot. So back in a boot, but again, you're 2 weeks away from Texas, and so much then can come out from that. But listen, he's banged up. I mean, he's gotten destroyed. So, they're saying that should be still fine for Texas, but then, there could be another rumor out there. Well, it's 4 games.
Yeah, that's
maybe time to shut him down.
But if you shut him down, I mean, what's he going to do? I mean, he's not going to.
You redshirt.
Okay, so he redshirts and he's going to stick around for the next coach because it ain't winning. They're not going to win any. I don't want to say any, but they're not going to win a lot of these last games if Tramel Jones or Harrison Bailey or anybody, or John Reeves is their quarterback, or you, Jeff. Unless they have a better offensive game plan, they're not going to beat anybody.
Sure, it's not going to matter.
So it's not,
either way. But then again, if that's the mindset and it's not going to matter, then why play?
Because you may not be back.
You need to get the reps, for one.
Well,
you need to become a way better quarterback because it doesn't matter where you are. Nobody's going to give you the amount of money that Florida is going to give you. Like if somebody said right now, okay, DJ Lagway is going to redshirt, he's not going to play again this year, do you think he has a bunch of offers to go somewhere else?
I think he has some.
But
I don't know
more
what
than what Florida would be giving him?
No, and I don't think it could be because you never know what some of these schools are willing to do.
Go to Texas Tech.
go to Texas Tech, maybe Auburn. They're ready to boot him out of there, Jackson Arnold. So, or maybe a USC, somewhere like that where they've got a fortune and they say, yeah, we'll bring you in. It's fine. We'll give you.
All right. Well, lots to talk about with Lagway and, of course, Billy Napier and where this program is. And I know a lot of you have been waiting
where
for
it isn't.
A long time. Let's get Jonesy next. Jonesy, what's up? Welcome.
Pat.
Well, yes.
Listen to this. You say the conference. Okay, we got a weaker conference. Okay. Florida State just beat Alabama.
This was last year we're talking about. We're talking about last year. No.
Yes, that's exactly what he was doing,
That's exactly
Jonesy.
what we were talking about. Was
year.
Last year the ACC wasn't very good, and that's what he was comparing DJ Lagway to Ungalillela last year.
Now, I don't think he's that bad. But I tell you like this. You don't come to play every Saturday, and you take a team lightly, you can find yourself with a loss. And if you're not playing good football, just think about it. The Gators are awesome to me on defense. They're playing some serious defense. But the offense has not helped the defense at all. And I'm worried. I'm more worried about seeing the team have a division. Because now you start to play players just like the NFL. And what does the NFL do if you're not playing well? They sit you down. So, I'm saying to myself, what are these other players doing in the locker room? Are they looking at why are you still playing him when he's not playing well? Because he's getting all this money.
That may be going on. I don't know. I know that they want the offense to do better than it's doing, and it's very frustrating for all these players on the defensive side who can't get the offense to gel. And I mean, don't forget how many passes they complete. They had 2 explosive plays, and they define explosive plays as 10 yards or more, which I don't. I have to go
Got to be 20.
Yeah. But they had 2 explosive plays. I think one was 25 by Ball, a run, and one was by Jacoby Jackson, like 12-yard run. That's it for the entire game. You've got all these talented wide receivers, and you can't get more than 2 explosive plays?
And, everybody's talking about the fans talking about getting a OC. Don't you think that it's about that time?
It's too late. You can't do it this year. I mean, what are they going to bring in somebody and have them change the whole offense? This guy's going down with his ship, and if unless he can figure it out and somehow get DJ Lagway to play at a different level and get these receivers, get Wilson back, Dallas Wilson.
Yeah, get the offensive line to play better. I mean,
what did we say in the preseason, Jeff? We said they've got so many weapons, it'll be hard to figure out what to do with it. And instead, it's become hard to figure out what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, your leading receiver the other day was Jaden Ball with 3 catches. So it means Vernell only got 2, and then Trey Wilson 1, Sturdivant 1. Mizell didn't even play. He was banged up again, so you didn't have him. And people were complaining last week that he didn't get enough snaps. Well, it's because he was hurt. So, and he took himself out of the game. So I think that's what it is. But Jonesy, I mean, the only thing you can do is, maybe give things to Russ Callaway, and he's called plays in the spring game. He's called plays in practice. He understands what he's doing, and he obviously knows a little bit about the offense and what's going on. So that would be the change.
How about this? How about on the first play of the game against Texas, you run a double move and run a deep max protection and run a deep pass?
But think about, look at the Giants game in the NFL. And Jonesy, thanks for your call, man. The Giants game the other day, right before the half, they throw it deep. And it's a pass interference. And all of a sudden you're in field goal range because you just threw it 60 yards down the field. To me, Florida, guys don't know how to play defense anymore. So more often than not, you're going to get some type of pass interference call. And DJ, if they can read it right and you got man-to-man coverage, just attack it no matter what. You're either going to catch it or potentially pass interference or it's incomplete. Well, 2 out of the 3 are a good thing, right?
Yes.
So that's if I'm at the casino the other night and I'm playing roulette or something, like I'm going to go with the odds are going to give me a better chance to do something. And we don't do that. I think
How'd you do on the table, by the way?
I didn't.
No.
I think there's things that you can do to be better, and we will see.
How about this, Jeff? I know that it's possible to run reverses. They're still allowed, right?
Yeah, but I don't. That doesn't work with Florida.
Well, why
We've
not?
tried a bunch of different things, and that never works. So
I
don't think that's
then
the
you got
answer.
other problems. Maybe you have personnel problems.
61 yards. That's all it was. John's next. Hey, John, what's up?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. I tell you what, my two favorite sports commentators, Pat and Jeff. I know you guys are pissed at me, but you're still my favorite commentators anyhow. And I thought I'd start the conversation out with something more pleasant today, like Bruce Pearl retiring from Auburn basketball. Who would have ever thunk that? I mean, I guess he's going to throw his hat in the ring like Tubby Tuberville did and run for office.
I think he's going to run for that seat, that actual seat, because I think Tuberville's out, or maybe he's done with his term. I don't know how all that works.
And if I was Scott Strickland, I tell you what, I wouldn't hesitate to pull the trigger on Billy Napier anytime I wanted to. And you don't have to get another head coach right away. Get an assistant head coach, that's already in the coaching staff to take over until you get a head coach at the end of the year. That way you're putting a calling card out that you're looking for another coach. I don't see nothing wrong with that. And if it's the right guy,
you don't think that the king of Jimmy Sexton hasn't already?
There's already conversations going on behind the scenes.
All that stuff is going on. Yeah.
Well, that's what they're going to have to do. They got to get an assistant head coach. They did it before, I think, once back in the '80s and once back when Zook was here or something. Maybe I know they did a couple of times before, once before anyhow. And that's how I do that. And as far as Jones goes, I don't know why they don't stick him in. Put him in now. What do you get to lose? I mean, what's he going to get? The death penalty? Life in prison? If you put him out there in a big game, he might surprise you. He might have a little Anthony Richardson in him, and what's his name?
That wouldn't be good.
Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, but again, John, I think from where it is, you've already committed to DJ Lagway. You're attached to the hip to him, and unless DJ is hurt, which now he's walking around in a boot again, or they're absolutely destroying a team, which is not going to happen, then you're probably not going to see the backup. We've already learned that.
I hope the Bruce stays on for at least another couple of weeks, because who was that guy? Who was that other guy that coached along with? Not coached, but he played quarterback along with Anthony Richardson. Another guy that went out to Arizona. That I forget his name now.
Emory Jones.
Emory Jones. Yeah, he might have a mixture of Emory Jones and Anthony Richardson. I mean, he might be a damn good quarterback. We'll never know though if you don't put him out there. I mean, like I say, what's he gonna get? The death penalty? Or life in prison if you put him out there? I mean, come on.
Maybe.
He might surprise you. He might even surprise him himself. Thanks for my call, guys.
All right, John. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Care.
Yep.
Okay.
Snag ATX Gator. What's up, dude?
Pathetic, disgusting, weak, unwatchable. What else can I say?
Are you just talking about
Saturday, me? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, sorry, I'm not on YouTube. I'm just, I'm a listener on the app. So. Fellas, I've been calling in long enough. You know how I am always a defender of the program, the coach. Never want to fire. We're not going to fire. Let's move on from that. It's not going to happen during the season. I don't even think if we lose to Mississippi State and I just don't think it's going to happen during the season. But the program's lost. Yes, these other things are great. Gator Made is good. The Cormani, what you said earlier, Jeff, there, Billy, it seems like a wonderful, God-centric guy. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
The football team is broken. We had.
This sounds familiar. I remember a coach saying that one time.
In the first half, and I think one of the things too. How about no one's even brought up what the hell was that timeout coming out of the? Was it an injury where we went to break? We came back, and then Billy calls a timeout with 4 minutes left in the game.
Yeah, no injury. It was weird. I don't know.
What are we doing there? We have 10 guys again, year 4. How many times are we going to do this mistake?
That is just it's outrageous. I wasn't even aware of that, and it's getting old. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it's like I'm like, oh my God! When Cormani picked that pass off, my buddy texted me, and I had been, a couple adult beverages, and then I'm getting on the Fire Billy train, and then Cormani picks up the pass, and he's like, look, we're gonna do. And I'm like, nope. I was like, fool me once, shame on me. There's no way we're gonna figure it out. And what do? We come up a half a yard short on a 4th and 3 because the receiver runs our yard short of the stick. It's just broken. I'm so frustrated. To your point, like, what do we do? I don't know what we do. How about, Billy, maybe the guys in the locker room love you too much. Maybe you need to come out and say, hey, listen, this is absolutely pathetic. Our offensive line stinks. How about Jason Zandamela gets a couple snaps in the game? Like, how about when Austin Barber's going to whiff on something, or this guy? Like, how about we take them? The other person can't do worse than what we're doing, if that makes sense. So, like, at this point, there's no excuse to not give someone else a rep other than, hey, I'm just too damn stubborn. I'm not going to do it. And then that means we do need to move on from you. I don't know, boys. This weekend was maybe the lowest point I've had. I know Georgia Southern was a low, but even the defense, and I know I'm rambling here, but yes, they played all right. But how many times did we have a 2-yard stop that then Miami just pushed a pile another 5 yards?
At least 7 or 8.
Yeah, they're way more. I thought they were. That was the impressive part to me, is just how physical they were on both sides of the ball. And look, they've got an elite defense. There's no doubt about that. They are not the defense that they had last year when they would give up a bunch of deep plays. But
part of that's a want too.
Yeah,
ATX
it is.
Gator,
No,
and
it is.
when you get shoved like that a couple of times, fine, okay, but then like be a man and say, okay, well, I'm not going to just stand up and let me get under my pads. I'm going to get low and I'm going to get pissed off and I'm going to go do something different.
Yeah.
And it didn't change. So I do agree with part of that as well.
And it was like, I keep going back to when Billy's first press conference, we want to be fast, tough, and physical. We are none of that. In the offseason, all we heard about was 500 and some odd pounds of lean muscle added. Well, we needed 1,500 pounds of lean muscle added because we aren't tough. We just don't play tough. That's the other frustration. Like, I'll get the hard, like they play hard. Maybe they haven't quit on Billy, but they aren't. They just don't come across as a team that wants to punch you in the mouth on either side of the ball. Fellas, I know it's a busy day. I apologize. You're doing yet another week of these calls, and we don't even have a game to get frustrated at you for next week. So it'll be a long 2 weeks, but we'll talk soon.
All right. Thanks, ATX Gator.
Think about this. What if Florida right now was averaging 30 points a game, which I think they did last year, right? 30 points a game. They'd be 4-0, and we'd all be talking about, the week before the Texas game and how big a game that was going to be. Maybe one of the biggest games ever played here.
Game day would be here.
Yeah. That's the thing but this is an offensive problem that's got to get either solved or cleaned up.
You're always good at looking up stuff, but I don't know if you've done it yet. Like, where is Florida's offense statistically amongst Power Fives in the country?
I will look that up, but
All
I
right.
will say this scoring I know is not good, and that includes the 55 points they got.
All right, we'll snag this break. Well, Pat looks that up, and then, of course, back to all of your phone calls. Again, a lot of you commenting on our YouTube page. Appreciate you doing that. If you want to be a part of that, WRUF, home of the Gators. You can see how ugly we really are in person and get in on the conversation. A lot of great people going back and forth. So we'll shout out Greg and Thomas, and Chicago Gator has chimed in several times. Erod, Swamp Kid, and there's Thomas again. So keep going after it, and we can get to those comments at some point as well. You're listening to The Tailgate here on WRUF.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm David Lopez, and breaking news from Florida football. Quarterback DJ Lagway is back in a walking boot, according to Graham Hall of Swamp 247. The Gators are entering a bye week and could have a different starting quarterback heading into 2 weeks from now, playing Texas in the Swamp. Tramel Jones Jr. is currently the backup for the Gators. Lagway has dealt with several injuries in his time in Gainesville and has only thrown for 690 yards this season with 5 touchdowns and 6 interceptions. In other Gator news, Florida soccer goalkeeper Paloma Pena was named SEC Defensive Player of the Week today. She earned the honor after her performance saving all 6 shots against the South Carolina Gamecocks last night in a 0-0 draw.
I was just really proud of my back line, and it honestly made my job way easier. All I had to do was make the save, which is what I'm here to do, but it was really them. They gave me that confidence. They did their job so that I could do mine.
Pena is the first Gator goalkeeper since Alexa Goldberg to have a 100% save rate against a ranked opponent.
You spoke, we listened. You wanted the easiest car buying experience ever. So we're giving you the easiest car buying experience ever. Your schedule doesn't have time for 5 hours in a car dealership. Work, kids, soccer practice, grocery runs, jury duty. Really? That again? Gatorland Toyota puts your convenience at the top of the list. With Express Shopping, you can browse our incredible selection and buy your vehicle entirely from the comfort of your home. Financing, paperwork, trade appraisal, even the pricing can be done remotely. No need to come to the dealership. Gatorland Toyota delivers your new car to you. And what if that car was fully customized? With our pre-order program, it's easier than ever to get the exact vehicle you want from headlights to trunk. Have a vehicle to trade or sell? Even if you don't buy from us, we'd love to take it off your hands and give you a top dollar offer that you're sure to love. Come experience how Gatto's got it at Gatorland Toyota today. Visit GatorlandToyota.com for the easiest car buying experience ever.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
It's a hard reality to know you're getting older. Believe me, I sit next to Pat every single day, but we all have to go through it, and with it comes some aches and pains with every single step. But the good part is the pains are fixable, and one quick stop into Titan MRI will get you going in the right direction. There's lots of us out there that think we can just handle pain or it'll just eventually go away, but what you may not realize, you could be ruining yourself for many years to come. I'm telling you, go see Joe and the crew at Titan MRI. Their entire mindset is finding out what you need to feel better and getting it to someone that can fix it. With an average scan time of just 10 to 15 minutes, you'll be back on your way, carrying on your day in no time. Titan MRI is the only locally owned and operated MRI center in Gainesville, and their staff has more than 20 years of experience in the community. And they've been so good that Lake City came calling. They've got a place that is perfect up in Columbia County as well. Even your own doctors are bringing their families to Titan MRI. So get in front of those aches and pains and tell your doctor to refer you to Titan MRI.
Whether it happens on the pickleball court, the soccer field, or when stretching the limits of your yoga flexibility, injuries aren't convenient, but UF Health OrthoCare is. Now with locations in Gainesville and Ocala, our board-certified specialists provide the expertise you need to get moving again. Don't let a sprain, strain, or minor fracture keep you or your kids sidelined. Turn to UF Health OrthoCare. Visit ufhealth.org/orthocare locations for addresses and hours. Walk-ins welcome.
The biggest names in Gator Nation appear here. WRUF.
All right, we are back here on the tailgate. I got a good idea for Kevin. When they do that, the biggest names in Gator, then we got to play a little clip of Eric Radd or Billy Donovan or something that we've had on. That'd be cool.
There's been a lot over the years.
We've had some stars.
A lot of great calls as well. And again, if you missed it, DJ Lagway is in a boot. A lot of people have catching on to that and reporting it now. But he got stepped on during the game, so I'm sure that's probably a part of it.
I would like to have the boot concession at Florida. You could make a lot of money there because they're not all wearing the same boot, right? Because they get stinky, you know. You've worn a boot before, haven't you?
Yeah.
I broke my ankle a couple times and had a boot. They get kind of nasty, so I don't think they're sharing them. Is what I'm saying.
Definitely not. All right, back
Maybe
to
that's the problem. They only have one boot, and they can only put it on one player at a time.
Our Titan MRI and Imaging Hotline. John joins us next. Hey, John.
Hey, I want to share a bad dream I have. My house catches on fire, and I call the fire department, got a fire in the garage, and they show up, and they're sitting in the truck looking at it, and I asked him, "You going to do anything?" Well, not right now. We're just going to wait and see how this thing goes. Really wouldn't do any good to put it out now anyway, and it could go out on its own. And it's like, hello? That's what we're all doing, sitting around waiting on the fire to go out. It ain't going out. It's only going to get worse. It took, what could possibly be wrong with shutting it down now? There is a way out of this by doing that.
You want to forfeit the rest of the games, or do you want to go ahead and play them?
No, you know what I'm talking about, firing Napier. Firing Napier.
Okay.
Does what?
How would that help?
Okay. Here's what could help, and you don't think I'm crazy. What we do is you bring in Gruden. He's available.
You can't do that.
Put him in. Hey, look, okay, I know that's funny. But what's funnier is sitting here letting this thing continue.
Why are you going to shell out that type of money, John?
Okay, well, then
do that.
The problem is, what are we going to do? We just go ride out the rest of the series. So how much more would it cost us?
$22 million.
This is not making any sense. Saying we got nothing to do, our hands are tied. We got to let it go. Maybe you're right.
But not saying that either.
Yeah.
Well, neither of the two of us have said that. There's nothing to lose. I mean, obviously, there's games to lose and fans not to show up and people to continue to be upset. And we're not happy either, John.
It's not a very good environment right now.
You guys really have the level heads in this thing. But the whole thing is, well, we just got to continue. We can't put in the backups because that wouldn't be right. We just got to go ahead and let Billy run it in the ground. So I don't know. I guess I'm that frustrated, but there's always.
I get it.
There's always another way if you think it through.
I
do appreciate you guys. You do a good job.
Appreciate the call, and I do get that. I get the level of frustration. I can't tell you how many texts I had Saturday night. I'm sure you got a few too, Jeff. People saying, when's it going to happen? When's it going to happen? And I'm like, it's not going to happen this week. It's not. I just don't see how it benefits. Now, if you say, well, as long as he's the coach, I'm not going to any more games, that's your prerogative. I mean, that's how you can – but I'm not suggesting that. You're all going to show up for the Texas game, first of all. We all know that.
Yeah, if not, Texas will be here.
Yes. And
they'll
be able to
steal up the tickets.
Tickets at a very reasonable price, I think, for this game. But the bottom line is if you fire Billy Napier right now, okay, so who's going to run the offense? You cannot bring in a guy to bring – no. If you want to hire John Gruden, that's an argument for later.
You would think Callaway would run the offense.
Yes.
He's the offensive coordinator.
It's the same plays. It's the same formations. It's the same motions. He would be a little more avant-garde because
I think
he would have nothing to lose.
I think it would be different, yeah.
But at the same time, it's still the same offense he'd be running. So I don't know that – and a bunch of guys would jump in the portal. That would just not be good.
Yeah, but I don't think they would jump in right away because they want to get paid. They've got to stick around till the end of the year.
Go get paid somewhere else.
You can't.
You can get paid by somebody else. You can't play, but you can get paid by them. They could start paying you right away, right? I think they could.
Technically. Dave's next. Hey, Dave.
Take care.
Dave, are we interrupting you on something here?
Hey, Dave.
This is Dave, yeah. How's it going?
Good.
Sorry about that.
It's all right.
I figured I must have missed you call my name earlier, so I kind of gave up. No, I wanted to just say, I think poor Billy Donovan has hitched his wagon to a lame horse, and I know
it's not Billy Donovan, it's Billy Napier.
Yeah, Billy Napier. Excuse me, I'm all discombobulated.
I know it's easy to confuse him because I always say Billy, and my wife says, "Which one?"
Yeah. No, and I don't think I understand completely why he can't play the backup, and maybe he'll have to now with the boot thing going on. But I don't know. I don't understand the NIL process and why that means you can't, sit a guy down. So maybe you can help me understand.
Well, nobody understands anything about the NIL because there's no transparency. But look, they've invested a lot of money in this guy, and they're going to stick with him, and that's the way it is. And I think, again, everybody loves the backup. Nobody even knew Tramel Jones was going to be the backup walking into
he was fourth string
walking into the stadium for the Long Island
a month
game.
into the season, going into the season.
And look, maybe he could save this season. I don't know the answer to that. And you may be right. Why not try it? Or you could put him out there and lose. He could lose all his confidence because Texas, with their 5 stars, beat him up. And I don't know the answer to those questions. My all I know is if they don't do something to get better on offense, this guy's not going to last. He's going to be gone. Because if they don't get better on offense than 11 points a game, they're not winning again.
That's right. It just seems to me that the limited sample size we have for him looked like he played pretty well. It looked like he was throwing the ball pretty accurately.
And obviously he did good in practice, Jeff, because they elevated him to that spot, right?
Yeah, very, very true. But again, the only time you've seen him live is against a team that Florida scored 55 against.
Which is a lot for Florida.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at where they are scoring. They're 100th in the country in scoring.
100th with the 55.
Yeah, with the 55, and they're 108 in total offense.
Yeah, that's just unacceptable at Florida. All right,
Dave.
It is. Now,
thank you.
They've gone up against really good defenses, but that is still unacceptable at Florida, and it's unacceptable to be 1-3. The last team that won 1-3, that '86 team, Kerwin got hurt and everything, and they were feeling the effects of probation, which they couldn't even go to a bowl game after the season. They knew that, but that team rallied. They beat Auburn. On the great Kerwin play. They beat Georgia the next week. They beat FSU at the end of the year. They rallied. I don't know. I don't feel that right now, especially like you talked about with the quarterback not having those leadership skills that we need to see. That's my opinion.
You hope for go back to the Scorpions. Change.
Winds of change.
Or we could play. Is it David Bowie? They go change and base is straight.
Or you could say maybe this is the problem they have. It's chains that is the problem, not changes.
Maybe so. All right, we got to snag a break. 30 minutes to go of our show and those conversations with all of you. Appreciate you listening. This is The Tailgate.
If it happens in Gator Nation,
you hear it on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Gator champions play here.
WRUF, powered by ESPN.
Every morning, I get up, start the trek into town for a busy day ahead, and every morning, I kid you not, I pass an ugly green van or truck along the way, heading to work as well. But the best part of that sight is I know someone is about to be wowed with the craftsmanship and work ethic from days gone by with the technology of today, because that vehicle has Vintage Electric written across the side. And that quality is evident all over North Central Florida, and with more than 24 licensed journeyman technicians, you can be assured that a call to Vintage Electric is a call you won't forget. Now, I'm sure there's tons of you out there with honeydews up the wazoo, and if any of those have to do with electricity, call Vintage Electric today. No job's too small, they do it all, from service upgrades to rewiring, appliance and AC circuits, and how about an entire smart home installation? That way you can just ask Alexa to turn on the tailgate. So have them put their tailgate down, grab their tools, and sit back and know your electric job is going to be done right. Call up Vintage Electric today at 371-8021 or visit them online at vintageelectric.net.
Hey y'all, it's Kyle from Leonardo's Pizza, Gainesville's iconic restaurant. You know, time zooms by and our town is changing all around us, but for 50 years, Leonardo's is still the calm in the storm. At Leonardo's, of course, we make delicious deep dish pizza and our famous garlic knots, but we sell memories. Come in to relive old ones, make new ones, and let us know that you heard me on the tailgate for 10% off your order. Hey Jeff, did you hear the new Starship song?
No, I don't think so.
We built this city on sauce and dough.
So, it's summer. No major holidays, no big gift-giving pressure, but hey, love does not take a vacation. If you're thinking about popping the question or just upgrading from that high school promise ring energy to something a bit more grown up, Oaks Jewelry has you covered. With decades of distinction, Oaks is where you'll find hundreds of one-of-a-kind styles you won't see at all those cookie-cutter chain stores. And the best part, you'll actually save money, which means you can still afford a honeymoon that isn't your buddy's couch by the beach somewhere. Diamond solitaire engagement rings start at under $1,000. Whether it's vintage charm, modern sparkle, or something totally unique, Oaks Jewelry has the perfect ring for your once-in-a-lifetime moment. So, if it's time to lock it down for the summer, make it unforgettable without growing broke. Swing by Oaks Jewelry, where summer love meets unmatched value, and find the one, beside your partner. Oaks Jewelry, distinct, unique, yours.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
The Tailgate with Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley, right here on WRUF.
All right, we are back here. We're not in California, but that's a song. California. All right, and that's also Bill Maher's theme song when he comes on. Do you know that?
No.
Okay. Now you know something else that you didn't know before. Where are we going, Jeff? You make the call. How about David?
Very good. Learning duels. David, what's up, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, so, I want to address people that are complaining about the play calling. You could have Andy effing Reid calling the plays. If you don't execute them, it doesn't matter what plays you call, okay? So, does he make some bad play calls? Sure, but it's not the root of the problem. The root of the problem is quarterback play. And now this could be a Gator fan's worst nightmare because if he's out for Texas and Tramel Jones is in, Lagway may never get his job back, and Tramel Jones might save Billy's season.
He'd have to win a lot of games. They would have to go like 6-6, I think.
But no, I mean, David, that is logic that would say that, if Tramel Jones comes in and plays a lot, then obviously DJ wouldn't get the job back.
No, he'd be gone, yeah.
And then you have the same kind of conversation we had at the end of last year. Well, DJ's coming back next year. Florida's going to be really good. He got all this stuff. So now that conversation would be, well, you got to keep Napier because Tramel Jones is in there. He was really good down the stretch, and there's signs for next year. So
yeah,
I do agree with you there. I mean, DJ's going to play against Texas, I would assume, unless something totally changes over the next couple of weeks.
It's more precautionary than anything else, especially in the bye week.
Yeah, personally, I don't want a guy who's not playing the player for the job. And I firmly believe he's not playing the best player for the job. Lagway's just very inaccurate, especially on intermediate passes. Doesn't see the field. It's just, it's hurt. And it's not fair to the rest of the team either, personally. That's my opinion. But we'll see what happens, guys. Appreciate it.
All right. Yeah, makes sense.
And the other thing is you don't know that he's not playing the best player for the job.
Yeah, we're not at practice. We don't see the difference between the two of them.
We've seen a half against a high school team with Tramel. And look, nobody's trying to knock Tramel Jones. I mean, we just don't know. And, again, I go back to the investment they have made here, and it has a lot to do with that. And that's the NIL, and that's the money, and that's the camp. There's a camp, and, again, this is information I've gotten from other sources that they're kind of running the things there a little bit, and as far as when the quarterback plays and when he doesn't play and when he runs and stuff. And that maybe that's part of the problem. This was part of the problem Anthony Richardson had, Jeff. He had too many people in his ear all the time. Too many people telling him what was best for him. And you know that because you were around it all the time.
It's definitely that.
That's why he's doing a backflip when he has to sit out a game.
Yeah. With a hurt hammy.
Yeah.
GK, welcome.
Hi. I just have a question for you all. If DJ Lagway were to be redshirted, this is just hypothetical.
Sure.
Would he still get his NIL money?
Yeah, I assume so.
Yeah, he's still a part of the team.
As long as he didn't leave, yeah. That would be their decision.
That is terrible. I hope, against hope, that DJ Lagway is saving his money because he ain't going to play in the NFL.
He's not going next level? Is that what you're saying?
I am, yes.
I've not seen anything that makes me think he would, but
Right.
I do agree with you. I hope he's saving his money.
Well, I hope he's saving his money because I certainly haven't seen anything that would indicate even good college quarterback to me. So anyway, thank you, guys.
Okay, yeah,
Appreciate
thank you, GK. Appreciate you.
And again, look, this is a guy that has physical abilities.
Well, he hadn't even started 10 games in college. So, I mean, can you turn it around? Yes. I mean, I know a lot of people that were not very good as freshmen, and then they eventually figure it out. Let's even look at Carson Beck. Remember, 2 years ago, going into that Georgia season, people were saying he could be the number one pick. Yep. Then he has a really bad year, so he can't go into the draft, has to transfer. And then he's had a couple of great games, so now he's back
very
to
average against Florida.
But yeah, he wasn't very good.
Yeah.
So you never know if people are going to turn it around. You know, always people are enamored by the arm strength and different things. That's why Anthony Richardson went fourth when nobody in their right mind thought that he should have.
Yeah, basically they drafted a guy fourth whose best attribute was his ability to run the ball, so that meant he was going to get hurt every year. Which never made any sense to me. By the way, he started 11 games now. I just did it in my mind.
Did in your head? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So then he should be better because he's won over the threshold.
That's right.
Cattleman, welcome.
Hey, guys. Slow News Monday. I usually don't like to call him Monday after games if there's a lot going on. Hey, first off, guys, I don't know if this is official yet. Probably not. But what about these Bruce Pearl rumors?
Oh, he quit. He's done. He's finished. He's going to Congress.
It's official.
Yeah.
It's official.
Yep.
Yeah.
It happened like 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I've been out on the lake today, guys. I heard it was rumors. I didn't know it was official yet.
Yep, it's official.
Are they going to install his nepotism scumbag kid as coach?
Well, that's not the way I describe him, but yes, Stephen is a new coach. He's already signed a new deal. This has been in the works for a while.
It's a perfect day to do it because you can't go get somebody else when you're starting practice today. So it's like it's good timing.
That's the family business. I'm sure that's the one coach that Auburn wanted to go hire was Stephen Pearl. I guess Bruce White just walks away, no buyout, no kiss, just hire my kid.
It seems that way.
I bet you he's got one of those like Steve Spurrier ambassador type jobs where you still get paid and you just hang around. You have an office and you still go over there and, and do a lot of glad handing and everything.
I don't know if you do that because he's quitting on you.
Well, no.
So you don't think you do that?
I don't think he quit on them. I think they worked it out. Now, if he is serious about running for office, then he wouldn't be doing that. But we'll see.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's football here, guys.
You make more money in politics than you can as a coach. There's no doubt about that.
Finagle it a lot.
Yeah. I've been thinking about it. It makes a lot of sense, guys. A lot of these older coaches don't want to deal with NIL. It makes a lot of sense on a lot of levels.
I don't think that was his big problem. I think he'd done it for long enough and wanted to try something else. So I don't know. I don't know that he's ever talked that way about NIL. He's benefited from NIL a lot.
What's more amazing, Pat? Auburn's been to 2 Final Fours, or the University of Auburn or Auburn University, whatever they call themselves, even knows what a basketball is.
Is what?
I said, what's more amazing? Auburn's been to 2 Final Fours, or that the school even knows what a basketball is?
I don't think they knew before he got there, to be honest.
You talk about a hardcore football school.
Yeah, but I tell you what, that program was pretty good there. I mean, obviously with Barkley, it was good. They had that kid. He used to wear black socks instead of white socks, and he was unbelievable. I'm blanking on his name though. Chris. Anyway, he got suspended right before the NCAA tournament. Yeah. He was really good. You're right. Yeah, it's not a basketball school, but he's tried to turn it into one, and Did a great job there. There's no question about it.
Yeah, and had a bad barbecue along the way. All right, hey, Pat, let's talk a little ball. First off, does Oklahoma look like the best team in the SEC to you?
Well, if you allow them to cheat, yes, which they cheated to get the touchdown there. But so.
Yeah, that was pretty bad one. That's the buzz today. I think was it Doring or Ben Watson saying, what's that even doing in the playbook?
Well, the funny thing is, and again, Oklahoma's going to try to cover this up and say, we asked the referees before the game when you could do that. But the SEC, when they put out their statement, which the SEC never responds to anything, responded and said, hey, look, this was a bad move. These guys, that was bad. They should have been better than that. We went around to all the schools in our conference and explained to them that this is not going to be allowed anymore. The hideout theory, of trying to hide, that's not what football's about. And then they ran it anyway and got a touchdown, and Hugh Freeze was apoplectic, and I don't blame him. But it is what it is. You can't take the touchdown back, and you can't take the loss back. The only thing you can do is reprimand the officials and make them do the Birmingham Bowl.
Okay. Should Sankey suspend Brent Venables for next week at least for calling the play?
No. He's not even the offensive coordinator.
What about you, Jeff? Do you think Venables should be suspended next week?
No. I mean, it's just you got away with it, and you just have to then move along. Know that, hey, you pulled one by everybody.
It's not his fault. It's the referee's fault.
Yeah, okay. Hey, guys, I want to ask about two coaches real quick that are showing up a lot names. Lane Kiffin and John Gruden. You just mentioned John Gruden, Pat.
I did,
I think both would be credible hires, home run hires. But people like you have been calling John Gruden a racist for the last 3-4 years. And I want to ask you the question Steve always asks to all his audience: what's Lane Kiffin ever won?
Well, I don't think I called him a racist. I think it was he was making jokes about people's sexuality. I think that's what it was.
Yeah, John Gruden's a hell of a football coach. He's not a racist, but obviously, a lot of people have name called him that, including you, I think.
I don't know. I don't think I've ever called him a racist. I don't have any evidence to call him a racist, so I don't know why.
Okay, well, a lot of people. Yeah, maybe we need to play the tape. A lot of people have. What's Lane Kiffin ever won, Pat?
He has won multiple games.
Yeah, okay. No championships, just a bunch of games. And well, he did win championships at FAU.
Yeah. Y'all know me. I'm pro Kiffin. I could help you out with it, but that's Steve's favorite question. What's Lane Kiffin ever won? And he choked against Kentucky last year.
Maybe he needs to be in a bigger stadium. Maybe that would make him.
But I think with all that too, there's growth. I mean, you've seen the way that he's changed, even from the way he talks to the media. I mean, he's sitting there with his daughter, as she puts on makeup, and they're going through stuff because he knows that's what appeals to people now. So I think he's changed a lot from not only a personal standpoint, but as a coach.
Yeah, so you know me, guys. I'm very pro Kiffin. I'm just asking a question that Steve asked a lot. Never really heard the other side.
It's an accurate question, to be honest with you. But
okay.
Maybe you can do it here.
Hey, last thing for you, Pat. Let's go give or take. Y'all can Wikipedia me or Google me during the break. When did Lane Kiffin get the FAU job? Was that 7, 8, 10 years ago now?
Yeah, it was after he got fired by USC, and then he went. Did he go to Alabama and then to FAU?
I know the timeline. That's when after he worked for Bama, Saban fired him. The whole college football community passed on him. ADs like Scott Strickland and all his homies. Nobody wanted Lane Kiffin, and he wound up at FAU, and he sat there for 3 years. And people like Scott Strickland and Blake James, who got fired at Miami, who's up at Boston College now, the whole college football world passed on Lane Kiffin. So my question to you guys is, how many times has Scott Strickland had – how many chances has he already had to hire Lane Kiffin?
2.
You sure it's not 3?
Well, he hired Mullen and Napier.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's amazing to me, like everybody's talking about Lane Kiffin now.
He could have hired him to be the basketball coach, so I guess 3, yeah.
I guess my question for people like Strickland is, where you been the last 7, 8, 10 years? Lane Kiffin's been on the market forever.
All right. Thanks, Cattleman. All right, we need a break.
I think that is pretty much the same point he makes every time he calls.
I would agree. And I think the timeline was like that year before he went to Florida Atlantic, he was like the finalist for the Broyles Award, which is like the top assistant, and then he took the FAU job, so then he didn't coach in the bowl game.
And that's why he fired him for that.
Right.
Yes.
Because he had already taken the job, so he was like, well, we don't want somebody else that already has a job.
That's right.
So it's not like he fired Kiffin.
Yeah, he didn't fire him because he wasn't good.
Right. He just says, well, you got another job. We'll get somebody else to call the plays in the game.
Yeah.
All right, we need one final break. We'll do that, get a few more calls to wrap it up on a Sonic Sound Off Monday here on the Tailgate.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Christian Haas. Breaking news from Florida football. Quarterback DJ Lagway is back in a walking boot, according to Graham Hall of Swamp 24/7. The Gators starter has dealt with injuries throughout his time in Gainesville and now seems to be dealing with another issue after Saturday's 26-7 loss to Miami. Lagway only threw for 61 yards against the Hurricanes and has thrown 5 touchdowns and 6 interceptions so far this season. Freshman quarterback Tramell Jones Jr. had 2 touchdowns and no picks in the Gators' shutout win against LIU in Week 1. With the Lagway news, he might make his first start against Texas on Saturday. SEC legend and Florida Gators rival coach Bruce Pearl announced his retirement today. In 21 seasons coaching D1 basketball, he led Tennessee and Auburn to over 450 wins. He is ending his career after leading Auburn to 32-6 last year. Pearl's son, Steve, is taking over his position moving forward.
When the Florida heat kicks in, your home should be a place to cool down, not sweat it out. That's where Crystal Air and Water comes in, North Central Florida's trusted HVAC team for more than 20 years. Whether it's a quick repair or a full AC upgrade, Crystal Air makes it easy to keep your family comfortable with flexible financing options, including 0% interest for 12 months for qualified buyers. With simple monthly payments, getting a new AC system is easier and smarter than ever. So you can now focus on what really matters, keeping your home cool and your family happy. Call 352-333-0460 or visit acpenguin.com. Check out all your options and to apply online. Again, that's acpenguin.com because every Florida family deserves cool comfort that they can count on. Crystal Air and Water, the area's #1 rated HVAC company for more than 20 years, where your family's comfort is their family's business. License number CMC 1249384. All right, it's summer, sun's out, motivation's up, and yeah, abs are still in there somewhere. So you lace up the sneakers, hit the gym, maybe try a few crunches, a jog, a 500-pound squat, casual. Next thing you know, bam, your back is filing a formal complaint. But hey, don't panic. I've got a guy. Dr. Paul Gardner at Gardner Chiropractic and Injury. He's not just some guy with a fancy table. He's a coach, an athlete, and the go-to fix-it guy when your body goes, yeah, nope. From general adjustments to full rehab and therapy, he'll get you feeling like yourself again, minus the hobbling. And with access to MRIs, ultrasounds, x-rays, and even blood work, he cuts out the guesswork and gets it straight to the let's fix this part. You can find him right next to Gainesville Health and Fitness on University Avenue. The number, 352-727-4438. Gardner Chiropractic and Injury, the place to go when summer hits you back. We all want to have fun, and with the sun, there are so many ways to do it here in North Central Florida. But the problem is that stuff is so expensive nowadays, and just to get enough stuff to get it going is going to cost you an arm and a leg, unless you head to Play It Again Sports. Golf clubs, baseball bats, exercise equipment, disc golf, pickleball paddles, water sports stuff, bikes, and lacrosse gear are just a fraction of the things in the store, and you can get them at a fraction of the price. There's no need to buy new, and they've got a heck of a crew ready to help you with whatever you need. So don't let outrageous costs stop you from enjoying the outside. Head on over to Play It Again Sports.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
It's official. Fall has arrived this afternoon, although it certainly doesn't feel like it for us, right? 92. It's pretty much where we're going to top out this afternoon. As we move into this evening, isolated showers possible. Patchy fog overnight, low of 70. For tomorrow, I'll do a high of 93. Once again, an isolated shower is possible in the late afternoon. For the WUFT Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Tim Miller.
I'm Sean Kelly, the voice of the Gators. Join me, Shane Matthews, and Tate Casey all season long for Gators football, right here on WRUF. Now, more of the tailgate with Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley.
All right, that is us, Duels and Dozo. Appreciate everybody for being a part of things today. Again, we'll continue to have these conversations, but it's like what Pat was just talking about. It's Groundhog Day.
Yeah.
I mean, for 3 weeks now, we've been hoping for some change, something different with the offense. Obviously, DJ needs to play better, and that's where we're still having that conversation.
And we were here last year, same time of the year. They were
think about it.
1 and 2, and we were like, uh-oh.
What's going to happen? Let's get Philip next. Hey, Philip.
Hey, I know we're running out of time, so I'm going to be quick. I'm always quick, right? Hey, man.
That's what she said.
I keep hearing everybody saying, I know, exactly, at least 5 seconds, right? Look, how about you say, you guys just said it a while ago. Why get rid of him now? What's it going to gain? I'll tell you in my mind what it's going to gain. If you had the absolute worst guy calling the plays that I've ever seen, everybody knows what he's going to call, when he calls it. Miami got last year said we know what he's going to play. He doesn't feel the game. He just calls plays. He has no feel. LSU last week, we're throwing 3-yard routes with time running out at 3 minutes. Like, LSU's going to let you run that. He ran 4 times back to back to back to back, or at least 3, to a tight end. He has a 6'8" tight end out like he's Percy Harvin. The whole scheme's ridiculous. So why would I fire him right now? Because you're guaranteed to lose the next couple of games. Nothing's going to change. It's just a fact. This is who he is. But you get rid of him now, the guy, the offensive coordinator, it's him to do with what he wants. He can't do any worse. What if because it's not what you run, it's when you run it. So if he has a little better feel of the game, let's say you squeak out 3 more wins, maybe 4. What it does is it might tell these kids on this team now, hey, we actually have a pretty good amount of talent on this team. We actually won some games without the head coach who was maybe running horrible plays. Why don't we hang around and see who the next coach is going to be? But if you let this guy go, we're 8 games in, we win maybe 1 more game, they're all going to, I'm out of here as soon as I can. I don't care who they hire. But if you give somebody else a chance, because you can't call any worse than what this guy calls now. So give somebody else a shot, not players, but a coach. Somebody else has to answer to him, because no matter who calls the plays now, if he's there, you're going to run what he wants you to run, just like Muschamp. No matter how many offensive coordinators, you're running what he tells you to run. So I'm taking a chance to get rid of him. We're going to lose anyway. Maybe a guy calls the plays at a different time. But I played 4th and 3. You ran right up the gut. Miami knew it. They run blitz. We went around the side in the drive before. Oh, no, I'm going right back to – he just doesn't feel the game. It's not the plays he calls. It's when he calls them. So they're not going to all just leave in a transfer portal. They got nowhere to go. Every other team is loaded with scholarships. You're not going to kick guys off your team to free up. That's going to kill your recruiting. They're going to say, hey, you might get kicked off this team if somebody else gets in the portal. They're not going anywhere. And if they do, everybody rebuilds every year. So I'm not worried about it. I want to make sure he's gone so he doesn't accidentally win enough that we get sitting here like we did last year. The same insanity. Doing the same thing and think something's going to change. All right,
Philip.
Now,
all right, Philip. Thank you, man. Thank you, buddy.
Philip's idea of quick and mine are not the same. I will say that. But, hey, look, we'll talk about it some more tomorrow.
Yes, we will. Still a lot of conversation to be had with it because it's certainly
it's going to be interesting. We'll be back tomorrow, though, Jeff. You will be back. I will be back. And we will be enjoying the day. We'll try to enjoy it. Until tomorrow, I am Pat Dooley for Jeff Cardozo and Maya. We're deep way back, and we are out of here.
You spoke, we listened. You wanted the easiest car buying experience ever. At Gatorland Toyota, we give you the easiest car buying experience ever.